I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's Monday. News Day. You already know what it is. Hold on. I'm going to run this part real quick. Anyway, it's Monday, News Day. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. I'm Hasan Piker. I'm live, I'm alive, and it is October 20th, 2025, 11:27 a.m. local time. It's 76 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles, and we got a lot going on. Moon watched 5 consecutive streams and sparked a watch streak. What the heck is that? That's a new thing, I guess. Happy Diwali. Happy Diwali to all who celebrate. To all who enjoy. Yeah, we are live. We're alive. There's a lot of people that are activating their watch streaks. I guess that's a new thing that's happening. I didn't even know that was like a thing. All Amazon systems are down. We're still here. We're live. We're alive. We're still doing the dang thing. You already know what it is. You already know what's happening. Oh my God. Everyone is activating their watch streaks. Oh God. Oh God. What the hell is happening, dude? What the heliante? Okay. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, HasanAbi Piker, in between the time period where, okay, I don't want to see the activation of watch streaks. I want to see the activation of hype train subscription streaks. Okay. The only streaking I want to see is the subscriptions. Okay. Get those subs rolling in. What the hell is this live stream activation watch consecutive shit? It's bricking the chat. Oh my God, we're gonna brick Amazon's web servers personally. What the fuck? Oh God, I can't see any. Okay, my chat is so busted, dude. My chat is so busted. My chat is so busted. Oh my God, this is so fucked. God damn it. It's always funny when people are like talking about like botted streamers and shit like that. And then you look at this community, you look at the chat here, with like even a crumb. Like we just started. There's like, 13K, 14K people in here right now. It's 50 minutes into the broadcast. Look at the fucking chat. It's insane. Anyway, Where was I? Oh, personal news wise. Yeah, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between time where I press the stop streaming button, but not much has taken place. Let's be real. Not much has taken place in the world of HasanAbi Piker. I ended the broadcast on Saturday. I took a day off, little R&R, little rest and respite, little rest and recovery. You already know what it is, and it was actually pretty good. I'm glad that I did that. I feel a lot better right now. I feel more refreshed. Even though I do get like kind of depressed when I'm not live streaming. It's fucked up to admit, but I get kind of depressed when I'm live streaming. Or when I'm not live streaming, because like I'm so used to it. It's such a formative part of my life that like it just feels like I don't know what the fuck to do when I'm not. And then I just like kind of sit around and watch shows or whatever. I just really don't have shit going on in my life other than this, which is sad to admit, but I don't even have like the interest or the energy to go out and like do stuff. You know what I mean? I just like I'm so used to this like regimen that I just end up doing nothing the entire day. Anyway. I know what you mean. When I work jobs I really loved, I would be depressed by Sunday afternoons. That's crazy. But yeah, it's probably an autism moment. I'm a creature of habit. It is what it is. But what is this? You're not beating the allegation.
A moment in my day does not go by without me thinking about this, dude. Someone needs to investigate why this appeals to me in a way that nothing else ever has. Today's gonna be a good day.
I think everyone is silly for saying that I have autism. Yeah, they're silly. They're silly for saying that. It's true. You can be a little quirked up, shouty, and not be. Science can't explain this. Metal Gear Solid when? Oh, we're already working on it. That's like, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Let me see. Important New York City debate TikTok. Oh,
America deserved 9/11.
I know. I actually.
America.
I actually. I actually banned a chatter or suspended a chatter for the day for constantly spamming this at the time because I was like busy with some other shit that was happening. But it seems that this has gone viral since then, and a bunch of my friends have sent this to me as well. Turns out Andrew Cuomo is trying to appeal to the Zoran Mamdani audience pretty hard, as a matter of fact.
America deserved 9/11. Israel does not have a right to exist from the river to the sea. Globalize the Intifada.
I didn't even see the last one where he lasers Benjamin Netanyahu with his eyes. That's so stupid. Yeah, these edits go low-key kind of hard, high-key kind of hard. I already reposted this a while back. But yeah. Yeah. Now they got to ask Zoran if he condemns Andrew Cuomo. The Zin ad in the pod was crazy. Oh, we got it? We got a Zin ad? Bro, they haven't even sent me fucking Zins. I don't know what the hell is going on there. Okay? I don't know how that works. Did you see the first 10 seconds of the new Fear and?
There to see.
Is that good?
Those are all the right notes. It's powerful. Keep going. It's powerful. I'm telling you, those are A's, and you're a tenor. You're a tenor.
Yeah, that's like, I showed Gianmarco and Caroline my opera voice. They'll crash your stock prices. They start giving the biggest customer freeze in. That's true. Since when could you sing like that? I've always been able to do opera voice. I just do it like as a meme every now and then. I don't know. I just never really thought about it. It's not like a thing. It's not even a thing. This Phantom clip is funny.
Let's think of a name.
Okay.
Someone I can't know.
All right, bet.
Do you have like a celebrity crush?
Kinda, not really.
I would know her.
Depends what you watch.
Oh, she's like an actress?
You can say that.
Okay, so I wrote a few things down. Kind of doesn't make sense, right?
What the?
But it's just a matter of perspective, okay?
Okay.
So think about your celebrity crush, okay? You didn't tell me this, right?
No, I did not.
This is the first time we're meeting.
Facts.
What's the name of your celebrity crush?
Robin. Like Robin.
Robin. Nico Robin?
What the fuck? You weird as
No way. No way. That's his celebrity crush. Respect. Respect. Respect. Respect. Respect. Respect. The most goated. That's valid. That's a valid celebrity crush to have.
You know who that is?
She's an anime character.
Yeah, she bad as fuck, right?
The cartoon?
Oh God, I ain't gonna lie, I don't got like a real. She tough though, word too. Shout out to Nico.
Nice. Anyway, where was I? Oh, personal news wise. Wait, what? Personal news wise. I hung out with Donnie afterwards. Okay. What is this? What I imagine Hasi does on his off days? What the hell is this? Okay, this second one was really funny. But Abath Doom Occultist. What is that? What is that even? I don't know what this is. I don't know what's going on with this meme. Abath is a black metal dude / band. It's like Sabbath, but without the S. Like, what the hell? What is that? I don't know what this is. I don't know what's going on. Is it a black metal reference? Okay. Anyway. Nokings protests and GOP reaction. Israel violates ceasefire with more bombings. Will government shutdown last forever? TWITCHCON drama, get it now. I drew a bath today. Oh, the meme is like I drew a bath, but it's actually I drew space a bath. Abath. Oh, it's a double entendre. I'm so stupid. Anyway, listen. Folks. Personal news wise. I hung out with Donnie. Everyone's channel seemed to have 35% gifted sub coins you can activate for your channel. Apologies for the spam, but they expire in December. Do I have mine? I don't even know. Is mine happening? Is it 35% off for gifted subs in the month of this month? I don't know. Do I or do I not change my password on Roku since I use Roku bulbs and there was a crash and my lights don't work anymore? Chat, that's crazy. You have to activate it yourself. Okay, well, I'll figure it out and then maybe I'll activate it. AWS is slowly coming back. I work in retail and I've been suffering with Ship Hero all morning. Yeah, I heard AWS is bricked, but we're still here, baby. You already know. Anyway, personal news wise, I hung out with Donnie. That was fun. I actually he's the only motherfucker who was able to get me to go outside for once, and socialize for once. And, it was quite the enjoyable experience. I got to meet some other CNN people, some other journalists, and then a bunch of my other friends were also there randomly, and they were shocked to see me. Like my normie friends were shocked to see me out and about. But congratulations to Donnie for that. Also, yeah, socializing you is right. And then after my socialization, I woke up early. Bro, we are so autistic, Lamau. I mean, yeah, definitely. Woke up early the next morning, did a merch shoot. And then afterwards I was like, because it took into the middle of the day. I spent the rest of the day chilling and watching Mussolini's Son of the Century. There's only one episode remaining now. And, just spending some time with Kaya, laying down and sleeping for the most part. And that's it. That's it. Open presents. Thank you for the 25 gifted. Goddamn. So that's it. That's what I was doing. I was just chilling, big time. Yeah. I woke up this morning. Wait, what's happening here? I woke up this morning and I worked out. Rate Lud and Nephew's B-ball improvement.
What? 7-2. You're not making these.
I mean, this is shocking.
You recognize that shot?
Honestly, that like Jason has gotten remarkably better. Like he's gotten a lot better, right? He's gotten a lot better. And for some reason, he just still, I don't know what it is. Like he just still doesn't have that killer instinct. Stop glazing. No, he has great form. He has a decent shot. He has great ball handling, but for some reason, he just like, he doesn't win games. I don't know what it is. I feel like he has a lot of skills. No, he doesn't. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Like, I mean, that move right there, like that move that he pulled off right there, he has like decent fucking.
we got it.
Like as opposed to Ludwig, who can't dribble with his left hand and is just simply trying to take like wide open threes.
Come on right now.
Like he has a. Like look at that.
Good tries. 4 hours.
Like.
Possession, right? Yeah. You won't last if it's not. Oh my God!
Save it for game.
Save it for game. You won't make 2 in a row.
Like he almost gave him 4. Like he almost gave him 4. But like here, right here, everything he did right there was correct. Everything he did right there was correct. Okay? Everything. Ludwig got better. Jason is the same. Stop glazing, Unc. No, Ludwig didn't get better. I mean, Ludwig has gotten better too, actually. That's not, it's incorrect to say he's not getting better. But like, as far as just pure skill between these two, Ludwig has obviously size on him. And if Jason leaves him out for an open 3-point shot, like he's gonna fucking beat him potentially. My only frame of reference is Hasan, so both of them look like absolute gods of basketball. Wait, what? You said your only frame of reference for basketball is me, so they look like gods of basketball in comparison to me? What the fuck? I've beaten both of them silly. That's crazy. Anyway, my point was, for some reason, despite the fact that Jason has like a lot of solid fundamentals, he just doesn't finish. Like what he did right there in terms of like dribbling, driving right, trying to find an opening, and then like, I mean, this all looks good. Like this all looks good. He's got good control over the ball while he's pushing. He's pressing a much larger opponent, obviously, who's locking him down. And even in that, oh, thank you. Even in that time frame, even as he's doing that, he just can't finish. Look, like he just can't finish. He has no killer instinct.
How? Like I can get it out there. I'm just like fucking up.
Yeah, I think chatters forget that like me and Lud versus Plaqueboy Max and Jason happened last year. And that was basically a 2v1 at that point. And Max is the best player on the court. And I still beat him. Okay? Like, he has a decent shot. But yeah, Lud is just like bully balling him. Which is the right thing to do.
Do that 6 more times. What? 7-2. You're not making these. All right.
That was, see, do you understand? Like, finesse wise, what Jason did right there is that's a move. Like, he has somewhat of a bag. That's a really good move. I forget who it is. It's an NBA player's footwork. No, it's not a travel. What the fuck? Bro, what is this? Do we have FIBA referees in here? What the fuck's going on? That's not a travel at all, bro. No, that's not a travel. No, y'all are wrong. 1, 2, boom. That's not a travel. That is not a travel. No. When he moves his pivot foot, he jumps up to, it's a step through. That is not a travel. Okay? And I don't even think that's a travel on, I don't even think what Jason did right there was a travel even on FIBA rules either. Okay? A lot of people don't realize that there's a difference between how much refs let you get away with in NBA versus FIBA. Like the step through. There's also like a gather step. Like in NBA, you can do a gather step. You can't do a gather step. I think in FIBA, you're not allowed to do that, right? But anyway, it doesn't matter. It looked clear to me. Yeah, in high school it might be a travel, but it's a Dirk Joker step back. Don't take these yappers seriously. They don't even travel outside of their bedrooms. True.
You recognize that shot? I hit that hole last year. Hey, bro.
Like, look, his cross, his tweens are pretty fucking solid. Like, look at that. Like, that's a solid ass. I mean, he's not, like, Lud's not eating it, so it doesn't go anywhere. But, like, those are some solid. Look. It's easier to dribble when you're 5'3". Yeah, but he's not going anywhere. I know. I'm just saying that, like, it looks decent. That's a solid ass, but Lud's not eating it. Yes, your tweens, or if you do a tween and it doesn't fucking and your opponent doesn't get baited, then it doesn't mean anything. Okay, then you're just basically doing it for show, which is what a lot of inexperienced basketball players do in general, especially if they have like decent ball handling. They will just like dribble. They'll have like a crazy dribble package for no reason without like actually trying to bait their opponent into putting their hand up or changing their fucking changing their foot positioning. But in any case, like, my point is he looks good when he's playing. He looks good, and I think he's gotten better as well. But he just still keeps losing for some reason. Julian Newman. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, Julian Newman can also fucking cross people up pretty easily. So he's not playing to win is what it looks like. Yeah, like I'm the exact opposite where I think when I play, it looks ugly, but I win. Do you see what I'm saying? And the same goes for Ludwig. When Ludwig plays, it looks ugly, but he wins. And it doesn't really matter. But ultimately, what he needs to get better at is just like finishing. He needs to have that finisher instinct. I guess did he destroy? The streamer called me out, so we put 10K on the line. Did Ludwig win this, or did Jason win it at the end of the day? I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking at here. Unk ball, nephew ball. Unk ball is better than nephew ball if you actually, yes. Unk ball is better than nephew ball if you want to win. Chat doesn't look like 22.6K viewers. Maybe you're being botted. Yeah, no, totally. You're right. Chat, all the boss, spam one right now. Yeah. I got them Autobots on lock. How about now? Backed up, caked up. Anyway, I haven't even blasted off yet, so I should do that right now, actually. Nokings protest and GOP reaction. Israel violates ceasefire, more bombings. Will the government shutdown last forever? TwitchCon drama get it now. Let's get it twisted. Let's get it posted. Let's let the people know that we are live and we're alive. One of the chatters keeps asking me what's the best Dr. Pepper flavor. I think cream soda is my favorite. Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar Cream Soda is my favorite. Followed closely by the blackberry one. I've been really consuming the blackberry Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar. I really like it. I don't like strawberry cream soda as much anymore. I go through phases. Sometimes the strawberry cream one I used to really like. I don't really like it as much anymore. I have a cherry one too right now that I'm like drinking every now and then. But it's just coconut Dr. Pepper. I've never had the coconut. I don't know about the coconut. Another Lud clip. What's this?
You wear do-rags? I've worn many silkies, yeah.
Okay, look.
Oh my God. Who taught you about do-rags? What do you mean, who taught me about do-rags?
What do you need a do-rag for?
My stepfather's black.
Actually?
Yes, I mean...
Cap.
His stepfather is black, but I don't think he wears do-rags. I don't think he's like... I think he's not lying about his stepfather being black, but who maybe he does. I don't know.
QT.
That one, right?
Is this stepdad black?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Peter.
Does he know his dad?
Yeah.
Peter. My fault.
Yes, Peter. It's a biblical name. He's God-fearing.
What ethnicity is he?
Jamaican.
After you do that, did you just think of the first black ethnicity? He said, "Oh, Jamaican."
I can't believe that they don't believe him. It's so funny. That's so funny. I met Lud's stepdad in France. Yeah, he's dope. He's the man. He loves Berserk. To be fair, I don't either. I mean, I get it. I understand why you don't think that looking at Ludwig, but it is true. It is actually 100% true.
He's Jamaican. I could say it. Let me try again. Ask me again.
What ethnicity?
Jamaican.
Right?
What?
Okay.
What?
Say Wagwan.
Wagwan.
That's okay. Well, you know, he proved exactly why people don't believe him when he says stuff like that, but it is true regardless. Yes, there is a Louvre heist. I know. We will talk about the Louvre heist, okay? Oui. Ludwig pulling a Chet Hanks. Yeah, unlike Chet, though, Ludwig's stepdad is actually black, and I believe Lud when he says he's Jamaican. Mom, wait, what is this? This clip blew up. Daddy's beating them on crime. Oh, it's so over. Smoke them.
Well, in a Fox News poll, voters were asked, what's the number one problem facing New York City? And the most said crime, 25%.
This is the shocking part when it comes to the people and the candidates that they trust for the best job on cost of living.
Winning, look at that. He gets
That's
47% on taxes. And then crime, he gets the most with 40%. They trust him the most.
When you wearing a do-rag on stream?
A better job, they say.
I have worn one.
How crazy is that? That a guy that wants to let criminals out, close Rikers Island, have social workers to domestic disputes.
It's actually not the same shirt. It does look identical, though, but it's not. It's a different shirt. I have two of these.
And he gets the best marks on crime.
I think it is totally nutty that Zoran has basically repackaged defunding the police by being like, we got to take some of the toll off of these wonderful law enforcement officers and focus on areas where crime manifests, improve people's material conditions, and also hire a network of social workers to be tasked with dealing with a lot of these like mental health crises as opposed to cops. And people were like, wow, that is a brilliant idea. What a spectacular message. I have never heard this before. No one has ever brought this up. Is he wrong, though? What do you mean? This is the left position. It turns out just describing the process was so much better. I will say a big part of the reason why he has been able to do this is because he just says it how it is. And also, Democrats are too weak to launch a significant opposition against one of the only figures in the party right now that is actually making people excited. Message packaging on the left is so ass. Yeah, I think that's part of the problem for sure. But make no mistake, Republicans make their messages stick because they have a unified front. The Democrats and their left flank are constantly at odds with one another. They are constantly opposing one another. And therefore, there is no unified messaging front. Because if Democrats were like, hey guys, we don't mean like literally abolish the police. We mean that like cops are busy tackling crimes as they're supposed to be. But unfortunately, they can't tackle all the crimes when they're handling domestic disputes, things of that nature. If like establishment Democrats actually described what defund the police meant, I think that there would be a very different approach to it. Now, it's because Democrats at the national level did not want to do any of those things regardless. That's precisely the reason why they were acting scared. They were operating from a scared position. A lot of people at Nokings knew about Zohran Mamdani at our event on Saturday. Hell yeah. This is exactly why defund the police was a bad slogan. If someone disagrees with it, you explain what the slogan means and they agree with you, that just means you had a terrible slogan. No. Here's why that's wrong. Okay? Black Lives Matter. When Black Lives Matter first came out, it was, once again, activist backed. Okay? It was a statement. It was a message that the activists had put together. It wasn't like a focus group tested in the way that like a lot of these Republican narratives are. A lot of these Republican messages are. Having said that, initially when people said Black Lives Matter, a lot of people actually had a negative association with it. A lot of people actually went, oh, well, that just means white lives don't matter. The reason why I'm explaining this is because obviously people understood exactly what BLM means after Donald Trump negatively polarized, Donald Trump basically got Democrats to be negatively polarized against Trump when he was in opposition of BLM. And for a certain period of time, everybody understood, especially during peak woke in 2020, when BLM means, police are disproportionately targeting black people and brown communities, and we need to stop that, right? But leading up to 2020, when you said BLM, everyone would say all lives matter. A lot of people, like Republicans, had counter-messaged against it so aggressively. And because nobody actually defended Black Lives Matter in general, okay, if people heard what BLM meant, they were like, oh, I don't know about this, whatever, right? The reason why that slogan actually then overcame the negative associations was because more people messaged and defended the slogan and said, no, this is what it means. That's it. Slogans are only as effective or only as good as how much people explain what they mean. You can bastardize or you can actually destroy a slogan and a movement if there is no defense for it. Okay? That's it. And the same goes for like defund the police as well. I think people take this like, an immediate negative stance against it because they just like are predisposed with like backing down. Like they're so used to just saying like, oh, we lost this one. Let's just move on. And that's the reason why there are certain slogans that I just don't back down from, like from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Like they tried to do that. A lot of Zionist advocacy groups still to this day try to make it seem as though from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is actually a fucking genocidal slogan that means like we have to kill all the Jews or whatever. And I'm like, no, that's not the case. And I will never back down from that because that's not what it means. And the actual intention of bastardizing what that slogan means is specifically so that people can't even protest peacefully against Israel. And the same fucking goes for BLM. They wanted to actually stop people from saying Black Lives Matter, not because they were scared of the slogan itself, but because they wanted to stop you from protesting because they didn't like what you were protesting about. Okay? That's it. Isn't a slogan a device to quickly get a message across? If the slogan only becomes worthwhile once you spend massive energy to correct the misinterpretation it's created, doesn't that defeat the point? It's kind of like Fear and. Fear and is a silly podcast name, is a silly brand name. Everyone at first was like, oh, it's stupid, it doesn't matter. What the fuck do you mean it doesn't matter? But like, ultimately, if you can overcome that initial hurdle, then everyone will associate it with like actually what it is. Okay? It's unique. That's just how all slogans and sloganeering and all marketing works. That's just how it is. Anyway, a lot of people are still saying, nope, it's still bad. Okay. It gives so much ammo to conservatives, though. Calling it defund the police is just a bad name. I think like having these sorts of back and forth debates is also utterly unproductive in general. Okay? Because a slogan is just something that you say to start the conversation. Okay? And a lot of people, no matter how carefully calculated your slogan is, your opposition will always try to frame it in a negative fashion. Black Lives Matter means all lives don't matter until Black lives also matter because Black lives don't matter right now. Right? Like that's what it meant. And yet people actively bastardized it. That's why I always go back to BLM. But now everybody knows what it means. And now it's gone through its popularity. And now it's actually it's actually now associated with, unfortunately, the national organization, which was somewhat fraudulent. But ultimately, most people still understand what it means when someone says Black Lives Matter, right? Like, for example, the liberal protests, Nokings, okay, created by 5501 that took place this past weekend with 7 million attendees all across thousands of different towns and big cities all around the United States of America. If we were to leave it up to the Republicans, they'll say Nokings means you want America to fucking die. You hate America. And they were actively trying to position against that. They were like, oh, Nokings means you hate America. You hate America. Trump is not a king, so obviously you just want him dead or something. Or whenever people talk about like Antifa, anti-fascism, right? They're like, oh, you just want to kill us. You just want to kill us. You're saying we're a Nazi and you want to kill us. It's like, no, we're just saying you're a Nazi because you're behaving like a Nazi. You don't have to concede on the messaging front on a lot of these things, right? Because the moment that you do end up conceding and say, you know what, you're right, this slogan is bad, you have, for no real reason, decided to drop this cause instead of just like doubling down and explaining to people exactly what it means until you change the association with it. A lot of this stuff, a lot of the back and forth on the optics front revolves around which side's messaging is more powerful. It's not actually about the slogan itself. I'll give you the best example. Pro-life. Okay? Do we believe Republicans actually mean that they're pro-life? No, they're pro-force. They're pro taking away women's bodily autonomy. They're pro forcible pregnancies being carried to term. And yet they have been able to design their movement not just on the slogan alone, but they've been able to design they've been able to design what that means. Okay. It's not because the slogan itself is good, even though it is good, right? It is a good slogan, but everybody understands if you're opposition to pro-life sentiment, you immediately know what that means. If you're pro-choice, you immediately know what pro-life means, right? The choice to kill your baby. Yes, exactly. Baby murder. Yes. People are proud to be Nazis nowadays, though. The choice to kill your baby. Yeah. Yeah, baby kebab. Exactly. Anyway, keep in mind this is from a Fox News poll. This is inherently biased against Mamdani. Social workers dealing with domestic disputes said this is crazy. Just describing the process how I got my mom to agree with Bernie Sanders back in 2015. As long as you don't say the words leftist or socialist, you can get conservatives to agree with you on basically anything. Yeah. But there is value, I think. There is value, I think, in standing by certain messages and not be afraid to defend them. There are red lines that I personally draw as well. As you guys know, one of the most famous ones is when I refused to concede on, like, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, or even globalize the Intifada, which Zoran shouldn't have actually conceded on. I think his initial statement was appropriate and apt. And the reason why I don't do that, the reason why I stand firmly and committed to certain messages, because I know that the oppositional framing on those messages are not about the slogan itself. They're not about the slogan itself at all. And they're about the movement itself. Long-time YouTube watcher, first-time commentator. I'm an active duty service member who also wears a keffiyeh in support of Palestine. I've spoken out against Zionism, the ongoing genocide, the cost of risk and retirement benefits. I've also got my 79-year-old parents that agree with your positions and analysis. Keep up the good work. Hell yeah. Okay. In my experience, the best way to combat red scare propaganda is to lean into the average person's distrust about mainstream media, like they lied about Iraq. You don't think they lie about communism? Yeah, I mean that could be a decent way to do it. But the same goes for socialism, Marxism, communism, all of those things. People, when they hear it, go, ugh, I'm scared of that. I've been conditioned into being scared of that. I've been conditioned into being fearful. I've been conditioned into assuming that, like, it means mass poverty for all. And it's like, no, it just means that you get to take home more pay from what you create at your workplace. It means that you get to have more control over your life. It means more democracy happening at the workplace as well. You like democracy. I like democracy. We all like democracy. And yet we spend 80% of our lives, we spend 80% of our adult lives in a non-democratic structure. Because the workplace is authoritarian. The workplace is outright fascist, really, when you think about it. So that's it. It's just like you can explain to people what this means, depending on what your worldview looks like. Okay? You said we. Oh boy, here come the Clippers, Lamau. Says you, we. I know. Saw a video of a woman who voted for Trump. Her baby's having issues and his heart rate dropped. She may need to get an abortion. Babies can die in the womb. An abortion removes the baby from the womb. She fell for the misinformation that all abortions are done late term. And now she regrets her vote because she herself may need an abortion. She's forced to birth the dead baby. She herself may very well die as well. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, God. So, conservatives, when everyone knows their culture wars first, progressives win when everyone knows their policies first. Yeah. One thing that I want to stress, the importance on is, did I end up tweeting that thing earlier today? I was planning on, because this is something I've been thinking about quite a bit. Okay, this is something I've been thinking about quite a bit. Oh, I don't think I did. Okay, I didn't end up tweeting it, but we'll talk about Zohran Mamdani as well. But I guess let's get started. Let's move on from this stuff. POV is 2032 and it's Cyber Trump's first term. And you're waiting for the bus, and your compatriot that is also waiting for the bus accidentally thinks of an anti-Israeli thought, so Palantir flesh monster made from immigrants appears from the dark and snatches him away. Yeah, I mean, this is our future that we should be getting ready for. HRT works so fast. Yeah, that's true. All right. Holy lib energy. Woke is back on the menu, baby. What the fuck? I don't believe Disney Plus, Hulu, etc. lost 1.7 million subscribers because of Jimmy Kimmel. Disney Plus was dropped by 3 million US subscribers in September, while 4.1 million canceled Hulu. Oh my God. It turns out liberals do not play around, brother. They do not play around with their Jimmy Kimmel. It turns out, holy moly, that is, wow. Stay woke, don't go broke is right. Oh my God. Go anti-woke and you will go broke. God damn. God damn. Woke is back. Woke is back. Woke is back. Woke is so back. Woke is on the menu, dude. Woke is on the fucking menu. It turns out for the treatlerites, you take their treats away and they will respond. They will respond in a way. The treatlerite vanguard, dude. I was, oh my Lord. My friend's millennial mom, who's kind of left of lib, canceled her Spotify subscription because it plays ICE ads. Woke is making a comeback. I live in rural Tennessee, by the way. Yeah. Woke is making a comeback. Look at the fucking Nokings protest. That's all woke shit. That's all like 65-year-olds being like, we have to start combating fascism militarily and shit. Sure, there are a lot of like incredible liberal elements within. There are a lot of incredible liberal elements within the Nokings protest, for sure. But I'm telling you right now, the boomer coalition the boomer bloc is infinitely more radicalized than you think they are, but they just don't have the mechanism to communicate their anger. They don't have the tools to be able to say like, this is what I want, because of a lifetime of Red Scare propaganda, which is why I said it is silly to cast aside any sort of protest or any sort of movement, mobilization like this and poo-poo it from afar. Okay. I'm telling you, there are a lot of people out there who recognize everything that's going on as like completely untenable, completely inappropriate, and abhorrent. Okay. Bro, come on, it's a gathering, not a fucking protest. They just want blue team to win so they can get back to the apathetic Twinkie consumption. Be for fucking real. Oh my God. Oh my God. Listen, are there people who just want that? Absolutely. Absolutely. But I don't think you realize how much more the average liberal has moved in the direction of like demanding that they have like a fighter, a democratic socialist or a social democrat in a country where like this was impossible. Okay. This was impossible to fathom, especially for boomers. I'm saying if we do not use this momentum to our advantage and take away all of that interest that people clearly have in changing things, into organizing, into developing class consciousness, then what is the alternative? My point is, and has always been, if you build it, people will come. Okay? And in the absence of building anything, all you are doing is chirping into the fucking wind. You're not doing anything. You're just saying like, ugh, these guys just fucking suck. You just want to come across like you're right. You are reframing a cynical and nihilistic perspective as real activism. Okay? I'm not saying that the Nokings protests ultimately are going to single-handedly change discourse or change the dynamic of this administration, but expressing discontent and mobilizing in this fashion, even if it's for basically a fucking parade, implies that there are people out there who recognize right from wrong, okay, who are willing to go out in the streets, and also on top of that are looking for something different, an alternative vision, because they're also, a lot of those people are also upset with the Democrats anyway. It's that simple. And if you look at the trend lines in fucking socialism, amongst the Democrats in general, socialism support is at an all-time high among the Democratic Party since 2010. Democrats are now saying that they are sympathetic towards socialism at 60+%. There are 16% of Republicans that are sympathetic to socialism. I don't know who the fuck those guys are, okay? I need to understand the mindset of those dudes. But like, this in a country like the United States of America is crazy. This in a country like the United States of America is unheard of. A lot of people don't realize that the United States of America is the imperial core. This is where the anti-socialist sentiment bred, okay? Post-World War II, we took on the task from the fascists and we made it our number one cause because fascists rose to power when socialism was at its peak, okay? Post-industrial revolution, the way that commodity production was designed at the time with factory lines and the assembly lines made it so perfect for people to radicalize. You had the peasant class in the countryside. That was a little bit harder to get together, but ultimately there were so many different initiatives that created a movement of socialism that we haven't seen since, okay? You had successful revolutions, right? You had the successful revolution in the most unlikely place, in Russia. It was supposed to be Germany, okay? Even Lenin would agree, right? It was supposed to be Germany, and Germany was this fucking close, was this close. Italy as well. And there were mistakes that were made along the way, but ultimately, given the undemocratic structure of a lot of these countries, the liberals were too fearful of allowing society to go through this radical transformation at the hands of revolutionaries, and they were at the mercy of the fascists who said, our number one op is socialists. We will kill them. We will fight them. We will enact vigilante justice upon them. Anytime there's a strike happening anywhere, whether it be the peasants in the countryside or whether it be the industrialists and the trade unionists in the big cities, we will brutalize them. And all of the petite bourgeoisie and all of the large capital owners decided those are our guys. They will actually do everything to stop this movement, to stop this momentum. And they leaned into it. And that's how fascism blew the fuck up until it had to be put down militarily. And that wasn't even for the United States of America and for the rest of the Allied forces, with the exception of the USSR. That wasn't necessarily done because of an ideological difference. It's not like they hated fascism. It's that they hated the expansion that the fascist governments were engaging in. Okay? Now, having said that, we don't have any of that right now. Because in the aftermath of World War II, America very quickly decided our real ops are actually socialists and communists. Our real ops are the USSR. Our real ops is the specter that is haunting Europe. And they did everything in their power to make sure that fascists came back into positions of power in Western European liberal democracies. They did everything in their power to combat any sort of movement or any sort of initiative and stamp out any sort of socialist predisposition, socialist tendency. Okay? And they successfully did that. And America, which never had as robust a socialist movement as any of these European countries anyway, was at the heart of that anti-socialist movement. So for Americans now to, without any class consciousness whatsoever, being the most heavily propagandized proletariat out there, to finally come to terms on their own due to the severity of the income and wealth disparity crisis that is imminent, crisis that they're facing, that is a gift. That is a gift for all of us. It's a gift for organizing. But instead of locking in at a time when the liberal left flank party is at its weakest, and the right-wing reactionary party is very actively moving away from liberalism towards fascism, and that is creating a lot of discontent. Instead of locking in and using this as an opportunity to organize, we're just fighting amongst ourselves over petty shit. At least that's the way I see it. That's the way I see it. And this kind of stuff gives me more confidence than ever before. Today's CNN poll reports that almost 1 in 5 American adults consider themselves democratic socialists, almost the same number who say they're a part of the MAGA movement. Okay. Is anti-imperialism petty shit, though? No. It's not. The expression of anti-imperialism that many people engage in, however, with no reasonable alternative, is oftentimes disagreements born out of marginal disagreements that explode, and it's a byproduct of just being online, I think. Also, it's ironic because at least like at the time, it wasn't, I don't think it was, I mean, I guess it was still considered anti-imperialism, but like at the time, the no war but class war position during World War I was a formative part of socialist organizing. So there is that as well. And that was a major issue and a major point of contention among socialists, historical socialists as well. Some who said, you know, we have to engage in these sorts of wars, and found themselves at the mercy of nationalistic sentiment, and then maybe even moved on and created, potentially created movements like fascism. I got too much Mussolini, son of the century, on the mind when I talk about this stuff. Karl Marx's brain would have exploded when learning that Germany was not leading the fight for Marxist political and economical thought, but rather the damn Russians and the peasants and Chinese. Yeah, I mean, it happens. Sometimes it happens in unfathomable and unforeseeable ways. But anyway, my point is, and always will be,
in one word,
there are people out there that you would never expect. There are people out there who are small business owners, for example, like literally small business owners, like who have a class position, that puts them at odds with any sort of like socialist movement, and yet they see fascism and they recognize it as bad because we live in a post-World War II universe where fascism was on paper defeated. Okay. Some Nazis will even say like, oh, America's like civic nationalism revolves around being anti-Hitler. And they say that in a disparaging way, but like that's a pretty solid civic religion that you could structure your world around. That's just at its core, maybe through some misunderstandings, like a fundamental anti-fascist principle. And that's solid. That's a good line of organizing. That's a good way to push people to your side on this issue, because socialists are uncompromisingly anti-fascist. Marxists are always uncompromisingly anti-fascist. And considering that this is the world that we live in now is not one where fascism is born anew, and people are going, wow, these guys might be a different alternative, a revolutionary alternative that I might actually be on board with. We now know what fascism looks like when left to its own devices. We know what it looks like when it's a form of governance, and we don't like it. Okay? We know what the impact of this is. We know that it means like mass destabilization, a constant expansionist principle, an identity that revolves around this like mythological, ethno-religious, or national superiority that does not actually exist. That's it. Anyway, let's see what this guy's saying.
I would describe the Democratic Party as spineless.
Weak. Cowardice.
Disappointing.
Shameful. Crying.
Useless.
Awesome. Weak.
Incompetent.
Let down. Spineless.
The Democratic Party, in one word, lost.
I don't think these guys are fucking card carrying commies, man. Some of them might be, but I don't think all of them are. Okay? And while the Nokings protest might have had a variety of different libs in general, this is the broader sentiment. This is the broadest sentiment expressed at these rallies. We must capture this. We must capture this energy and redirect it into a more successful mechanism of organizing. Okay? Because as I said at the rally to all of the journalists that kept asking me, like, do you think this is good? Do you think this is good? I said over and over again, it's not enough. It's good, but it's not enough. The next step from this point on is to demonstrate power. Okay? Anyway, we're going to start off with the Amazon Web Service issues and then move on to the Nokings protests and stuff like that. I have to pee really quickly, though.
News overnight, a major global outage impacting so many popular websites and apps like Amazon, Alexa, Snapchat, Fortnite. Rhiannon Alley starts us off with the latest developments. Good morning, Rhiannon.
Hey, good morning to you, George. Yeah, if you were up late overnight wanting to watch some of your favorite shows, or even if you had a flight to catch, you may have noticed a problem with many of your favorite apps thanks to a major outage taking down some really big name favorites. Amazon Web Services, which is a leader in the cloud infrastructure market, reported the outage, citing an operational issue, saying around 2 a.m. East Coast time that it was working to accelerate the recovery. According to the app that tracks problems like these, Down Detector, some of the sites affected that you mentioned, Amazon, Prime Video, Disney Plus, which is owned by the parent company of ABC, Lyft, McDonald's, Snapchat, United Airlines, Venmo, and Verizon. The list goes on and on. Some United and Delta customers even reported on social media they couldn't find their reservations online, they couldn't check in, they couldn't drop their bags. Other social media users cited problems with cloud-based games, including Roblox and Fortnite. AWS said it was seeing significant signs of recovery around 2:45, 3 a.m. Eastern time, saying most of those sites should be back up and running. So pretty much everything is restored this morning, guys, but it really shows you how many of these websites we use.
But as of 5 a.m., Angry Birds still was not up because I was up early this morning trying to play my Angry Birds before coming here, Rhiannon. So hopefully by the time we're through here, it'll be back online.
Hopefully so.
Yeah, all right.
In the Middle East, there were serious threats to the fragile ceasefire in Gaza over the weekend. Israel struck multiple targets inside Gaza after a deadly attack on Israeli soldiers, which Hamas claims it was not involved in. We're also learning more about the ceasefire.
Yeah, we're not gonna do this yet. I'm gonna get to it in a second. Okay, I'm gonna get to that in a second. Do we know what happened with the AWS or what? Because I got the 60-minute stuff too, but I'll get to that after. I'm gonna do the Nokings stuff first. Okay. Denver Nokings protest maggot eats shit chasing protesters. Wait, is this in Denver? I thought this was in New York. I guess it was in Denver. I saw this clip. It is pretty funny. It's a little sad. It's funny, but it's also a little sad because, like, I don't know. I feel like when I see like an old person fall, it still kind of makes me feel sad about it. It's like seeing like a fat kid get bullied. Maybe because I'm an old person and I see myself falling like in the same way. It is karma though. Let's take a look.
Let's go, Ice!
Yeah, not Mitch McConnell. Not Mitch McConnell. That shit's funny as hell. So you had a bunch of small business tyrants, it seems. And I know there's a little bit of blood in this video, but it's not like it's not so significant that it's like it's not so significant that it's like TOS. I know blood is clearly visible, guys. Shut up. It's not a TOS violation. Calm down. So yeah, these old guys, they try to do like a little counter protest on their own.
Ride your bike, you fucking fag! Go get a job!
This skater guy steals his glasses, and then this guy skids on his own while he's trying to chase him. It's so funny, okay? Dude, I love this because he just literally slides on his face, okay? Oh, God. Oh, my Lord. That was crazy, okay? There was a sheriff's convention this weekend. It was full of dad cop boys. He just ate it. Now, the second time, someone may or may not have accidentally tripped him, okay? Because, the second time is much worse. But you'll see in a second. He gets up. He says, you know what? That's not enough for me, okay? That's not enough for me. I need more. I need more of this. So that's the first down. Second time, I don't know what happened there. I can't tell. I just don't know what happened there, but it just seemed to me like he accidentally slipped and fell again. Slipped and fell on someone else's. Oh God, Salan. He accidentally seems to slip and fall. Okay, it must have been the wind type shit, and just pile drives face first into the concrete, into the sidewalk, which is bad. I mean, that's not good. That's not good at all. Okay, that's not good at all. That's really bad, and it's also very scary. Luckily, he's got hog. He's got the hoggiest of all skulls. He's got hog skull. Okay, like perfect hog skull. And what I mean by that is like he might actually fuck that concrete up. You know what I mean? The way he just like dove head first into it. Okay, because look, he just gets up. And people at this point, like people that are holding him at that point are not even like holding him to beat his ass. They're like, dude, stop. Because I looked through this, I watched this video a bunch, okay? And it's very obvious because I was like thinking like, what would I do in this situation? And I probably would go up to him and try to tell him like, dude, you have to stop. Like you are literally like you're in a dangerous situation. And I don't think you actually realize how dangerous of a situation you're in. Okay. And that's like what the people around him are trying to do at that point. Even the guys that are like very clearly a part of the anti-fascist protests, like they're trying to communicate to him that he is in danger. He's gonna fall, or he's going to like start a fucking mob and get his ass beat.
Hey, get your buddy. Get your buddy.
Back up, man. You ran into me. What the fuck?
Hey, don't touch me. Don't touch me.
He just wants his glasses back. I think he wants more than his glasses back. I think he wants to get his get back. Okay. And while I, of course, disavow violence, I disavow violence. In a crowded environment like this one, okay, you have no control over the situation. You have no control over the situation whatsoever. You went there to like specifically, to specifically piss off the people that are protesting, and you put yourself in this, you put yourself in this position where it's like very obviously a dangerous environment. Okay. It doesn't help that your politics are also on the wrong side as well. But it's like, even if your politics were on the right side and you went to like a fucking active Nazi rally as an anti-fascist, you know, it would be a little bit more defensible considering that, you know, I agree with the anti-fascist on principle and on the motives, but I would still say like it's very dangerous to present yourself as a singular force surrounded by a bunch of fucking oppositional figures who will flip and beat the fuck out of you. You know what I mean? Like it's a level of self-preservation. And before people say like victim blaming on this, okay? If he wasn't like, you are better than this, what do you mean? If it wasn't Hasan stopped falling this low, we should not act like MAGA. He uses freedom of speech, tripping him for it to laugh because he failed is not okay, even though he said disgusting stuff. We are better than this. Come on. No, like I said, I disavow it. It's very dangerous. He could have actually fucked himself up way worse. But my point is, what I'm trying to say is that this is a stupid fucking thing to do regardless. Like you have to be a little bit more self-aware. He thought, being MAGA, that he was an unstoppable force. Okay? And then like a skater guy just like fucks with him. It's like a kid. Like it's very clearly like a teenager who fucks with him, and he doesn't chase him because this is like the most important thing that has been stolen from him, like a familial heirloom or something. He chases him because he feels embarrassed. It's all ego, okay? Before Americans get on their like draconian shit for a brief moment and say like, oh, dude, you know, this is a theft. This is a theft. He has every right to like try to apprehend the fucking person. It's like sometimes the person that is wrong politically could be wronged as well, but also he is not making the situation better for himself at all. Okay? Like if you go there and you try to like antagonize people thinking that like nothing can happen, sometimes things can happen is what I'm saying. And while it is inappropriate, okay, and it's very dangerous to do so, you got to have a little bit better, you got to have some more self-preservation instincts. You know what I mean? Like, what are we talking about? Is that, am I crazy? Like, it's common sense, no? Like, the fuck? You're like actively trying to agitate people, and then you're around teenagers. Well, yeah, one of them is going to fucking fuck with you. 100%. I've been in situations like this. There have been instances where teenagers have tried to fuck with me as well. You just got to avoid it. You have to control yourself, okay? But even his starting position is like, you know, he's behaving like a fucking animal. Don't mention that stream. I'm still mad about it, lol. Yeah, like the fucking Bill Clinton kid, Matan. When I was at the Writers Guild strikes, he came up and he like tried to do a bit, and I didn't give into it. I didn't like acknowledge him. You know what I mean? And the reason why I didn't do that is because what am I supposed to do? Fucking beat up a teenager? What are you, crazy? No, it's a teenager. It's a little kid. Like, what are you supposed to do? You can't do anything. Like, if the starting point of the story is, yeah, I was harassing a bunch of people and fucking slurring at them, and then a teenager stole my glasses, if that's how that story ended, everyone would look at you and be like, well, okay, you shouldn't have done that then. But a lot of people, for some weird reason, especially liberals, look at the situation and go, well, he was just exercising his free speech. It's actually completely insane that like someone stole his personal possessions. It's like, okay, well, let's dial back a little bit. Okay? If you were to explain this story and you're like, yeah, I wanted to show those goddamn libtards what's up, and I just kept fucking calling them the F slur over and over again, and then like some random teenager stole my glasses, yeah, people would look at you and go, that's a little silly, don't you think? If that's where the story ended, and he didn't like give chase, you know? That's what would have taken place. Dang, free speech means nothing, huh? Brother, that's the most favorable to his position is what I'm saying. But while we can look at something on paper, and say, oh, this on paper looks wrong, human beings don't operate that way, especially in a chaotic environment like a protest where you are very clearly a right-wing counter-protester trying to agitate. Okay? That's why I have so much respect for protest marshals, like during the college campus protests that took place against Israel, where they actively would not allow agitators to go into the encampments for this reason. That's it. Like, I don't think we need to behave in this like incredibly neurodivergent manner where we're like, well, I'm a rule-abiding citizen and technically he did everything by the book. Like, he was slurring at a bunch of anti-fascist protesters, and that's totally and that's just like constitutionally protected act of free speech. Like, I mean, yeah, it is, but that's just not how things work in the real world, is my point. If someone were to walk up to a bunch of like Black Lives Matter protesters and started saying the N-word at them, what do you think would happen? For example, right? Marshals are cops? No, protest marshals are not cops in the student encampment chatter. What are you talking about? They're just the protest organizers. I think the counter for the other person that the counter for the other person that tripped him, who probably will get arrested if he hasn't been already, like they probably found who he is and they arrested him subsequently. But the if I was on his defense team, I'd be like, well, I saw, you know, a dangerous person chasing someone, and I wanted to safely try to stop them in that pursuit before it like got out of hand or something. You know what I mean? That's probably what they would say. But ultimately, a lot of these other people, what is this? Brother, I'm not trying to be that person. I'm simply trying to tell you, please don't say shit like this. This isn't a clip for, this isn't for a clip. This is for you and our community to avoid it in the future, because this is how people own you. No, I don't. Okay. I'm going to repeat myself one more time. I don't think it's appropriate for someone to trip an old person and have them fucking pummel their skull in the concrete. But beyond that, okay, there are numerous points of de-escalation coming from the person, the individual party that was wronged, where this could have been handled very differently. Okay, for example, number one, he doesn't have to try and fucking agitate people, right? He doesn't have to try and agitate people at a Nokings protest, but he did, right? He did do that. And then secondly, when some fucking skater teenager steals his glasses to fuck with him, he doesn't have to give chase instantly. Okay? Like, that's what I'm saying. We are becoming like incredibly we're looking at this in this like very black and white way, where I'm saying human beings, especially in a fucking chaotic environment like this, don't operate that way. Self-preservation is important. Okay? Part of the reason why he doesn't have any self-preservation in this moment, even though like all these other people are trying to stop him at this point, they're not trying to beat his ass. They're trying to be like, dude, stop. Like, you're going to get in trouble. Okay? They are trying to separate him from a much larger crowd. I can't believe how much this funny as fuck video derailed the stream because chatters are so rule of law coded. Not my kind of autism. No, a lot of people look at that and they think like, no, this is you must condemn and then move on. You know what I mean? This unlock feels manufactured to get you to over-explain why we don't care that someone defended themselves against a homophobic harasser. Yeah, I just like.
Hey, get your buddy. Get your buddy.
Back up, man. You ran into me. What the fuck?
Hey, don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Trip his ass. Trip his ass. Fuck you. Fuck off, pussy. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here, dude. What are you doing? Get out of here.
Like the last dude in the Bernie Bro shirt is very me coded in this situation. Like I was looking at this and I was like, that's exactly what I would be trying to do to him. Like in this moment to be like, dude, stop. Like you don't understand. Like this is a massive crowd that you are surrounded by. I don't think you realize like with your lead poisoned brain, you're seeing red currently, but this is going to go very south for you. Okay. He's like, dude, they're gonna kill you. Get out of here. Like, stop. Like, that's what it is. That's what's going on. They're trying to de-escalate. And he's like, nope. He's like, nope. Like, look, he's de-escalating. The guy finally understands what's going on and reaches back and is like, okay, never mind. I just want my glasses or something like that.
I don't want you to get hurt more than you are. I don't know where they are. Buy new glasses.
It's just like the worst part is the boy probably traveled to Denver for a Giants game and they lost too. It's wild to me that the party at Castle Doctrine of Self-Defense laws don't think it'll get used against them. Yeah, this is what I have. This is unironically one of the things that I try to describe in like the Kyle Rittenhouse situation as well. Once like the first shot is fired, okay, when you have a weapon, then the second person that tries to apprehend you with a skateboard, when you shoot that person, I know the courts obviously weighed against my position on this, but it was the same principle in the Kyle Rittenhouse situation. In a protest, people don't know what the fuck's going on. They just see a dude with an AR-15 shooting at people, and they want to try and stop that person from killing others. Okay, they don't know what your background is. They don't know if you were like initially apprehended or not, you know? And the same goes here as well. You're like trying to fucking swing at a bunch of people. They are going to try to stop you. They are going to try and stop you because they think you are trying to attack a fucking crowd of people. And a lot of people don't realize that. Like a lot of people in the moment from afar, a lot of people don't realize what the mentality is in that very moment of a lot of the onlookers. Okay? For a lot of people that are there, they just see like this one fucking random guy trying to swing at a bunch of motherfuckers out there. Y'all need to watch that new Netflix documentary, The Perfect Neighbors. So good about a case that they try to use your standing ground and lost. Unavoidable, unfortunately, unless we didn't allow random people to carry assault rifles in large crowds. So yeah, impossible. Anyway, I haven't finished Mussolini, Son of the Century yet because I am on the last episode. But yeah, that was one of the incidents that took place. AWS outage spotlights the global economy's fragile foundations, going back to it. But they're... Amazon Web Services, the biggest cloud computing provider, went down Monday morning, crippling thousands of services from some of the biggest companies on Earth. For when you cover Gaza after Nokings, breaking news, Al Jazeera reveals Major Sean Glass, commander of the Vampire Empire Company within Israel's 52nd Battalion under 401st Armored Brigade, gave the order from inside a tank to open fire on the car carrying a Palestinian child, Hind Rajab, and her family, as well as on the ambulances trying to rescue them. Jesus Christ. Yeah, a bunch of companies went down, apparently. Everything is connected. Everything is interconnected to AWS, obviously. Hold on. Let's remove this paywall real quick. AWS outrage was outage was DNS, is always DNS. Cloud engineer who uses AWS daily. US East 1 data center in Northern VA is AWS's most capacity and most used region by far. If that one has issues, even a seemingly minor one, then that can cascade and cause significant problems throughout the internet, since a lot of companies host their sites on US East 1 specifically, maybe other regions as well. Yeah. Everything's computer. Everything is Amazon Web Service. But obviously, this highlights how fragile the internet is. AWS outage spotlights the global economy's fragile foundations. Axios reports AWS, the biggest cloud computing provider, went down Monday morning, crippling thousands of services from some of the biggest companies on Earth. Why it matters: for all its complexity and size, the global economy is fragile. Breaking just one weak link drives big disruptions online and in the real world. This is also something that is important to recognize in terms of how much labor power exists out there. Okay? Because of our incredibly interconnected system, even one sector in the supply chain can cause major disruptions. Something very important to consider for the labor movement that remains in this country. Okay? Just understand. Like, this is why I always say we have a lot more power than we think we do at our disposal in terms of gumming up the works, in terms of making demands. It's just that capital owners recognize that, which is precisely the reason why they've done everything in their power to disrupt any sort of labor militancy before it ever happens. And ruin any attempts to even create a network of pressure in the form of labor unions that could ever do collective bargaining or work stoppages. Okay? Why it matters: for all of its complexity and size, the global economy is fragile. Where it stands: Amazon's East Coast region, responsible for a lot of the internet, was the culprit. Zoom, Venmo, WhatsApp, and many gaming, banking, social media, and consumer sites saw large spikes in reported outages, according to the tracker Down Detector. The East Side, or what am I saying? The site said more than 11 billion people worldwide reported issues with more than 2,500 companies as of 12:45 p.m. EST. This was the biggest AWS outage of the year. Amazon said it addressed the problem, but as of early afternoon on the East Coast, many websites were still experiencing disruptions. Just three massive cloud providers, Amazon, Microsoft, and Google, serve as the technical backbone of the internet. Millions of people and thousands of companies rely on each one. This is a recent phenomenon. Businesses used to have their own data centers, but outsourcing that infrastructure to big cloud companies is cheaper and more efficient. Between the lines, computer systems have always had glitches or failed. What's different now is the centralization risk, says Corey Quinn, chief cloud economist at Duckbill, an AWS consulting firm. This is a problem with corporate consolidation. This is a problem with every sector. Corporate consolidation is exactly what every mega company wants to do. All companies want to merge and acquire one another until they're one ginormous singular force, okay? At least an oligopoly, or at best a monopoly. And right now on the cloud server, like web hosting side, we have, as the Axios article correctly reports, three major providers. That's it. You have Microsoft, you have Google, and you have Amazon. Amazon AWS, Microsoft's is Azure. I don't know what Google's is called. I guess it's just Google. I don't even know what the fuck it's called. Right? Google Cloud. Google Cloud Platform. Thank you. Okay. So those are the three major service providers that are basically the backbone. That's why it's like virtually impossible to protest or refuse to be off of like the Amazon train in its entirety. This is something that I've described to people when they're like, you work for Amazon, like you're literally a direct participant in Amazon's cruelty. And it's like, there is virtually no way outside of utilizing Amazon Web Services. Okay. So this is part of the reason why a lot of these services, if they are going to become monopolies, need to be controlled by the government. That's at least my assessment. That's at least my take on this, okay? Because otherwise, we have delegated tremendous power to a handful, a bunch of different capital owners under the notion that as long as they continue to be incentivized by the profit generation structure, they won't fuck around and use this awesome power against us, right? The big picture. It takes a crisis to make invisible pieces of critical infrastructure visible, both online and in the physical world. During COVID, we all got the lesson and importance of the supply chain, learning that silicon chips power much of our stuff, and basically just one island, Taiwan, makes them. The crisis also uncovered the overall fragility in the just-in-time economy, where business kept just enough inventory on hand, so any delay could cause massive disruptions. We effectively try and squeeze all the fat out of various interactions. At some point, you start getting to the bone, Quinn says. Yes, but these outages happen to Amazon infrequently, says Mike Chappell, who teaches cybersecurity at the University of Notre Dame. There was also a major disruption in 2021 that affected everything from Disney parks and Adele ticket sales, Bloomberg reported at the time. Most companies design their services with fail-safes. They can handle breakdowns. That's far more expensive for smaller firms. They are more susceptible. Amazon is investigating the cause of Monday's outage. Axios' Avery Lotz reports cybersecurity and cloud experts said the company typically does a deep dive and learns from its mistakes. Hopefully you never have the same kind of failure happen twice, Chappell says. This is also going to be a problem when there's no oversight or transparency. We will never know if an increasing amount of these failures are due to the use of AI or due to all their coding infrastructure. Yeah. From what I understand, there's still parts of this that haven't been like completely solved, completely fixed, and we'll see where it goes. But I just wanted to look into it a little bit further. All right. Let's get to the Nokings protest once again. Where the heck is it? All right, these are all here. First and foremost, Donald Trump, as we covered when he first posted this, Donald Trump is a child. He has a child's brain. Many Americans have children's mindsets. We already know this, but there's perhaps no better evidence of this reality than Donald Trump's AI shenanigans. Donald Trump this past weekend during the Nokings protest posted this AI video where he is flying a fighter jet. I'm just going to show you the video itself, okay? That's right. That's Donald Trump dumping fecal matter from a fighter jet while wearing a crown on top of a bunch of protesters in New York led by friend of the show, Harry Sisson. This, of course, made me feel some type of way because Harry Sisson, in spite my best attempts, has gotten the Trump notice before me. Very fucked up. It led me to spiral. It caused me to think, am I washed? How is this possible? How is it that Harry Sisson would get the Trump notice before me? Diaper dumping Donnie. Yeah. I can't believe Harry Sisson got pooped on by Donald Trump before me. I have felled off. Okay? I have felled off. It's very clear. But anyway, Harry Sisson then posted, can a reporter please ask Trump why he posted an AI video of himself dropping poop on me from a fighter jet? That would be great. Thanks. To which J.D. Vance replied to Harry saying, I'll ask him for you, Harry. Because this fucking administration is run by morons. Childish morons. Okay? What are we doing? What are we fucking how is this? Like, this is the most powerful country on the planet still. Okay? Think about that. I'm not like Mr. Institutionalist, okay? I am not. Why are you mad Trump ain't shit on you? I'm just a little mad because Harry Sisson got the notice before me, but that's like me just memeing. I'm more so mad about the fact that this is what the administration is doing, and I'm doubly mad that while this is what the administration is doing, okay, the reception on actions like this, no matter how fucking childish it is, no matter how stupid it is, no matter how silly it is, no matter how much this is supposed to highlight how little they are doing, how little the Republicans are doing to solve any of the financial crises that average Americans are experiencing, the base seems to love it. Do you understand? The base for Donald Trump loves this shit. I look at this and I think, oh my God, how can the Democrats be losing to this? Okay? This should be a moment of self-reflection, self-criticism, and to instantly change everything that the Democrats have done so far. You should be looking at this and going, how the fuck did we get here? Okay? How is it possible to lose to this? We have a million different severe crises in this country, and one of them, I think, is the anti-intellectualism that has run amok. Okay? Like, Donald Trump is gutting SNAP benefits and subsidies for Medicaid. His administration at a time when people are like really suffering from the cost of living crisis is making things more costly for the average American. And all they need to do is just like meme like this. And the base goes, hell yeah, brother. Yeah, as long as you're locking up Mexicans. As long as you're locking up Mexicans and doing this kind of funny, haha, Hakeem Jeffries is a Mexican AI videos, I'm with you, brother, all the way. This should be an opportunity to highlight the lack of interest in the administration in solving any of these like material problems for the Democrats. The Democrats should be using this as a opportunity to radicalize the base further, to actually pull some of these Republicans away from the Trump administration, away from the MAGA movement, to be like, dude, these guys are deeply unserious. They don't give a shit about you. Oh God, I love me some fucking hogs, baby. When are you gonna thank Trump for freeing Palestine? Oh God, beautiful. Beautiful oinking piggies in my chat. I get so excited at this. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. When he actually liberates Palestine, I will thank him. Okay? In any case, they take more to give their kids more. Can Americans just be adults and not rely on politicians on what to think? That's just not how it works. People need leadership, okay? And it's very obvious that there's a severe gap or there's a severe leadership crisis on the left flank in our current existing duopoly between the Democrats and the Republicans. The Republicans are just like memeing and shifting people's priorities away from the things that actually matter, while worsening their living standards and living conditions. And the Democrats are seemingly incapable of addressing that. That's a major problem. People need to be directed. People need to be led. Because if you don't do that, then there's just a lot of anger and a lot of animosity and a lot of resentment that's just out there with no productive output. Okay. That is my anger and my resentment on this story. But that was not the only thing that happened with the Nokings rallies. Obviously, the Nokings protest took place. The largest single-day protest in American history, which is pretty crazy, all around the country. A total of, I believe, 7 million people, many of which were actually boomers, as a matter of fact, took to the streets to express their discontent for as long as they can.
Americans came together across the country on Saturday to protest against the Trump administration. The No Kings movement, as they call themselves, claims our country is in danger of sliding into dictatorship. Torian Small reports now from Washington, where hundreds of thousands gathered.
From Times Square to LA, millions turned out for the No Kings Day of protests, pushing back against what they call abuse of power by President Trump.
This is what democracy looks like. We don't like what's happening under the current government.
Demonstrators called out Trump's policies, including his crackdown on immigration, domestic use of the military, and environmental rollbacks. In D.C., 22-year-old Eva Menaggio said she felt the day was about unity, not hate.
Everything here is so beyond positive. Like right over there's a dance party going on. I don't know how anyone could say this is a hate America rally.
Dude, this is my favorite thing, by the way. Another hog take, or at least someone who's been duped. No one in the chat has formed a thought on their own in the last few months. Why did they show clips from 2017? I love this because, one, he just immediately goes, everyone here is sheep. Unlike me, I fell for a lie that someone told on Twitter. Okay? I know exactly what this guy's talking about. There was a lie that was circulating on Twitter about how like MSNBC actually showed a previous protest from 2017 with the aerial footage, and it actually wasn't the current protest in Boston. Okay? I don't know why they chose to lie like that. Okay? I don't know why they chose that particular Boston protest to claim it was actually false. I mean, I get the energy behind it. Like it was someone, it was clear that like someone felt insecure, you know, some Republican felt insecure. I don't know where the lie was conceived initially, but Grok has once again misled ex-users by falsely claiming that this viral video of crowds yesterday at No Kings protest in Boston, which ran on Ali Velsh's program on MSNBC, is from 2017. This has led some users genuinely believing that the video is old, but Grok's assertion is incorrect. The video was filmed during yesterday's protest in Boston. The exact same aerial view of the crowd can be seen in multiple other videos of the protest in Boston posted by local news outlets yesterday. Reverse searching multiple frames from the clip brings no results earlier than yesterday, which means that the clip isn't old and first appeared online yesterday. Okay. Breaking. Analysts are calling this the biggest protest in American history. It's far bigger than any rally Donald Trump has ever had. This is Boston. Rallies like this are just happening in cities big and small all around the country. Let's go. It was huge. And I guess like people felt some type of way. They felt like kind of insecure about how big the protests were, even though like the New York protests were also massive as well. Bro fell for the rage bait. Wait, what? What do you mean? No, you fell for the rage bait, I think. Are you now just saying you were pretending? Is that what it is? Really? That's what we're doing? We're backpedaling? That's funny. Oh, I was just pretending to be fucking... I was just pretending to be stupid, dude. I fucking got you. Anyway. I think this story is actually more consequential because of the misinformation. And the reason why I say that is because, like, while this guy is obviously feeling a little embarrassed by it, and that's the reason why he's like, I was only pretending, dude. You know, while his opinion is obviously, his opinion is obviously irrelevant, there are a lot of people who thought that this was fake. Okay? There were a lot of people who fucking thought that this was fake. I don't know what this is. I don't know why you're showing me this. Anyway, and it's really wild. It is really wild to me that you can have journalists directly broadcasting from a massive protest, and you can have tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people arrive at an area, and then people online could just say it's fake, and then that's all it takes. Like, I don't know how many people actually went there, okay? I don't know exactly what the numbers are, but it seems like, tens of thousands, if not 100,000 people are in this like massive area, which means that they were there. They can like confirm it. And yet on the internet, you can just say, nah, this shit is fake actually, because you're biased and you personally believe that it's impossible to get this many fucking liberals to be offended enough by the administration that they're actually going to go and participate in a mass mobilization initiative such as this one. And that's all it takes for people. They go, nah, it's fake. And I think we're in a very dangerous place right now. We're in a very dangerous place because people refuse to think critically about this stuff. Like, your own personal biases online are way more important than than reputable outlets giving you real-time coverage of events that are taking place. I don't know how to deal with that. If we do not have a established mechanism of discerning truth, if we don't have a reality that everyone is on board with, we're fucked. There is no consensus truth. There is no consensus reality. We're fucked. People can just literally say, nope, I don't believe it. And if enough people, given their political biases, can decide what you can see with your own two fucking eyes is actually fake, we are extra fucked. I don't know how we move on from this. I don't know how we redesign a functional society if a decent chunk of the population decides like, what I can see with my own two eyes must be fake because it makes me feel bad to think that it's real. Add to that how easily artificial intelligence chatbots can also continue this malicious framing, like Grok, right? And you're cooked, because people would rather trust Grok than they would trust their own two fucking eyes and their own brain to think critically. I don't know what to say. It looks like X admitted it misled its users within hours by late afternoon, October 18th, after cross-referencing with BBC Verify's real-time analysis and additional sources like the AP and Reuters footage. I issued an updated response. Upon further verification, this video is authentic footage from October 18, 2025, Boston protest. Crowd estimates from multiple outlets, including drone imagery, placed the attendance at 20,000 to 30,000. My prior assessment was based on incomplete initial data. Apologies for the error. The correction was posted directly on X and pinned to relevant threads. Except it's too late, because a lot of people already ran with it because it corresponded to their biases. The initial bias there is there's no way this many liberals showed up against Donald Trump because Donald Trump is the best president of all time. If you're MAGA and you're online, as many extremely MAGA people are extremely online, you go, oh, there's no way this many libtards showed up. Okay? There's no way this many people hate my big, beautiful president. They must see it in the same way that I see it. So when reality doesn't match their expectation, they go, I don't want to believe this. And they will grab onto anything that tells them, you're right. Actually, this was fake. You're right. Actually, this was from 2017. And not a single person even needed to massage the narrative by like trying to find an alternative. No one even came up with like what protest from 2017 this actually was. They didn't even do that. They just simply said, this is fake. It's from 2017. And everyone went along with it because they wanted to believe it. Okay? They wanted to believe that this is a lie. They wanted to believe that this many people didn't show up. And then once they are met with the truth once again, and people go, you're wrong. This is just not how it is. What the fuck are you talking about? They just double down. They just fucking double down and go, okay, well, I was just, or they say, oh, I was just rage baiting. This is a terrifying prospect for the future of this country and for the future of the planet, really. I don't know how we bring back critical thinking for every single human being in this country, but it is a necessity. I think Ted Cruz repeated it to respond to Elizabeth Warren, but deleted it already. Now, this also is a byproduct of like people spending more time on the internet than they do in the real world, right? And what I mean by that is if all of the back and forth communication is happening online, or if most of it is happening online rather than in the real world, and you have no interest in going outside and checking the temperature, right? And you are much more, you have this high proclivity to lean into your biases, okay? And you find yourself in this like funnel of radicalization, then the real world might as not matter. If we are just always online, then the shit that people make up online is more important than the truth. It becomes the truth. Because there is, like I said, a necessity for a consensus on what the truth is. And while Ted Cruz deleted this tweet, it seems, or it's still up, why are Dems dishonestly sending around a video from 2017 claiming it was this past weekend? It's got 15,000 likes. Boston has been defying King since we threw the tea into the harbor in 1773.
Millions of people across the country marching as we speak against the policies of President Trump. This is Boston. Look at that. We'll continue to follow these rallies throughout the day here on MSNBC.
I don't know why they chose Boston. I don't know why they chose Boston to say it's wrong. Rage baiting, by the way. Oh, he's still at it? Because you know you are wrong, Mongoloid. Wait, what? He wasn't rage baiting. Oh, that's so surprising. Why do you still live in the USA if it is so shit? Can we watch some ISIS videos? Well, when are you? No one in this chat has formed a thought. Why do you show clips from 2017? We show that it's not from 2017. He goes, Lemau, bro fell for the rage bait. This many. A country of 300 million could muster 30K at most. Omega lol. Well, I did. No one take pictures of the other protests then? You could just answer my question. First of all, not only did I attend personally the Los Angeles one, but I covered all of the different protests that took place all around the country. And there were massive protests happening all around, numbering around 7 million. That is the largest single-day protest in American history. Now, will it be consequential? Will it actually change anything? I think it's the beginning of change. Okay? But notice how he went from, oh, I'm just rage baiting you, when he was, yeah, the left is the easiest to rage bait. Again, he's doing it again. Brother, are we the ones that are being rage baited? Or are you actually angry as fuck? You chose to come into this community. You chose to come into this community and chirp. You got called out for lying about something so easily disprovable. You felt embarrassed enough to actually go, I was just pretending. I was just pretending. I was just trying to troll. And then you kept doubling down and tripling down. First you moved the goalpost by saying, oh, it's 300 million people. I can't believe they mustered only 30K in Boston. The notion that like they were supposed to bring, 300 million people to Boston? Incredible stuff. Thank you. Okay. And then you said, well, did no one take pictures of the other protests then? Once again, not realizing that, no, they did. They did take pictures of the other protests. Just because you didn't see it doesn't mean that it didn't happen. And you are continuing to angrily try to respond to people. And when you're not getting the response that you want out of these people, myself included, you turn around and you hit a fucking slur, right? You get banned for using the slur. Then I unban you and you immediately go, XD, I'm just rage baiting again. No, man, you shit your pants and everyone is telling you you're stinky and you're going, haha, stupid libtard, I shit my pants to own you, actually. Okay, well, now you're sitting pant full of shit. You're a poopy boy. You're a little poopy boy. Everyone is pointing at you and laughing. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to be a poopy boy. You didn't have to be stinky. Now you got Dookie in your drawers. Did you hear about the Tel Aviv soccer shit? Yeah, we'll talk about the Maccabi soccer shit. How did he turn so evil? Seems pretty normal at first. What do you mean? Hello, chat, I'm new. Where free college tuition is also not free. What is your take? Trump is crashing the economy. Horrible. Toyota Giga Chat. People who glorify military scares me. Why is she streaming with us on? Oh, this was Pokimane. Sent from Pokimane's channel. On the GP3. Pokimane, don't do it. Anyway, this was a good exercise in how a lot of people operate. A lot of people who think they're free thinkers. All right, well, bye, I'm out. It's getting late. My return tomorrow. Hopefully, when you return tomorrow, you'll be a little bit more open-minded. Now, the thing here is, okay, a lot of people who think they're actually free thinkers are behaving like mindless sheep without realizing that they're behaving like mindless sheep, including that guy who is tuning in from Europe, which is ironic. Euro chatter LARPing as like a MAGA Republican, or falling for like the dumbest the dumbest American psyop that doesn't even require much. Motherfucker who's never been to Boston, hasn't seen any of the other major protests that took place, making up his own mind because he got duped by like a bunch of right-wing accounts that simply said, ha, this is not real, it's from 2017. This should be a learning opportunity. If you have the capacity to still feel shame, this should be an opportunity for you to go, I need to be a little bit smarter next time around. Okay? I need to be a little bit smarter next time around so I don't get so fucking easily duped. What led me to be so easily duped? Why was I so quick to believe in this really silly narrative without actually thinking critically about it? If you do that, you won't get so easily duped next time. That's how you become a critical thinker. That's how you become an independent thinker. Okay? A lot of people who want to be free thinkers, a lot of people who fancy themselves to be like independently minded, right? Oftentimes are at the mercy of biased narratives. This is why it's very important for someone like myself to constantly cover right-wing narratives. A lot of people say, Hasan, why do you look at Fox News more than you look at like CNN or liberal media, things of that nature? It's because you need to understand how the opposition thinks. You need to understand how they arrive at the conclusions that they arrive at. It's very important. That's one of the most consequential things that I do here, is that I look at propaganda from both sides. I look at what liberals are saying. I have my own personal position that I will always reveal to you ahead of time. Like, I'm not shy about it. I think that's the most honest thing that you can do when you are a media figure in general. Okay? And you can make up your own minds in the aftermath of that. But unfortunately, a lot of people don't do that. A lot of people would rather have someone tell them how to think and believe in false narratives rather than actually critically thinking about these issues. I think it's a huge problem. To be fair, critical thinking requires you to pull out of your brain's default mode, and for people who aren't used to actually having to focus on something, it can be difficult. I find that as long as I hold to the bias that all humans are inherently equal, it allows me to view most things critically. Yeah. Mehdi Hasan said the same thing on the topic of how he prepares to debate MAGA. American chatter living in Germany, take a wild guess why. Do you have any advice for people like myself that are struggling with a system they can't escape regardless of how they feel about what's going on? Make friends and organize. And be the change you want to see in the world. You can do it. You can actually get a bunch of other people around you to take the initiative and slowly but surely make this change. What is this? So-called free thinkers when mom brings out a cozy blanket? What? You just wanted to show me a cat meme. It's so hard to make friends in Germany. I doubt it. Did you see Jon Stewart's writers insert a subtle Kaige reference? No. Really? That's so stupid. You're so dumb. Anyway, let's continue. So millions of people protested, but for what reason? Because a lot of people on the left were also mad. I saw a lot of people chirping on the left. Part of the reason why they were chirping on the left was because obviously a lot of these protests were very liberal coded. It wasn't actually there weren't like any sort of decipherable demands, it seems, from some of these places. Obviously this required a tremendous amount of organizing, and different local groups were participating in it, and some of the protests in different places perhaps had a different attitude towards like pro-Palestinian protesters, for example. Other places didn't do that. Other places had protests being led by anti-Zionists, right? And people were like, oh, this is just vibes. This is just vibes. This is just basically a parade, right? This is just a vibes-based thing. It's just a parade. I have a different attitude about it, okay? I have a very different attitude about it. And I'm going to tell you exactly how I feel. I already alluded to it before while I was in the process of attending one of the protests, the one in downtown LA in Los Angeles. But I think this is a good opportunity, just like the Bernie Sanders Stop Oligarchy rallies that are taking place. A good opportunity to mobilize. But mobilization is the first step in this process. I see this as a necessary first step in the right direction. Okay? Obviously, if it's just left, obviously, if it just stops there, then it's nothing, right? It's just a way for people to yell at an administration that's not listening. But clearly, the administration is listening. Clearly, they don't like it. So even the reaction coming from the right shows that they are fearful. Okay? These protests, these non-violent protests, are the first step in organizing. And it is up to us, people who are socialists, leftists, Marxists, to try to organize people at these protests, to try to get them to move into a more reliable network of pressure. A more reliable network of pressure that will move the needle in the appropriate direction, that will pressure the Democratic Party to take more radical steps. Steps that are considered radical, that are not really radical at all when you think about it. Okay? It doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen magically. But this is a good opportunity. Every liberal you talk to at these protests that demand more from the Democratic Party is a liberal that you can communicate with, is a liberal that you can be like, listen, there is an alternative out there, okay? There is an alternative out there. There is a different way to try to make sure that we keep up the pressure and we set clear-cut demands against the administration, and we have some sort of mechanism to show the administration that we are an undeniable force, that there are more of us than there are of them. Okay? This is an opportunity to recruit. And before people say, well, okay, you get them signed up with the DSA, but the DSA is also electoralist and it actually is a reformist institution, it's revisionist, and it doesn't matter. All they want to do is just like elect new Democrats. These things take time. Even if you are a revolutionary vanguardist Marxist-Leninist who believes that there must be a militant response, okay? In the absence of class consciousness in this country, and in the absence of the language of revolution in this country, many people who might even have that kind of attitude, who might even come to that recognition, are not going to realize it if you're sitting at home tweeting, okay? It's that simple. It's that simple. And it might not happen today, and it certainly might not happen tomorrow. But as long as you are still moving the needle in the right direction, as long as you are still designing the future for the next generation to take over and to seize the opportunity, you're doing the right thing. And you have to keep pushing. You have to keep up the pressure. This is why I kept saying throughout the entire last 2 years of Israel's seemingly unstoppable genocide. Go recruit some new Hasan cult members, lost too many during Collargate. I know, it's really devastating. Throughout the last 2 years of unstoppable genocide, I kept saying, this is not the time to stop. This is not the time to succumb to nihilism. This is a time for revolutionary optimism to keep up this pressure. If this pressure went away, you would be giving in to some of the worst scumbags. If you can't find that energy from within to do the right thing because change seems impossible, then you should remember that they want you to stop. You should always remember that you can be vindictive, and that can also motivate you as well. Some of the worst scumbags want you to give up. Some of the worst scumbags want you to shut the fuck up. Okay? That's it. If you only believed what you preach, says Maximum Ape. Yeah, I know. If only I was a real one. Well, I guess I'm a fake one. What does that say about you? Let's continue.
Many Republicans called it exactly that, including House Speaker Mike Johnson, who described the protests as anti-American. But not everyone at the rallies supported the theme.
Well, I basically like the direction that we're going under the Trump administration. I want to hear everybody's voice. That's why this way.
I fucking love the median voter, bro. I love the average Trump guy. Okay. I love the average Trump guy who's like, well, I got to hear him out. I love that. I fucking love that guy.
Know what's real.
The president trolled demonstrators with social media posts, including this AI video of himself flying a fighter jet and dropping brown sludge on protesters.
It wasn't brown sludge. It was poop. It was dookie. It was Dookie, man.
Spoke with reporters last night.
I think it's a joke. I looked at the people. They're not representative of this country. I'm not a king. I work my ass off to make our country great.
For CBS Mornings, Torian Small in Washington, D.C.
I feel like Nokings a bit of a leftist litmus test. Like, if you think hating everything and being hypercritical of people who are liberal anti-fascists is a way to reserve revolutionary purity, that's just silly. 100%. And this is like, ironically enough, this is what was like kind of black pilling for me the other day when I was like complaining and being like, oh my God, the left is just like so fucking unbearable. I hate the left. I hate socialism. You did it. Remember that like little rant that ironically enough, everyone online thought was because of like Kaya or something and had nothing to do with that. It was just like me doing political commentary about the left's inability to seize the moment and seize the opportunity to move the needle in the appropriate direction. Had nothing to do with like a drama slop or anything like that. And it was really funny. People were like, oh, he's crashing out. Like his own fan base fucking hates him because of we got to him. His own fan base hates him because of Kaya or whatever the fuck. It's so stupid. People are so dumb sometimes and so easily susceptible to fucking stupid ass narratives. It was actually about, not even necessarily about Graham Plattner, but more so about how like hypercritical leftists oftentimes will just like write off people for wrongs that they've committed in the past without actually recognizing that like, you need to win everybody, okay? You need to win as many people as possible to your side. The reason why I always go back to Gaza on this front is because there has been some success in this initiative, and that success happened after decades of no movement whatsoever, okay? Like, you have to get every single person on your side. It's that simple. There's no other way to win. Do you think MAGA Republicans shy away from people when they go, I don't know, this guy might be a woke pussy libtard, actually? No, they don't. They love it. They love it when like some fucking weirdo is outed for like being a rapist and then goes, oh, I'm Christian now and I love Donald Trump. And they're like, oh, hell yeah, brother. Welcome to the fucking battle. Now, I'm not saying we should do the same thing. Okay. That's not what I'm saying at all. But you have to understand, if like people are sincerely making change within themselves, if people are sincerely coming to your side, there is no, like, you are not serving anybody if you are just immediately casting them aside and saying, nope, you're fucking imperfect or you've done horrible things in the past. Fuck you. Okay? Obviously, people will grift, but trust me, they're not fucking grifting to the left. You need to understand that. Maybe in the future, if there is a real sea change and we go back to peak woke or something, maybe then you'll see people grifting to the left. But even then, at most, grift to liberalism and not to the fucking left. No one grifts to the left. Okay? Everybody hates the left, including leftists. That's it. We need to stop being so fucking purity driven. It's not. It's poisonous for organizing. It's poisonous for bringing people on board. We just have like there's a reason why a lot of people associate us with like hyper woke, annoying nuisances. Okay. It's just silly. It's silly. Bring people on board. Okay? Always be accepting of those who are open-minded. You are not cooler than anybody else because you arrived at this fucking position before anybody else did. Okay? And at most, and this is something that I've said so many times throughout my professional broadcasting career, and I can't believe I constantly find myself repeating this. Okay? No one is born perfect. No one is born perfect. No one is born with a copy of fucking Das Kapital. And everyone is on their own journey of learning. Okay? And you have to always factor in the social environment that people are brought up in and what they perceive to be right and what they perceive to be wrong. And if you, for example, immediately go, oh, every veteran is a child annihilator, fuck them, you literally are just writing off so many people without even factoring in how the average American perceives them. Okay? You are so echo chambered that you cannot see the world outside of your immediate circle of friends. You have to always have a broader outlook. You always have to understand like how people arrive at their positions they've arrived at. Okay? And you have to be as charitable as you possibly can be until someone shows you that they are not to be trusted. Okay? You just got to chip away at it slowly but surely. It always goes back to the same thing I always say: be normal, be normal, be normal, be normal, be normal. Okay? Be normal and understand that everyone has a different starting point. Everyone has different opinions. You need to have a better, broader outlook. Okay? Just accept that a lot of people just don't like veterans. That's not true. Where? That's literally untrue. That's not even true in this community, okay? That's not true for me. That's not true for my community. And that's certainly not true for the broader outlook. That's not true at all. The notion that many people don't like veterans is so silly. What are you talking about? This is exactly what I'm saying. It's true for me, Lamau. Exactly. Just get your head out of your ass, chatter. What the fuck? Dude, the best example for this is not even veterans. The best example for this is cops. Okay? The best example for this is cops. In the real world, people fucking love cops. Americans love cops. Okay? It's even it's with respect to like the output and what the position requires. Okay? It is literally a domestic militant force that is unaccountable and untrained, or at least only trained to do violence. And yet the approval ratings for police is so fucking high. Okay? Wake up. You have to be normal when you're having these conversations. And the approval rating for veterans is even fucking higher than that. It's ridiculous. The notion that like Americans don't actually show even a fake form of reverence for members of not only law enforcement but like the military is ridiculous. Anyway, if social conditioning wasn't such a formative tool for the powers, the powerful institutions that want to yield certain results, then the military wouldn't be recruiting in underserved neighborhoods from middle school and onward. Okay, that's it. You need to check your circles, fam. Real world people hate cops. Cops even hate other cops, LMFAO. Seems like your real people are bougie 1%ers and not poor people. Dude, I hate cops, okay? I have more smoke for law enforcement than I do for fucking veterans. And what you fail to consider is, while I don't love policing as an institution and what it does, I'm still cognizant of the fact that the average normie does not think that way at all. They think cops are literally diving in front of rapist penises to stop rapes from happening, when in practice, it is the exact opposite. Either they themselves are legally committing rapes in many different states where they can straight up sexually assault people that they've apprehended legally. Mind you, New York State only recently made it illegal for cops to do that, only a couple years ago. But also there's a major rape kit backlog. They are notoriously bad at investigating. Their clearance rates are dog shit, but most Americans don't understand that. Okay? But if you across the board run around with this kind of fucking attitude, you're too libbed up. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. Oh, this is why I always say it's impossible not to get fucking black pilled when the people you encounter in the real world have opinions that you would consider to be inherently reactionary and fascist, like straight up fucking fascist. If this is your norm, I'm trying to bring people back into the real world in the most hyper online place possible. We are not living in reality. We like to make fun of the Republicans who also are hyper online and not living in reality, but we also do the same thing, just in the woke and leftist position. If you're a hedge fund manager or a billionaire, that's one thing, but being poor doesn't make you better. Conservatives love to be like, poor people are conservative, like that's a good thing. We should want everyone to have the ability to get a real living wage. I don't know. Most leftists in chat are unbearable, to be honest, not gonna lie. I mean, yeah, that's just what it is. All right, whatever. Anyway, let's continue with this story because I think it's I'm getting derailed once again. But the reason why I was talking about this, Gallup polling on confidence in police around 40 to 60% depending on demo. Yeah, if you were, exactly, that's my point, is 60%, I'm pretty sure. But like the majority of people have confidence in policing as an institution, even if they think that they go out of hand from time to time. That's the norm. That's the normal person's position in general. Okay. It's the same reason why if you like talk to an older black person, sometimes they'll be like, yeah, we want cops. We just want cops to do the fucking job instead of doing whatever the fuck they're doing. That's what I say all the time. I'm like, make the police actually do their jobs, please. Do your job. Do your fucking job. In theory, there's a reason why it says protect and serve the community, right? On the side of the fucking squad car. But they're not doing that. That's the problem. They're an abject failure at every step of the fucking way, which is precisely why the institution needs to be dramatically restructured. That is my attitude on this, and I've said it a million times over, and yet people seem to not understand that this fundamental principle, okay? Yeah, they protect and serve the cop community, and they protect and serve capital, not the people. And that is, I mean, historically, that's always been the case as well, for the record. Having said that, the reason why I'm talking about this is specifically because of how at odds leftists are at times with normal folk, okay? And you can't be. Especially because the environment is designed against us, okay? The media landscape is designed against us. The political landscape is designed against us. We have to be extra careful and extra considerate when we are presenting our positions. Okay? It's that simple. We're always playing on hard mode. And that is precisely the reason why, while we're playing on fucking hard mode, we have to make sure that we're being super deliberate with our messaging. And we don't have, Hasan, you say that, but you don't do it yourself. This is really interesting that you say this because I do this. This is part of the reason why I have been able to have such a large community as someone who is a leftist. So there are still plenty of people that understand this message. This is what I've been repeating. This is what I've been repeating from the start, okay? So unless you can present me an example where you think I've failed on doing this, you know, like even the very fact that I'm approaching what you're saying sincerely is an example of this. And sometimes it actually gets out of hand. Come on, though, you very often do or say things that that really paint the movement in a bad light, and I know it's super difficult. Again, instead of vague generalizations gesturing towards whatever fucking drama slop tubers have said about me, explain the actual, give me a real example, right? This also unironically creates a unique environment where like I do end up getting stun locked and people get fucking mad at me for responding to people like this. But once again, you're not doing it. You're just vaguely gesturing at like vibes overall. Explain what you mean. Explain what you mean. Please elaborate. Anyway, while we wait, let's hear from Donald Trump on the No Kings rally. What's your response to the protest? He goes, who are you with? That's his first thing.
What's your response to the protest over the weekend, the No Kings protest?
I think it's a joke. I looked at the people. They're not representative of this country. And I looked at all the brand new signs paid for, I guess it was paid for by Soros and other radical left lunatics. It looks like it was. We're checking it out.
Yeah. That's why I pooped on them. I pooped on them. Did you see the AI video? It was awesome. It was so funny. I shit on them. I pooped on them super hard. It was very good and very funny. You should poop on them too.
The demonstrations were very small, very ineffective, and the people were whacked out. When you look at those people, those are not representative of the people of our country.
Mr. President, besides San Francisco...
Brother, 7 million people is perhaps the closest you can arrive at like representative of the country. Okay? That is insane. That is crazy. That's a fuck ton of people, man. Are you kidding me? Yeah. No, it's just small. It's tiny. George Soros paid all of them. Anyway. That's like more than half of Canada. No, that is a very significant number of people that mobilized. And yes, in U.S. history, I believe it's the largest number of single day mobilizations that took place. Now, obviously, this is the first step. Okay. By the way, when asked for an actual example, this person just went quiet. It's crazy. If it's this difficult for you to come up with an actual example that you don't have top of mind, okay, if you like, oh no, he said that's fair. There are a lot of slop tubers that do drama regarding what I'm talking about, but the younger generations consume this stuff like crazy, and it does have a tangible impact on how the left and socialism is perceived. If you get clip farmed all the time, this is what people see. By the way, this is my first time commenting here, so this is a lot for a first time. So it is actually drama slop tubers that you are saying people are getting duped by. Okay, right wingers constantly fucking come after me as well. Yeah. Don't you think that that's completely beyond my control, but it does have an impact? Brother, it has an impact because you're letting it have an impact. You're literally saying people don't have the capacity to critically think. So you just get clipped out of context. So I'm saying, well, you do have to be careful. Chatter. Let me ask you something. Given the format that I exist in, the medium that I exist in, where I have constant back and forth correspondence with random people, yourself included, okay, in a highly contentious political environment, don't you feel as though it's virtually impossible not to get clipped out of context if people have that ambition? Especially if they're financially incentivized to continue doing this this notion that, like, you know, anyone who is nominally leftist is represented by the worst clips that we have gathered of HasanAbi Piker. Don't you feel like the real problem in that regard is not someone who is getting clipped out of context, but the people that are doing that malicious clipping? Think. Okay. But you're not actually saying the problem is that people are clipping you out of context. You're saying the problem is you are getting clipped out of context. It is impossible for me not to get clipped out of context. Anyone and everyone, if given enough scrutiny, especially in this format, could get clipped out of context all the time. No matter how careful I am about the way I communicate my desires, the way I communicate my worldview, people are always going to find a way to bastardize that position. And they do with regular frequency. There's not really much I can do about it other than hope and pray that people actually come here to make up their own minds. And you still have yet to give me one clear-cut example of what you mean. Notice how you still are vaguely gesturing to, you know, drama slop tubers instead of actually saying, here is a moment that you were clipped out of context. You have not given me an actual example. I'm not treating you as though you're operating in bad faith, by the way. I need you to understand, like, I think you are coming in here in good faith, and you're saying, oh, well, you make the left look bad. Yeah, because the right-wingers and people who present themselves as apolitical centrists often see me as a really good way to disparage the entire leftist movement. By doing that. Look, come on though. You very often do or say things that really paint the movement in a bad light, and I know it's super difficult. That's how we started this conversation. For example, yeah, look, for me, the way I see it is the way I see it is like, look, the reason why I have all these crosshairs is because I am the largest left-wing content creator in North America as it stands. Okay, if it wasn't me and if it was someone else, they would be getting hit in the same way. It's just that simple. And this doesn't exist just within the confines of like political commentary. It's just that political commentary and streaming, when you're in the intersection of both streaming and political commentary, it happens with alarming frequency. Okay? That's it. And the best I can do is recognize that this is just an unfortunate byproduct of what I do and the medium, and continue speaking the truth, continue saying how I feel about these issues. And if open-minded people like yourself come in here and try to scratch the surface beyond the negative framing, then they can arrive at their own conclusions and realize maybe these guys weren't right. That's it. And this is why I gift you every month. Hell yeah. That's why the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. But the one thing that I always bring up, is you can't control how other people narrate your worldview. Okay? You just can't do it. You just have to hope for better judgment. It is what it is. It's a difficult undertaking, but that's why I do the things that I do, whether it be collaborating with other communities and doing things outside of the scope of politics so that people are more susceptible or more charitable to what I have to say instead of seeing it in the most negative framing over and over again, which you can very easily be pummeled by. Anyway. More racist group chats leaked in Politico. Oh, Jesus.
By the way, I'm not a king. I'm not a king. I work my ass off to make our country.
Oof, that is loud. That's what a king would say. YouGov has 9% of respondents said that they went. 18% all Democrats. That's just massive. Do you know someone who participated in the No Kings protest on Saturday, October 18th? Yes, including me, 9%. Yes, but not me, 24%. No, 56%. Not sure, 11%. Do you approve or disapprove of the No Kings protest held nationwide on Saturday, October 18th? Strongly approve, 36%. Some would approve, 12%. Some would disapprove, 9%. Strongly disapprove, 23%. Not sure, 21%. I mean, these numbers might come across as small, but they're actually pretty significant. Okay, because this is the entire population. Okay, this is 2,000 adults surveyed. Obviously, it's a very good sample size. That's a huge percentage of the population. If you look at the estimated turnout per capita, it seems 1 out of every 153 people in California participated in this protest. Nebraska was the most sparsely attended, with 1 out of every 4,000 people. Oklahoma, 1 out of every 1,793 people. South Dakota, 1 out of every 1,693 people. Okay. But you look at Montana, 1 out of every 65. That's crazy. The success of mobilization is not measured by its approval rating, though, for sure. Absolutely. But I do think this is a good sign. In Vermont, 1 out of every 23 person participated in this. The reality of the matter is you never get this level, this high of a participation for a protest. Like, that's crazy. Because protests are a fraction of the people that go out and vote, for example. Okay? This is huge. It's the first step, but it was a necessary first step. And if it stops here, then it's a failure for sure. It can't stop here. This is an opportunity to organize, okay? Because power never concedes without demand. But aside from the demand, we also have to show that we have power as well. And as the large majority of the population, if not almost 90+% of the population, are actual wage laborers, that is the only point of pushback that we have. Okay? Which actually is a good opportunity to talk about Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson.
My ancestors, as slaves, can lead the greatest general strike in the history of this country, taking it to the ultra-rich and big corporations. We can do the same today. I'm calling.
Look, you might not like Brandon Johnson. You might have your disagreements with him. Some people do. A lot of people do. He is not very popular in Chicago, from what I understand. And he is definitely significantly held back by the incredibly corrupt local Chicago political system as well, with the alderman structure that they have there, basically being like a mafia style system. Having said that, it is still very important for notable political figures such as the goddamn mayor saying the quiet part out loud like this. Okay? Because this galvanizes people, this emboldens people, this makes people recognize that there are more tools in the tool belt than what they previously thought, because a lot of those people want change. They're not out in the streets because they just wanted to fucking hang out with some other people, okay? They're out in the streets because they are experiencing discontent and they want to express dissent. So it is important for our leaders to then turn around and say, hey, you're pissed off, I'm pissed off, we got to do something about it. What can we do about it? First, we must organize. Then we must mobilize. The first step is taking this large crowd and trying to get them to work within their own communities, set up defense networks. The second step is to make sure that they are unionizing, make sure that they have a structure where they can actually engage in collective bargaining, engage in work stoppages if necessary. Okay? Because that, at the end of the day, is the only tool that the working class has at their disposal.
White people, brown people, Asian people, immigrants, gay people from around this country to stand up against tyranny and to send a clear message to the ultra-rich and big corporations. We are going to make them pay their fair share in taxes to fund our schools, to fund jobs, to fund healthcare, to fund transportation. Democracy will live on because of this generation. Are you ready to take it to the courts and to the streets?
Basically are, right? When we're seeing just the depth of the attacks that are happening, trying to roll back all those gains that were won through past struggle, you know, that you were talking about. And they're not going to win. They're not going to do it. This crowd out here is showing why they're not going to do it.
It's our money. It's supposed to go to us. And so when we go on a general strike, we're basically saying we want our money to go back to us. We want our power to go back to us, not to these fascists.
Yep.
Now,
this is 6 minutes long, but felt really powerful upon rewatch recently. Thought chat / you might appreciate it. Movies about Nazis stuck in Canada and run into immigrants there.
Barbarina, there's an electric storm playing all around us, frightening the animals and your chickens. Move over, Philip. What about you, Anna?
Andreas, one of our guests is speaking.
What? Oh, good.
We were discussing the Habermans.
I was about to say, you have one clear choice.
I gotta pee.
Where there is a question of blood, where one is governed by the deepest of racial instincts, then every other consideration is swept aside. Men like yourself, German or of German ancestry, rise up with all the might and power of the great German people behind you, conscious of the sacred duty that binds us all together, and in the knowledge that he who does not forget his people will not by his people be forgotten. There is a new wind blowing from the east, a great storm coming across the sea, a hurricane which will sweep aside all the old outmoded ways of life and mark the beginning of a new order not only for Europe, but for the whole world. Let those beware who would have the temerity to stand in his way. They will go down before his irresistible impulse and be crushed out of existence. But for those who accept the new order, for those who perhaps belong to it already, why need I use these parables of speech any longer? I mean all of you here tonight. Yes, you, brothers! I call you brothers and proudly acknowledge you as such. You who form the little stronghold of our people here in Canada, you will have your share of the happiness and prosperity that is waiting for us all. When the storm is over and the sun rises, that mighty sun, which will give us everything we need in life.
What sun are you talking about, friend?
I am talking of the greatest idea in history. The supremacy of the Nordic race, the German people. I am talking of the being whose name I am certain lives in every heart, whose name hangs on all our lips, whether we can shout it to the world or only whisper it in one another's ears. Germans! Brothers! I ask you to join with me in paying homage to our glorious Führer. Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler!
Anton Wahlberg, the guy with the goatee, was Austrian and very popular with the Third Reich and fled because he was gay and Jewish. Or a loss. Major L.
I don't ask where you come from or what brought you here. Although you've left us in no doubt as to your beliefs. Someone has given you, no doubt deliberately, a completely false impression of us. We are only one amongst many foreign settlements in Canada. There are thousands of them in this part of the world. And they've been founded recently, some 80 years ago, by people who left their homes in Europe because of famine, because of starvation, because of racial and political persecution, and some, like ourselves, because of their faith. Some came only to find new land, new boundaries, a new world. But all have found here in Canada the security, peace, and tolerance and understanding which in Europe it is your Führer's pride to have stamped out. You call us Germans. You call us brothers. Yes, most of us are Germans. Our names are German, our tongue is German, our old handwritten books are in German scripts. But we are not your brothers. Our German is dead. However hard this may be for some of us older people, it's a blessing for our children. Our children grow up against new backgrounds, new horizons. And they are free. Free to grow up.
Dude, what's so crazy about this is that in this period in time, there were so many fucking works of art, including like the Department of War at the time, that would make movies specifically or make propaganda specifically against Nazis. Because at that time, they recognized that like this Nazi shit was taking up root in Western society. And it was a major problem because like you had the German Bund movement, right, in the United States of America, for example. And they literally were like, oh, we have to do something about this shit. This movie was propaganda made by the UK and Canada to get the US to join the war, and it owns. Yeah. Yeah, it was a huge issue because a lot of fucking white people really were like, why are we fighting our brothers? Like, you know what I mean? There were a lot of people at the time who were like, I don't think we should be fighting Nazi Germany at all. I think we should be joining Nazi Germany. Nazi Germany seems awesome. Was a big, that was like that was a pretty big fucking attitude that, you know, that was a pretty big movement at the time. So, you know, obviously I've shown you examples of like the night of the Madison Square Garden, the massive Nazi rally that took place there, right? So at the time, governments recognized that this was a big danger. So they were making content, they were making propaganda against Nazis. Now, these very same Western governments are making propaganda for Nazis as though they are Nazis. So just remember that. If this kind of like racial superiority myth was so elusive to many people in the Western world, even with the government doing propaganda against it at a time when there was so much more consolidation of information, Think about what kind of impact that'll have now when the government is pro-Nazi. And I don't think it's an exaggeration to say like that the current American administration is pro-fascism. I think you have to be a real sucker to assume that it's not.
As children, free to run and to laugh, without being forced into uniforms, without being forced to march up and down the streets, singing battle songs. You talk about a new order in Europe. The new order, where there will not be one corner, not a hole big enough for a mouse, where a decent man can breathe freely. You think we hate you, but we don't. It is against our faith to hate. We only hate the power of evil which is spreading over the world. You and your Hitlerism are like the microbes of some filthy disease, filled with a longing to multiply yourselves until you destroy everything healthy in the world. No. We are not your brothers.
Yeah, this is the most well-known don't be a sucker is what I was directly referencing when I was talking about that. This is from the National Archives. This was made by not the Department of Defense, but I believe at the time it was called the Department of War. And it was a series of educational films from 1942 to 1947. Okay. And this item was produced in 1945. And it's about like, it's about fascists trying to suck people into their movement.
I want to give you the truth, folks. The truth about America. I know you've got a lot of questions. You want to know why you're not getting the breaks you deserve. Well, I'm not a politician, but I've made it my business to study these things, and I happen to know the facts. Now, friends, I'm just an average American.
By the way, take note. I've shown this so many times on this broadcast, but it's been many, many years since I've done so. So it's important to fucking show this once again. But take note of the language that the fascist is using. Take note of the language that the fascist is using and recognize that it is identical to the fucking language they use now. Okay? Super simple. I'm just doing common sense. This is the natural order of the land. And I'm not a politician. I'm just telling you like it is. It's always the same shit. Conservatives love conserving talking points, okay? Reactionaries love to recycle the same garbanzo. That's why there are still motherfuckers who get duped in the big 2025 by 1930s propaganda, bro. How do you fall for fucking propaganda from a time when they didn't even have microwavable dino nuggets? It blows my fucking mind.
But I'm an American, and some of the things I see in this country of ours make my blood boil. I see people with foreign accents making all the money. I see Negroes holding jobs that belong to me and you.
See?
Now I ask you, if we allow this thing to go on, what's going to become of us real Americans?
I've heard this kind of talk before, but I never expected to hear it in America.
Woke Jewish guy. Oh, Jewish guy being woke alert. That's what the current MAGA movement would watch this and be like, nah, dude, that's DEI, brother. That's DEI talking. No. Destroy and delete this woke propaganda.
This fella seems to know what he's talking about. Yes, he knows all right.
What's the answer? What are we real Americans going to do about it? You'll find it right here in this little pamphlet. The truth about Negroes and foreigners. The truth about the Catholic Church. Now, friend,
I will say the one difference is that back then, everybody loved writing. Okay? Everybody was deep into prose. Okay, whether every proto-fascist and fascist from fucking Italy, they have their own art movement, futurism, or even like they were all fucking poets. Henry Ford was a classic example of this. That motherfucker wrote nonstop, bro. Oh my God, they loved their pamphlets. Okay, they fucking loved doing their little zines. They loved doing their pamphlets. They loved writing all the time about the secretive nature of the Jew and the blacks or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? But they loved writing. Oh my Lord. And I say this as someone who comes from a socialist background. Everybody loved writing back then. But even the fucking fascists were writing is what I'm saying.
These books are free. Paid for by real Americans who want others to know the truth.
Okay, zine, not sign. Shut up.
But are you actually going
God, so many fucking crust punks in the chat. It's called zine. I don't care. Shut up.
to read that stuff?
Sure, why not? You heard what he said, didn't you?
Yes, I heard. But do you believe in that kind of talk?
I don't know. Makes pretty good sense to me.
I'm speaking to you as an American. And I tell you, friends, we'll never be able to call this country our own until it's a country without. Without what? Yeah, without what? Without Negroes. Without alien foreigners. Without Catholics. Without Freemasons. You know these.
Some of the aggro shit is also timely. So for like all the Gen Alpha Gen Z in the chat, they're gonna be like, "What do you mean Catholics? Like the fuck?" Yes, JFK was the first Catholic American president, and we all know what happened to him. Okay, Brandon is the second. So like, there was a lot of animosity from the founders all the way until I would say like the last 40, 50 years between Protestants and Catholics in this country. I'll give you one additional ironic statement. You have the neo-fascist movement of this country that like says, you know, they're tradcasts now. They're like recent Catholic converts, for example, okay? And they will often on the internet say stuff like, "Oh, dude, the Mohammedans, the founders would never want any Muslims to be a part of America." The founders literally were more pro-Muslim than they were pro-Catholic, okay? Just make no mistake. The founders saw Catholics as their ops. They did not see Muslims as their ops. They saw the Catholics as their ops, okay? Chat leak. Oh, yeah. New chat leak. Breaking new racist Republican group chats have been leaked to Politico featuring text from Paul Ingratia, Trump's nominee to lead the office of the special counsel. Ingratia's text. Oh, dude, I think woke is back. I think woke is coming back. Ingratia's texts include vile pro-Nazi and racist messages targeting black people, Chinese people, and Indian people. Is woke coming back? I don't know. It seems like it might be. Anyway, we'll continue here. Hold on.
What's wrong with the Masons? I'm a Mason.
See?
Hey, that fella's talking about me.
And that makes a difference, doesn't it?
These are your enemies. These are the people who are
Hey,
trying
that
to take
fellow's
over our
talking about
country.
Masons. I'm a
Now
Freemason.
you know them. You know what they stand for. And it's up to you and me to fight them. Fight them and destroy them before they destroy us.
Yeah, Thomas Jefferson owned the Quran.
Before he said Masons, you were ready to agree with him.
Well, yes, but he was talking about, what about those other people?
But in this country, we have no other people. We are American people, all of us.
I need you to understand, this is the fucking Department of War that made this video. Can you imagine a world where the current Department of War, it's back to Department of War now under the Trump administration. Can you imagine them making a video like this right now? How did this happen? How can people not realize that this is, we are, like, Nazi Germany lost World War II, but fascism won, okay? And it is here. It was Department of War when they were making this propaganda. Then they turned to Department of Defense. And now it's back to Department of War, and they're doing the opposite propaganda. They're doing pro-Nazi propaganda. This was anti-Nazi propaganda.
What about you? You aren't American, are you?
I was born in Hungary, but now I am an American citizen.
And I have seen what this kind of talk can do. I saw it in Berlin.
What were you doing there?
I was a professor at the university. I heard the same words we have heard today. But I was a fool then. I thought Nazis were crazy people, stupid fanatics. But unfortunately, it was not so. You see, they knew that they were not strong enough to conquer a unified country. So they split Germany into small groups. They used prejudice as a practical weapon to cripple the nation. Of course, that was not easy to do. They had to work hard to do it.
What Nazi propaganda are they releasing now? Basically the lamest version of it, but it's all like return to tradition. They're doing like, what's it called? There was the aesthetic in like 2016 as well. Like the Department of Homeland Security with regular frequency basically says what that Nazi guy was saying that is positioned as like the bad guy in this very famous don't be a sucker anti-fascist propaganda the Department of War created at the time. Like manifest destiny shit, white nativist sentiment. We have to literally fucking rid the land, rid the homeland, preserve our heritage, rid the homeland of like dangerous migrants. What do you think? What do you think this person is saying? Not this guy, not like the Jewish professor from Hungary, but the fascist was saying that exact same shit.
You see,
this is why I mean like the OG anti-fascist was the American government for all of its failures, for all of the internal division, like for all of the anti-black sentiment, for all the misogyny, for all the systematic oppression of women, black people, all different kinds of minorities. America broadly was an anti-fascist force at the time. Okay? It's true. And when you hear what this person is saying in the fucking in the propaganda that the Department of War created, okay, you understand that. He says America is not about other people. America is a nation comprised of other people. This is what makes us good.
We human beings are not born with prejudices. Always they are made for us, made by someone who wants something. Remember that when you hear this kind of talk. Somebody is going to get something out of it, and it isn't going to be you.
Yeah, don't let it be lost on us that a lot of the people who staffed the positions appointed by the FDR admin that made these films were Soviet sympathizers, trade unionists, and socialists. We were so lucky that FDR was in power during World War II. Yes. 100%. Absolutely. America never had as robust a socialist movement as other Western nations did. That is true. And yet, there was still a lot more motion for the left flank, the socialists, the trade unionists, the communists in this country, as opposed to where it is now. Because post-World War II, all of that was destroyed. With the Red Scare, with the Cold War, all of that was deliberately destroyed, ripped apart. Americans are some of the most propagandized people on the planet, and they don't even realize it.
This is not classroom theory. I saw it happen. I saw it first in Berlin in 1932. 5 young men that I knew were standing in the crowd listening to the Nazi speaker. Eric was a Catholic. Anton, a student of mine, was a Jew. Heinrich owned a small hardware store.
Petit bourgeoisie.
Karl was a farmer. And Hans was an unemployed metal worker.
To all true Aryan Germans, I say it is time you inherited the nation which rightfully belongs to you. To you alone belongs the glorious destiny of the greater Germany. The Nazi Party will provide land for the farmer, work for the worker, and profits for the small businessman. Who is getting these things now? The Jew. The Jew who has stolen our nation and our birthright. Who makes all the money and takes all our jobs? The Jew! He must be shunned. He must be ostracized. He must be eliminated. And the Catholics. We don't want our great nation run by a foreign church. We Germans will know what to do with these people when the time comes. They and their faith must be destroyed. Then there are the Freemasons. In Germany...
By the way, this is post first Red Scare, so obviously, even in this positioning, you might notice that they're not talking about the number one ops for the Nazis, because remember, this is the American assessment of the propaganda that the Nazis were doing. So it's tailored to whatever the American government's needs are. And if you notice, they're not talking about socialists and trade unionists, because the American government broadly was still at the behest of capital. Okay? This is a big part. This is a big part of the liberal education that has purposely kept a lot of all Americans basically in the dark about the movements that initially resisted the Nazis. Most Americans don't know that the first ops for fascists, both in Italy and also in Nazi Germany, were the socialists, were the communists, were the trade unionists. Okay? I think your Ameribu bias is showing. Wait, what? No, this is not an Ameribu bias. I'm saying like America was broadly a nation united in an anti-fascism when push came to shove, but it was one of the few places where like the liberal and the socialist contingency was in line with one another, as opposed to in all of the other nations where fascism actually took root. It was the liberals and numerous other groups, numerous other identity groups that were reflected in the parliamentary structures that actually allowed the fascists to win control, and oftentimes conceded to the fascists because of their fear that the socialists would dramatically change the established pecking order, the established hierarchy of capitalism. That is a major difference in America as opposed to all these other places. And that's why FDR is such an important figure, because in spite of his liberal background, the FDR coalition, and I guess basically, so we just making shit up. What do you think I'm making up? No, don't ban that guy. I want to know what his worldview looks like. I need to hear it. I think the FDR. I think World War II is very important for American history, and I think FDR is an incredibly important, incredibly pivotal person for American history, because unlike many of the other Western countries that fell to fascism, America, the American liberal movement broadly aligned with or were at least pressured by the socialists to take action in the leftward direction. The New Deal is designed around this this concession afforded to the left flank. Okay? And if you think that there weren't fascist forces in the country doing everything in their power to make America a fascist country, you're not paying attention. I mean, Henry Ford is right there. The business plot that took place. Like there were a lot of fascist industrialists that wanted to make America a fascist country. They tried and they failed, because if you broadly look at this in the most reductive terms, if you look at the liberals as being like this broad base in the center, they saw fascism as a threat. At least enough of them did, and enough of them were moved in the direction of taking action against it, against fascist countries. Circumstances in Germany. Nazis rise to power from BBC Bite Size. Fear of communism spreading. Communists believed all private ownership of land and assets was theft. Germany's rich landowners and businessmen wanted to prevent communists gaining any political influence at all. The Nazis were violently opposed to communism, and the SA often attacked communist groups in the beer halls and in the streets. This led to many landowners and businessmen supporting the Nazis. It was the petite bourgeoisie. Okay? Effects of the Wall Street crash. The economic crash of the USA in 1929 meant the death of the loans given to Germany under the 1924 Dave's Plan were called in. The German economy could not survive, and as a result, businesses closed and many Germans became unemployed. This worsened the situation with a lack of demand for goods, leading to more closures and job losses. I'm not saying this is like the best and most appropriate way to analyze the situation before people yell at me and say, oh, you're using like the GSCE study site, bite size. Because while liberals might think this is something to be fearful of, okay, we live in the post-World War II universe. We know what it looked like when liberals did align themselves with the Nazis, with the fascists. We know what that looks like in Italy. We know what that looks like in Germany. In America, that didn't happen. I think looking at the situation, I still think a lack of movement, a lack of like a robust socialist, communist response in this country will allow liberals to align with socialists in general. Some of which might even find themselves to be socialists, but they just never had the tools. They never had the language. They never learned that they might have class consciousness and therefore find themselves on the side of socialists in spite of the propaganda. Because if you look back throughout historic movements, socialists at their socialists, when they had the most motion in Europe, specifically in Germany, pre-Nazi Germany, socialists had so much motion that the socialist revolution was thought to potentially start in Germany as opposed to Russia, an industrialized state, not like a backwater agrarian society led by a brutal czar, but instead a robust industrialized state. But all of the initiatives that socialists took on at the time, all of the strikes that took place, all of the political motion that the socialists had, struck the fear of God in all of the capital owners, whether it be the petit bourgeois small business owners, which made up the backbone of the fascist movement, or large industrialists as well. And the lumpenproles found themselves at the mercy of fascist argumentation. They found themselves feeling slighted by society and looking for a change. Fascism presented that change. But the reason why it's important to reflect on where America was at the time and what America did as opposed to all these other countries is because that coalition swung in the opposite direction as it did in Germany. When liberals lean towards fascists to restore control, the country becomes fascist. When liberals lean towards socialists to combat fascism, they defeat fascism.
We have no place for secret societies. There will be only one society, and that is the Nazi Party. There will be no secrecy about that in the new Greater Germany.
One by one, he attacked each minority and he split them off one from the other. These men were all fellow Germans when they came here today. Now they were split into rival groups, suspicious of each other, hating each other. They were being swindled, all of them. But the men who was really being...
The Germans were wrong in World War I and World War II. They deserve what happened to them, and turning to Nazi fascism isn't justified. Wait, what? There is not a single person that would say that this is justifiable in this community, at least. Are you lost, chatter? Hello? No, brave take. Wow. Brave take. The Holocaust was bad, and the perpetrators of the Holocaust deserve what they got. Agreed. Okay? What's next? Are you going to tell us about how fucked up pedophilia is? Like, yeah, no, we know, man. Truth nuke.
Fooled was Hans. He was pure German, according to Nazi standards. To him, they promised everything, and he fell for it.
You who are true Aryan Germans will share the glorious destiny of our fatherland. You are the pure-blooded, the master race. It is your divine right to rule, and the Nazi Party stands ready to put you into power. It is for you to command all Germany, and someday the entire world.
That's how Hans became a Superman. They gave him a uniform and they pumped up his ego. He wasn't just a little fellow out of work anymore. He was.
I'm just saying, notice how there's no conversation taking place here, because this is an American propaganda piece about how the Nazis divided German society and how they seized control of German society. And for some weird reason, they're not talking about socialists at all.
Member of the master race. His wife couldn't quite understand. Even though he was a Superman, there wasn't any food in the house. Stupid woman. Didn't she realize that the Nazis were going to make jobs for everybody? There would be plenty of food and clothing and a new house. Everything they wanted. The glorious future of Germany was to be theirs.
Yeah, the Lumpenproll gets promised unimaginable power if they actually redesign society on this ridiculous racial superiority dynamic. A promise of prosperity for the Lumpenprolls as long as they join in the Gestapo. Wow. I just can't seem to think. It's just $50,000, up to $100,000 in signing bonuses and $50,000 in student loan all student loan debt relief abolished if you join ICE today. It's just, and wait, and the goal seems similar. All of the non-persons need to be sent to concentration camps. Not for any crime, mind you, because the real crime is the fact that they don't have, this government has not given them the proper documentation for decades and strung them along. I just can't see the parallels at all, dude. I just can't. What could this be?
And their children would someday rule the world. But his wife, silly woman, still wondered where the next meal was coming from. Hans didn't like that kind of talk. It was dangerous. For that kind of talk, people should be put in jail. Hans had swallowed the bait all right. And these were the men who baited the hook. Why? So that Hans could come to power?
But it's not concentration camps in the U.S. now, right? Brother, the only reason why you don't see the concentration camps we have as concentration camps is because you still believe that the American government is a nation of rules and laws. They literally designed alligator Alcatraz, dude. What more do you need to see? We have for-profit prisons in this fucking country. I don't know how to explain it to people. Go into my little Hitler club. Sorry, I'm late. My bitch wife doesn't get it.
Of course not. So they could come to power. They would merely use Hans to help them get there. He would do the dirty work for them. Hans and thousands of others like him, all playing a sucker's game. They gambled with other people's liberty, and of course they lost their own. A nation of suckers. Hitler needed these people. There was lots of work to be done. There were trade unions to be smashed, because unions were organized and might offer resistance. There were many political parties.
Oh, first mention of trade unions, okay.
In Germany. These the Nazis destroyed.
Social Democratic Party. What else?
They were determined to smash every organization.
Okay. Mass meeting of the Communist
where
Party.
People
Okay.
might band together and resist them. There were Jews to be beaten and killed. The Jews were not powerful, but they were a convenient excuse for all the nation's ills. And besides, a Nazi party member could not take over this man's...
Nazis are socialists, though. Yeah, I love when people say that, because the greatest counter is the urinal cake. Come on, brother, dig in. Yeah. Well, I guess that's a urinal cake. Time to dig in, you know? I love that. Is this about Israel? To a certain degree, yes. Israel is not dissimilar to what is taking place here, but instead of the Bolshevik Jews being destroyed and put in concentration camps, it is the Arabs and the anti-Zionists that are being destroyed.
Hundreds of Catholics were put in jail because the Catholic Church had strength.
I don't get the reference. Can you explain it? Yes. The Nazis called themselves the National Socialist Party. Okay. And some of the dumbest people in society will say, oh, well, the Nazis were socialist, except their number one ops were socialists. They killed. So the first people that they put in concentration camps were the communists and the socialists. And Hitler himself very openly said they were not socialist. It was simply, they were simply for the folk, the Aryan folk. Okay. And the reason why people say, well, that's a urinal cake, then dig in is just because something is just because people refer to themselves a certain way, or just because we call something by a certain name doesn't mean that it's actually the same, it's actually the genuine thing. Some of the dumbest in society, including Pierre Poilievre. I know. National Socialist German Workers' Party.
Drive for power. They had split the nation into 100 pieces, and then one by one, they had destroyed the pieces. Over these broken pieces, the Nazis rode into power. One party, one nation, one religion. These men had won their struggle for power. They now ruled all of Germany. But still they had trouble with their oldest and most persistent enemy, the truth. They found that truth does not die easily, and so they decided to abolish truth. One great source of truth is literature, so they burned books, 20 million of them. Many great men in...
I'm sensing a lot of familiarities with what the fucking Nazis were doing, especially when I think about the current administration. Now, the major difference, I will say, is that, and this is going to confuse a lot of people, confuse a lot of Americans in particular. America is a liberal country. liberalism is monoculture. And I don't mean liberalism in the way that like Republicans and Democrats use it in this country. I mean liberalism as like a political theory that revolves around the protection of private capital, right? Private property, private capital. So Republicans are liberals as well, except in previous formations, as liberalism was seemingly failing in the rise of fascism in both Italy and Germany, and there was an alternative called socialism. Fascists themselves actually came as a completely separate unit, a completely separate new movement. Now we are actually watching the far-right party, the Republican Party, move away from liberalism to fascism rather than create an entirely new movement that says it's done, liberalism is over. And the center-right party, the Democratic Party, is playing a similar role that previous liberal formations did by capitulating to this change in power, to this ideological change that's taking place within the Republican Party. That is the major difference here. It's not a new third movement, a new third position, but rather it is one that is coming from within. Because both the Republican Party and the Democratic Party in this country are liberal parties, but the far-right liberal party, the Republican Party, is now restructuring itself to be a fascist party. The only benefit we have, of course, to combat against this is history. We know what fascists have done when they seize control. And a lot of people don't like it. A lot of people have learned that that is wrong and bad. So that's what I mean when I say you should never compromise on being anti-fascist.
Germany, who were spokesmen for truth, were jailed or driven from their country. Teachers, writers, scientists. Education was discouraged. In 5 years, college attendance dropped 53%. It was forbidden to listen to a British radio.
Another difference is Hitler had broad popular support that the Republicans don't have. Germany was broadly on board with a lot of the stuff the Nazis wanted to do. Same with Mussolini. Mussolini came from being a band of Lumpenproll brigands and war veterans to one that actually successfully, democratically won the last election. It grew with the legitimization. And just like with Mussolini, there was a lot of help from liberal elements and previous parliamentary formations that actually presented him as the alternative, in the same way that the Nazis were also aided by liberals and those who were afraid of the violence that the Nazis were engaging in. And once they actually seized the power, once they actually got to a position of power, then their popularity increased.
Program, or read an American newspaper. In Nazi Germany, you had to get your information from Dr. Goebbels. He knew what was best for you.
Anyway, the rest of this is just like, talking about how the Nazis control flows of communication, stuff like that. But overall, the biggest issue is obviously to remind liberals of what fascism looks like and to not actually fall mercy to the propaganda of fascists and to fight back against fascists instead. And that requires a broad popular front. Because fascism is very captivating for a lot of the dispossessed. It's very captivating for a lot of the unemployed, a lot of the angry. You want me to finish the video? Okay, we'll finish.
See this movie.
Sure, fuck it, why not?
Or listen to this music.
I wanted to go back to covering the
And you
Nokings
couldn't
protests
watch
and
Joe
whatnot.
Louis fight. because the champion had black skin. He disproved Hitler's theory of Nordic supremacy. Albert Einstein, one of the world's great scientists, disproved that theory too. He was non-Aryan, so he had to leave Germany. His mind was dedicated to the search for truth, and the Nazis, having sold a lie, were most afraid of truth. The church was one force in Germany still strong enough to proclaim the truth in public.
No doubt is possible that we Christians are in a grave battle. Against us stands a faith out of
Einstein was also socialist.
blood. The battle signals range from cool repudiation to hate-filled causes. Weapons are used that centuries have dulled. The aim of this battle is to dislodge Christianity from our fatherland.
This Catholic priest was arrested the following day on charges of immorality. The Protestant church also continued to try and fight for truth.
He who desires liberty for himself cannot deny it to others, lest he lose what he has gained. This is the great lesson the world can learn from Germany.
The Nazis put this man in a concentration camp. There were others who spoke for truth, and I am proud to say that educators were among them.
And what, may I ask, is an Aryan? I don't know myself. But let us see what our present so-called authorities have to say about it. They say he is tall, slender, blue-eyed, and blonde. There is no Aryan race. And
they're still doing woke. This is the early makings of woke. Okay, they're dunking on him. They're dunking on him in the same way that we dunk on Trump. Using the exact same terminology
more
too.
Important, there is no master race. There are people who may find these ideas convenient.
This is vintage woke.
But science cannot support them. There is no scientific proof that there's any correlation between a man's racial characteristics and his native ability or character. In all racial groups, we find the same range of potentialities. We find idiots and geniuses. We find criminals and philanthropists. We must judge each man as an individual.
What is this woke nonsense, dude? What the fuck do you mean? What is this DEI? Brother, he's doing DEI. How dare you say we must actually test the measure of man by their qualities and not their characteristics such as racial superiority. How dare you?
And not by the color of his skin.
No, I don't want to hear it. I'm thinking of a German hog. A German hog in the 40s been like, oh my God, this is unbelievable. He is doing the woke propaganda. He's doing the woke propaganda. Nein, nein, nein. Ich kann nicht glauben. Nein.
Eyes, or by the length of his nose.
Take him away.
Come in, gentlemen. Make yourselves comfortable. There are many differences between individuals. We each have different capabilities, different backgrounds, different views about what's right and what's wrong. Like the difference between me and these gentlemen who have just arrived. But that is not the difference in race. It is a difference in the way we think. Remember that. And remember that there is no master race. That is a scientific truth. Anyone who tells you otherwise is lying.
9, take him away! Take him away!
And so for all practical purposes,
He is doing
truth had been abolished in Germany. A lot of my German friends wondered what had hit them. How did it happen? Where did it start? It started right here. And this was where it could have been stopped. If those people had stood together, if they had protected each other, they could have resisted the Nazi threat. Together they would have been strong. But once they allowed themselves to be split apart, they were helpless.
If only there was a unifying... If only there was a unifying, principled stance that people could take together, whether it be a united front built around a different position, not some inalienable characteristics, but a united anti-fascist front, and that is born out of the desire to liberate people from the struggles that they experience by virtue of their class.
That first minority lost out, everybody lost out. They made the mistake of gambling.
Without the support of liberal bourgeois, fascism would have been obliterated 100%. But liberal bourgeois were terrified of a socialist revolution, and therefore they saw fascists as stamping out all of the socialists violently. All of the socialist movements were squashed by militant fascism.
With other people's freedom. Now let's see how those bets paid off.
This is the unfortunate limitation of liberalism. This is the unfortunate limitations of liberalism, because liberalism still wants to maintain a capitalist order of the economy. That's what liberals want. So if their highest priority is profits and the preservation of profits, as opposed to evolving towards a more egalitarian society with a better distribution of resources designed around commodity production, at the point of commodity production, that gives more autonomy to all workers, liberals will inevitably allow fascists and support fascists and allow fascists to win. That is where we're at right now. Look at all of these supposedly quote-unquote libertarian tech CEOs. Okay? Fascism is, of course, evolved. Fascism has evolved. It is much more diverse, for example. And they don't have the same singling out of Jews in America, for example, as they did initially in Germany, right? It is not like they're not using, it's the same energy, but they're not using the same targets. And that doesn't mean that it will stay that way, of course, because, these guys do love going back to the same old racial pecking order. They love preserving the same talking points. The optics are a little different, but overall, the methods are quite similar. The talking points are quite similar. The targets are still pretty similar as well. It's just, they hate Muslims and trans people now. No, fascists hated trans people back then too. Like, we just saw the book burnings. One of the first, they said all manner of queer culture was actually moral degeneracy. Those book burnings, the first most famous book burning was all the medical research revolving around trans people at the time. So, no, they hated the minorities.
Karl the farmer was gambling on a better life for himself. What he got was extra hours of back-breaking work, as much as 100 hours a week. He was forced to stay on his land and produce what he was told to produce, because now Hitler was preparing for war. For Heinrich, who owned a hardware store, the bet didn't pay off either. 104,000 small businesses were closed in 2 years. And for Hans, conditions hadn't improved any. He had a job now in the munitions factory, but he worked long hours for little pay. The working conditions grew increasingly bad. And even though he didn't like the job, he wasn't permitted to leave it.
I'm confused. I thought these guys were socialists. What happened? It turns out they were just nationalists. And the reason why they were using socialism as a marketing tool was because socialism was objectively very popular at the time. That's it.
There still wasn't enough food in his house. Hitler said you couldn't have butter and cannon. So Hans couldn't have butter. And when Hitler decided the time was right, Germany went to war. Not by declaring war, but by a carefully prepared sneak attack. Once again, Hitler needed Hans to do his dirty work. Hans was an expert at brutality by this time, and Hitler had decided to use Hans and his brutality against other peoples, the Czechs, the Poles, the French, the Russians. But in the crucial test of war, Hitler's race theories didn't pay off. His pure-blooded supermen were defeated by the mongrel armies he despised. By the British at El Alamein. By the Russians at Stalingrad. And then on...
This was too close to the end of World War II for them to not factor in the USSR as a positive force. Okay? It is pretty wild that, like, this is barely reflected on even here and now. But nowadays, Americans don't even fucking know that. It's crazy.
D-Day by American soldiers of every color and religion, who smashed across the Normandy beaches and drove on through to the heart of Germany. For the misguided Germans who had swallowed the Nazi bait, the Nazi game did not pay off.
Nope.
The continent of Europe was strewn with millions of German bodies, pure Aryan bodies. Karl the farmer was left in the snow outside of Moscow. Heinrich stayed in Italy at Salerno. And Hans, who was going to rule the world, got only a little patch of Normandy that he could call his own. We must never let that happen to us or to our country. We must never let ourselves be divided by race or color or religion, because in this country we all belong to minority groups. I was born in Hungary. You are a Mason. These are minorities. And then you belong to other minority groups too. You are a farmer. You have blue eyes. You go to the Methodist Church. Your right to belong to these minorities is a precious thing. You have a right to be what you are and say what you think, because here we have personal freedom. We have liberty. And these are not just fancy words. This is a practical and priceless way of living. But we must work at it. We must guard everyone's liberty, or we can lose our own. If we allow any minority to lose its freedom by persecution or by prejudice, we are threatening our own freedom. And this is not simply an ideal. This is good, hard common sense.
You are amazing. You're a minority. Such a funny line in the modern day. Also, obviously, while this was this video was being shot, and it openly said that like black people were being singled out by the fascists, America still had segregation, peak segregation, as a matter of fact. So just remember that.
You see, here in America, it's not a question whether we tolerate.
And camps too, yeah. I mean, this is the We're talking about like what came after this was a tail end of the Bracero program, something that Donald Trump loves talking about fondly, ironically enough, which is Operation WB. And no word about Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. I mean, there's no word about appeasement as well. I don't know if you realize that. This is just like a domestic focus about potential fascism growing in America after World War II. I love that like liberals learned one thing and they think this is like this is the most like consequential like anti-socialist thing they can say. Oh, dude, what about Ribbentrop-Molotov? Fucking own, dude. Okay, well, what about fucking appeasement? Like, what do you mean?
Minorities. America is minorities. And that means you and me. So let's not be suckers. We must not allow the freedom or dignity of any man to be threatened by any act or word. Let's be selfish about it. Let's forget about we and they. Let's think about us.
Yeah, see, United States of America War Office. That's back when it was called the Department of War, by the way, which we changed to Department of Defense, which of course changed back now, but this time fascistly. Back when it was the OG Department of War, it was anti-fascist. It was objectively an anti-fascist force. Right? Now it is objectively becoming a fascist force if we allow it. Anyway, speaking of before we get to the new Republican leaks, unsurprising pro-Hitler leaks, Christian Smalls has a take that I don't fully agree with. He says, we are nowhere near ready for a general strike in a country with union membership density in the gutter. It doesn't matter who's calling it and how many times. Other countries' general strikes are being led by socialist communist unions. We do not have in the U.S. The last part I do agree with. The first part I do not agree with. Because despite our union density being in the gutter, he's absolutely correct. It's around 9%. It's actually horrible, horrible. And we don't even have like sectoral contracts, for example, like they do in all these other countries like France and whatnot. The reality of the matter is, because of the way that our just-in-time manufacturing works, American unions, even in one sector, not even a general strike, but even in one sector could entirely cripple the economy. They could just shut everything down. Longshoremen could shut everything down if they chose to do so. The Teamsters could shut everything down if they chose to do so. Not likely to happen with the current leadership structure that exists. But like, there are so many major bottlenecks, dock workers, transportation. There are so many ways in which this country could shut down in its entirety. Okay? Because everything is interconnected in ways that previously were not foreseeable, where it wasn't previously done. You could literally, even with one sector union, you could actually straight up put the economy at a standstill. Railroads, for example. Obviously, it would be illegal for them to do so, but I'm just saying, like, if push came to shove, there is that opportunity. The United States was not objectively anti-fascist. They had countless under-the-table agreements with Germany and Italy during World War II. I overall think the U.S. government was trying to protect this neoliberal order. It's the Democrat dance of death, walking the line between true progressive politics, socialism, and regressive reactionary politics, fascism. Yes, I don't fully disagree with you on that, but my point was that they moved objectively in an anti-fascist way. That's it. They did do that. They played a formative role in ending both Nazi and Italian fascism. They did. And I think that was because that is because the allegiance that the liberals had in order to protect a neoliberal order, which neoliberalism didn't exist at the time, for the record, chatter. That wasn't a principled stance that they had. They were just liberals. Okay? And it played a role in the liberal order that they wanted to maintain, for sure, but it wasn't an international order in the way that it works now either. We were not as interconnected. You have to remember that. But it was absolutely an instance where you had liberals align in the United States of America with more radical left elements as opposed to more radical right elements. Let's escape the two-party plantation first, then we can talk about the general strike until stop calling on general strike from unions who support bipartisan genocide and refuse to support grassroots moves and continuously allow politics to lead their organizations. Yeah, there is a real problem with the way that the union structure works in this country, though. That is true. There is definitely an issue with like how corporate and how I don't want to say selfish, but like the way that a lot of unions operate in this country is definitely designed to be as toothless as possible. Here's a small little example. Vending machine suppliers in SoCal are unionized. These are the suppliers that stock the fulfillment centers in the region. All the major companies, including Amazon, that feed from the port of LA. One regional strike will strain the international economy. Yeah. So Smalls is right. He's talking about a general strike. You're talking about a select few unions. I'm saying you don't need a general strike to actually stop the economy and be a force to be reckoned with. Do you understand? My statement is that a robust general strike response is not even a necessity for the economy to be at a standstill. All you need is one key sector, and there are many. You can just completely halt the logistics, the supply chain of this country. That's it. You can just stop it. Why'd you wear a bulletproof vest and bring your dog to the protest LARPing? It wasn't a bulletproof vest. I thought you guys were really into guns and stuff. I'm surprised that all the gun tuber style like right wingers think that was a bulletproof vest. It's not. It's an airsoft vest, and the only reason why I wear it is so it says press on it. And also, Kaya had the same vest as well, ironically enough. Anyway, Bernie went on The View to describe democratic socialism. But before we get to that, or should we do that? No, let's not. Let's get to Trump and specifically the Gaza ceasefire that is falling apart due to Israel's bombing campaigns.
There were serious threats to the fragile ceasefire in Gaza over the weekend. Israel struck multiple targets inside Gaza after a deadly attack on Israeli soldiers, which Hamas claims it was not involved in. We're also learning more about the ceasefire deal from an exclusive 60 Minutes interview that aired last night. We'll have more on that conversation.
Yeah, we're going to be watching that 60 Minutes interview. Shouts out to Barry Weiss once again, doing fucking propaganda for the admin and doing propaganda for Israel in general. But that 60 Minutes interview seemingly was enlightening about like how there is disagreements between the American envoys and Israel or whatever the fuck. But like, I'll go through it. I've seen bits and pieces.
In just a second. But first, let's go now to Deborah Pata in East Jerusalem for the latest. Deborah, good morning to you.
Good morning. The skies over Gaza are quiet today after the ceasefire faced really its gravest test yet, with Hamas and Israel accusing each other of violations. Both sides have now recommitted to the peace process.
War was back in Gaza this weekend. 45 Palestinians were killed in Israeli strikes, say local health officials, and 2 soldiers, say the Israel Defense Forces, when Hamas opened fire using an RPG. As mediators raced to get the ceasefire back on track, President Trump had this to say.
It's going to be handled toughly but properly.
Is the ceasefire still in place?
Yeah, yes.
Families had come out to enjoy a quiet moment at the seaside cafe when an Israeli strike shattered the peace, and the blood-soaked scenes they thought were a thing of the past had returned. We were drinking tea, said Salih Salman, and suddenly people were being bombed. Once again, hospitals filled up with dozens of injured from multiple Israeli strikes. The IDF said they were thwarting ceasefire violations by Hamas and provided this footage they say shows armed Hamas fighters moving towards Israeli troops. In central Gaza, it was a media center that was bombed, killing a cameraman and an engineer and injuring 3 others. We're all journalists here, said Ajeb Mohammed. No one else can even enter here. Over 220 media workers have been killed in Gaza, according to Reporters Without Borders.
And over the weekend, an Israeli official said aid would be suspended. But today, we're hearing that won't be the case. And I imagine it's going to be a key issue as top U.S. negotiators try to keep this peace process on track. Tony?
Deborah Patta for us in East Jerusalem. Deborah, thank you very much.
They thought the war was over, that they might be able to pick up the debris of their lives and start again. Then yesterday, after 2 Israeli soldiers were killed in an apparent shooting incident, an Israeli airstrike hit a camp for the displaced in Nuseirat, killing several people, including Anwar Miqdad's wife.
We are a defenseless people. They said there was a truce, that we were included in it, that this was a safe area. But this enemy has no commitment. You cannot hold this army to anything.
Today, Israel was demarcating the yellow line that divides the area their troops control from the rest of Gaza. Israel said it killed militants in the vicinity this morning, but civilians have also been shot while crossing.
We've still had in casualties directly related to the war, mainly families trying to return home and crossing this imaginary yellow line. Most people don't know where this line is. They have no access to the internet. They're going home to see what remains of their home, collect some of their belongings, and then they're attacked by the Israeli forces.
The Israeli Prime Minister was speaking at the Knesset today. He's under intense US pressure to maintain the ceasefire, even though the harsh public talk is all directed towards Hamas.
We made a deal with Hamas that, they're going to be very good, they're going to behave, they're going to be nice, and if they're not, we're going to go in.
So, what took place is, apparently an explosion in Rafah took place. And they claimed that it was actually Hamas militants that killed like Israeli soldiers or something. But soon after the explosion in Rafah, I'm told by a source familiar, the White House and Pentagon knew that the incident was caused by an Israeli settler bulldozer running over unexploded ordnance, contradicting Netanyahu's claims that Hamas had popped up from tunnels. After Netanyahu said he was blocking aid from entering Gaza in response and unleashed a bombing campaign, the administration conveyed to Israel that they know what happened. Netanyahu then announced he would reopen the crossings in a few hours. So they tried to do the classic, like, oh, Hamas militants or whatever are responsible for our big, beautiful boys, our big, beautiful genocidal army occupational soldiers being killed. Okay. And they released a video with the drone footage that you saw. And the video drone footage that they actually saw contradicted exactly what was going on, for the record. I think they just used like a video from a different drone footage. But the American government knew exactly what had taken place, and they very quickly released information. Look, Pentagon quickly came to the same conclusions as Yunus. According to reporter Yunus Tarabi, the incident in Rafah was not a Hamas attack, but rather a bulldozer operated by a settler company ran over some sort of explosive device or unexploded ordnance. By dropping countless megatons of bombs in Gaza, Israel has rendered it very dangerous terrain for demolition crews. Okay? And not only that, but Israel, while it was trying to do propaganda, okay, you literally had senior administration officials telling Kurt Mills of the American Conservative magazine and numerous other places, Hamas did nothing. Israeli tank hit an unexploded IED that has probably been there for months. But it was enough for Israel to turn around and unleash fury upon the civilian population of Palestinians once again. to accuse Hamas of every time the demolition crew blows itself up if a ceasefire violation is the height of irony. The solution to this is to reach a genuine truce and remove unexploded ordnance systematically. Yeah. But in Israeli society, it seems, in Israeli media, they're still describing it as 2 terrorists emerged from a tunnel and fired an anti-tank missile. Now, remember, Israel has already been violating the ceasefire. This is not the first time. This is not the first time they violated the ceasefire, and it probably won't be the last. Because Israel does not actually want a ceasefire. They want to continue the genocide. That's it. This bombing campaign, I believe, was like the 67th violation of the ceasefire since the ceasefire began. Israel has killed almost 100 Palestinians since the ceasefire began. It's ridiculous.
We're going to eradicate them if we have to.
Thank you. The US president has dispatched to Israel a delegation led by his negotiator Steve Witkoff and his son-in-law Jared Kushner to show support and tell Israel that the president wants this ceasefire to stick.
Nice to see you.
His envoy on religious freedom met a released hostage in Tel Aviv today and stressed the US commitment to the 20-point Gaza peace plan.
I think the other aspect that President Trump has been so smart with his team is incorporating other countries to be part of this process to resolve or have some backup to continue to put pressure on Hamas to do the right thing here.
And pressure on Prime Minister Netanyahu as well?
Oh, yes. Well, President Trump doesn't mince words with anyone. If he has something to say, he will say it.
Today, the body of Bipin Joshi, a Nepalese student who was kidnapped by Hamas on October the 7th, was returned to Kathmandu. Those on the Israeli left say President Trump could have saved the hostages and stopped the war much sooner.
It is like pushing someone from the top of the stairs, running rapidly downstairs to catch the one and to say that you saved him. That's exactly what happened. Let's not forget that Trump and his administration were fully complicit since March. They could save thousands of Palestinian lives and who knows how many hostages and Israeli soldiers who were sacrificed by Netanyahu.
In Gaza, as they bury more bodies and grieve again, they pray that it's really over this time.
The things, but I'm not going to talk about that now. Yeah, please go.
It blows my mind that there are motherfuckers in America, a whole ass separate country, that are getting outflanked by an anti-Zionist, Jewish, Israeli, left politician in the fucking Knesset. There are Democrats that are getting outflanked by him. It is crazy, dude. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Even when he talks about the Israeli hostages or the Israeli captives, he literally says the Palestinians first. He says, who knows how many countless lives of Palestinians would have been saved, and even potentially the Israeli captives as well. It's crazy.
Mr. President, you just alluded to the violence in the Middle East. What steps is the administration taking to maintain the ceasefire?
Well, a lot of steps, and right now it's in the hands of others. You know, we have 59 countries that agreed to the deal. We have a peace in the Middle East for the first time ever. We made a deal with Hamas that, you know, they're going to be very good, they're going to behave, they're going to be nice, and if they're not, we're going to go and we're going to eradicate them if we have to. They'll be eradicated, and they know that. So they went in, and I don't believe it was the leadership, but they had some rebellion in there among themselves, and they killed some people, you know, a lot of people. But this is a violent group. You know, you probably noticed over the last 100 years, this is a very violent group of people. And they...
The fuck? Hamas has been a political party since 1988, brother. What are you talking about? You know what he's talking about. I think we all know what he's talking about when he says they're a violent people.
He got very rambunctious, and they did things that they shouldn't be doing. And if they keep doing it, then we're going to go in and straighten it out, and it'll happen very quickly and pretty violently, unfortunately. Go ahead.
Yeah, just following up on that question, when you say we are going to eradicate Hamas, who is we? Does that include American boots on the ground?
No, it won't be on the ground at all. We don't need to, because we have many countries, as you know, signed on to this deal. The way I view it, 59 countries, and unanimous. There's never been, nobody ever believed this. Countries that 4 months ago didn't like each other, and now they're all aligned together. I mean, we've had countries calling me when they saw some of the killing with Hamas, saying, we'd love to go in and take care of the situation ourselves. In addition, you have...
Yeah, who? Yeah? Who? Which military is going to militarily invade Gaza? After seeing what happened with the Israeli Air Force and with the Israeli Israeli occupational forces broadly, who the fuck is gonna want that smoke, dude?
Israel would go in.
UAE, they would do it. They would get fucking destroyed. What are you talking about? These Gulf nation states don't have like robust military forces, and they also literally have like these countries are very small. I think a lot of people don't understand how fucking tiny these countries are, the Gulf states, like, or at least the specific like Arabs living in the UAE, the number of people that are like fully fledged citizens that make up the military. They're not gonna risk their lives, dude. What are you kidding me?
In 2 minutes, if I asked him to go in, I could tell him, go in and take care of it. But right now, we haven't said that. We're going to give it a little chance, and hopefully there will be a little less violence. But right now, you know, they're violent people. Hamas has been very violent. But they don't have the backing of Iran anymore. They don't have the backing of really anybody anymore. They have to be good. And if they're not good, they'll be eradicated.
Yeah, UAE has like 200,000 citizens. They're oil baron Nepo babies. These people don't fight. Like Jeremy Scale talked about this on the show with me, and he talked about it on Chapo too. You think those motherfuckers who have a lot to lose, who actually have like so much to lose, you think they're gonna put their lives on the line to go inside of fucking Hamas tunnels? What are you, delusional? Yeah, okay. Sure, bud. No, they're gonna fucking hire mercenaries at most to do that job. And I'm not even entirely sure they would. But like, how are they gonna move this deal across the finish line with any kind of like military pressure beyond what Israel's been doing already, which is unlimited genocide? Which has become too costly politically to maintain and continue. Hence why we are even discussing alternative measures here. Yeah, UAE is about the size of Maine with a population of New Jersey. 89% of the 10 million are immigrants.
Speaking of peace, we've got an extended look now at a 60 Minutes interview with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. The U.S. Special Envoy is playing a huge role in the Gaza peace talks. President Trump broke with diplomatic protocol and gave them permission to negotiate directly with Hamas. Did it work? Well, in that exclusive interview, correspondent Leslie Stahl asked Kushner how they made the deal happen.
I need to know if
you did some bare knuckle stuff. You know, I think of the real estate negotiation as hard-nosed, get your dukes up.
There were a couple intense moments that we had, but what led to this was really the trust that we were able to build. And I was trained in foreign policy really in President Trump's first term by seeing an outsider president come into Washington with a different school of foreign policy than had been brought in place for the 20 or 30 years prior. And his foreign policy was really about pragmatic realism, right? Taking pragmatic stances, trying to use strength to avoid wars, and figuring out how to make deals, not lecture the world. And so the way that...
Wait, what does that mean? Make deals?
It's so funny that he is on paper describing exactly what Chinese foreign policy is. Like what he just described is verbatim how China operates. And we know that it is very different than how America operates. So it's an abject lie when he says, like, this is our foreign policy. Yeah, dude, you were really trade maxing by moving the fucking embassy to Jerusalem, dude. That was incredible deal making right there. Giving the longest leash to Israel that it never had in even previous pro-Israel administrations that greatly escalated the pressure that Palestinians were experiencing by this belligerent apartheid state, which led to October 7th. It's so fucking stupid.
And not lecture the world.
Focus on interests over values sometimes and figure out where do we have joint interests with other countries and pursue those joint interests. And then where you have differences on interests or values, discuss those privately and try to find ways to get it to the best place possible.
This morning, both those men are back in Israel to work on the next steps in this truce. Witkoff also told 60 Minutes he's working to end Russia's war in Ukraine, saying peace is, quote, infectious. You can and should watch the full extended interview at 60minutesovertime.com.
Fans of the Israeli football team Maccabi Tel Aviv.
All right, before the Maccabi Tel Aviv one, I need to see, do we have the OG? Do we have the full video? Is it out yet?
To find out.
Can someone link me the OG video? Because I need to see the whole thing. Because it is spectacular. But here's one piece of it that was really fucked up.
You decide to go to Gaza. Mm-hmm. And what did you see?
It looked almost like a nuclear bomb.
For the record, it wasn't just one nuclear bomb. It is the equivalent of 13 nuclear bombs that have been deployed. Just so you understand. Here, let's watch the whole thing.
It's less
Witkoff,
than a week
Kushner on
since the
Israel-Hamas
release of the
deal.
remaining...
Remember, this is the new Barry Weiss. This is the new 60 Minutes. This is literally why Barry Weiss became the editor-in-chief of CBS and specifically 60 Minutes, which she has complete editorial control over. So remember that when you're thinking about, or remember that when you are listening to what they have to say. Are you serious? You mean to tell me that if you allow the apartheid regime that is doing a genocide to bomb the third-party negotiations host nation that houses the largest American military force in the region where U.S. Central Command is, then all of a sudden they're going to be upset about that? That's... Like, after they actually did perfidy and set up a fake ceasefire negotiation? Huh. I'm just shocked. I don't understand why. I'm so surprised that a country would actually retaliate at such a severe violation of their sovereignty. I still, to this day, for the record, maintain the position that America knew a lot more about this strike ahead of time than they claim. Okay? I think it's absolutely face-saving for Americans to behave, the American government to behave as though they were oblivious to the strike ahead of time. And I think this interview itself actually reveals that reality a little bit, because they have a hard time building a straightforward narrative. Trump's envoys made it clear that Netanyahu that the U.S. admin accepts Israel's defense of itself from any attack in Gaza, but America will not allow the ceasefire agreement to be threatened. Channel 12, the entire genocide was predicated on this mealy-mouthed bullshit. Who determines if the ceasefire agreement is under threat? How many times does Hamas need to release a statement saying that Israel isn't following any of the terms? How many dead Palestinians constitute a threat to the ceasefire? In parentheses, Barry says, I know the answers. As with Lebanon, Israel has maintained total freedom of action in Gaza after signing a ceasefire. They unilaterally dictate what constitutes a violation. They can drop another 150 tons of bombs on Gaza whenever they want, like they did yesterday. This is what I was talking about, by the way. The IOF just posted a deceptively edited video showing an armed man approaching the yellow line of the north before cutting to a completely different camera in a different location where the airstrike hits. This was a supposed incident that I was skeptical of earlier today. We still haven't seen any documentation of the other incident in Rafah. I'm so glad Trump made peace in this endless war. We're literally going through Israel continuing to bomb Gaza. Israel is continuing to bomb Gaza. What do you mean? I'm so glad that capable of this high-level shit is a mindfuck. Dog, American foreign policy is so ass that unironically, Donald Trump's narcissistic behavior might have actually led to a long-standing commitment. Because the same deal was on the table when the reasonable minds were at the table, the Anthony Blinkens of the world, the Brett McGurks of the world, and they didn't do it. Like, low-key, it's one of those situations where, like, having a fucking real dumbass who's just like, I don't know, I don't fucking believe you. Instead of, like, a guy who studied this at Harvard and made it his life's mission to throat Israel's dick, is probably going to do a better job, which so far they have done a different job. It's not a great job. It's still horrifying. But this is the situation is so dire, and I keep repeating this over and over again. The situation is so fucking dire that a malignant narcissist in his own selfish ambitions, whether he wants to make a deal or whether he's offended that Israel bombed a Gulf nation that had recently given him a fat bribe, or whether because he wants a fucking Nobel Peace Prize or like people to like promote him or whatever, can play a better role in managing a ceasefire or at least making Israel commit to a ceasefire as opposed to the ultra-Zionists who simply wanted Israel to do a genocide. It's crazy that is the dynamic here. Like, Trump's ambition to get political credit has caused this administration so far to force Israel to commit. And Israel is still violating the ceasefire, for the record. Israel is still violating the ceasefire. But I feel as though as soon as they bombed, like the fact that the Trump administration immediately leaked. The Trump administration immediately leaked to the press that Israel's soldiers were killed because of unexploded ordnance and it wasn't actually Hamas. And then Trump came out and was like, maybe it wasn't Hamas, but it was a different gang and Israel got it wrong. Like, that in and of itself is still doing ass covering for Israel as it routinely violates the ceasefire. But this is no like Rafah red line violation. You know what I mean? Like, Biden's Rafah red line was bullshit. It was complete and utter bullshit. I cannot believe I'm saying this, but so far they have done a better job. Oh my God, Chicago Institute of Politics got Kirby as the new Institute of Politics director. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, yeah, this genocide dare piece of shit. Remember, I went to the Chicago Institute of Politics and I spoke there. Guess that's not happening anytime soon. Trump has the advantage of time for Ukraine and Gaza, to be fair, but credit will be due. I mean, it's not the, first of all, no, for all the leverage, I would go so far as to say, for all the leverage that America has over Israel, Biden could have packed this shit up as opposed to Donald Trump. Okay? That's number one. And for the leverage that at the time, the battle lines look like between Russia and Ukraine, Biden had significantly more leverage than Donald Trump in terms of bringing Russia to the table, which the American administration refused to do so. So no, Biden fucked it up on both accounts, 100%. Biden had more power. Biden and Trump have equal power over Israel, okay? They have ultimate power over Israel. But between Biden and Trump, one party had more power to actually bring Russia to the table and design a far better deal, and it was Biden. Biden had a far better opportunity to push for a ceasefire than Donald Trump does. That's why Donald Trump is fucking flailing right now on Ukraine and Russia. That's why he keeps in private correspondence and behind closed doors virtually demanding that Zelensky shut the fuck up and take it. But then also in public, he's like, oh, well, you know, we'll give you tomahawks maybe. Maybe we'll give you tomahawks. Russia, you hear that? We're going to give them tomahawks. There's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. It's because the battle lines are fucking drawn. It is what it is. There's virtually nothing that unlimited weapons can do to change the dynamic of this war at this point because Ukraine has run out of manpower. Ironically enough, when Donald Trump says, when Donald Trump says, like, you don't have the cards to Volodymyr Zelensky, he actually doesn't hold the cards either. America also doesn't hold the cards any longer. What link is Donda is the album of the decade posting? The new financial article time. Oh yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah. Donald Trump urged Volodymyr Zelensky to accept Putin's terms or be destroyed by Russia. U.S. President tossed aside maps of Ukraine frontline in volatile White House meeting. At least he's learned to not do this in public, by the way, because what he did to Zelensky the first time was fucking insane. At least now he knows to play ball in public as opposed to how he talks to Zelensky in private. That was one of the things that I kept reiterating at the time when I was like, I can't believe it. He's like cooking his own fucking position by publicly shitting on Zelensky. He's a real fucking moron. Anyway, we'll get to that in a second, though. The unexploded ordnance get to the place where it killed the soldiers. I mean, it could be deployed munitions that didn't explode, or it could be a fucking IED that was hidden there a long time ago. It could also be, literally, it could be unexploded Israeli munitions as well, whether it be deployed munitions by the Israeli Air Force or even their own fucking bombs that they've put together that they forgot. Because remember, they've been doing a lot of controlled demolitions in the region. But considering the metric tonnage of munitions that were deployed on this tiny sliver of land that received 13 Hiroshima atom bombs worth of munitions, it is much more likely that it is unexploded ordnance from Israeli bombing campaigns. It could still be like an IED. It could. But if you're looking at like what's more likely, I think it's more likely that it was an Israeli bomb. Man, fuck you.
No, absolutely not. No.
Absolutely not. Yeah, I wonder why you can't say that. Obviously, they're not going to say that. They're genocide dares. They're literally party to the fucking criminal statute. They are belligerents in this genocide. Of course, they're not going to be like, yeah, we've been doing a genocide for the past 2 years, actually. And at least for the past 10 that we've been in charge, we have only kept up the intensity of the genocide. Yeah, they're not going to fucking incriminate themselves. Yeah. They're not going to be like, yeah, we were doing a genocide. What of it? Maybe in the next 5 years, maybe in the next 10 years, if things go the way that they've been going with the Trump administration's like seizure of power, complete consolidation of power, and how comfortable they get and how unaccountable they are by international organs of justice and all this stuff. Maybe they'll admit it. They'll be like, yeah, we did a genocide. Who gives a fuck? What are you going to do about it? You want a genocide? You want to be victim to a genocide? Shut the fuck up. Super pro-Israel to begin with. Okay? Lesley Stahl is already super pro-Israel. And regardless of the pro-Israel position of 60 Minutes, the reason why the Redstones sold CBS was to Larry Ellison's son, David Ellison, was because of 60 Minutes. Because 60 Minutes did one 60 Minutes piece specifically on America's involvement in Israel's death and destruction campaign in Gaza. And Shari Redstone was like, that's unbelievable. We have to stop this. I cannot believe how incredibly anti-Semitic these guys are. This is my own media company. This is my own media product. I can't believe it. I'm going to sell it. I'm going to sell it to someone so they can whip it up into shape. They also thought that the Trump administration suing CBS would actually cause the editorial independence to go away. So make no mistake, the reason why this piece is coming out in the way that it is right now is because of Barry Weiss. And the reason why this is happening is because 60 Minutes was deliberately sold because they thought it was not pro-Israel. And chief of 60 Minutes resigned as well after the Redstone piece came out.
Difficult circumstances.
Because that was what triggered the Redstones to sell CBS News and 60 Minutes, to relinquish control over this media product, and to sell it to Larry Ellison's son, David Ellison. But before that happened, they also put in an interim editor-in-chief to oversee the 60 Minutes pieces that they were doing, investigative reporting pieces that they were doing. And that's the reason why the actual editor-in-chief of 60 Minutes resigned. This is before they even sold us. So when you say, oh, why didn't they actually personally change how 60 Minutes was doing reporting if they didn't like it? They did do that. They did. They brought in an outsider. They brought in an outsider to limit the editorial independence that 60 Minutes had, which, again, remember, they were already fucking pro-Israel. Like, Lesley Stahl literally interviewed a Mossad operative that blew up the faces of children in Lebanon, and they were yucking it up. Like, they talked about how awesome this act of terror was. That same 60 Minutes was considered too anti-Israel, because, like, I think it's because Jared Kushner gets so much money from the Gulf states that he literally has the identical position of an Arab sheik. Okay? This is literally what the Gulf position is. Look, we want to deal make with you. We love doing deals. We want to be able to have direct lines of flight from Riyadh to Tel Aviv. We want that better than anybody else. But you have to throw us a fucking bone here. You literally have to let the Palestinians breathe a little bit, because otherwise our own people are going to revolt against us. So Jared Kushner has spent so much time, I think, getting funded by these Gulf leaders that he unironically sounds like fucking MBS or some shit. This is a new position that you don't hear from the American government usually. January 2021, the same month that Trump left the White House, Kushner set up affinity partners in the Miami suburb of Sunny Isles Beach. Altogether, he's raised $4.6 billion, including $3.5 billion last year from three of his earlier backers, the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund and the Qatari Sovereign Wealth Fund, and Abu Dhabi-based Lunate. Yeah. does anybody believe this? I mean, even like Trump supporters, I suspect, have to be like, come on, dude. Really? Like, Jared Kushner straight up is using the American government and all of the power it has to straightforwardly farm the Gulf states for everything that they have, for as much money as they'll give him. What are we talking about? Like, sure, maybe in this circumstance, it's actually to the benefit of, like, maybe forcing Israel's hand to commit to a ceasefire as opposed to, like, maximalist positions of ethnic cleansing. But, like, that is fucking crazy to say. That's just an abject lie. Come on, man. 60 Minutes is so washed, bro. That is, woof.
My own expenses.
This has become an issue.
What people call...
Like, people were talking about Hunter Biden selling paintings when Joe Biden was president, okay? And was there some fuckery there? Did Hunter Biden's paintings deserve $1 million or whatever? Absolutely not. But that is inconsequential, okay? That is literally nothing in comparison to what Jared Kushner is doing. That is crazy, man. That's like your opinion, man. Come on, brother. Come on. Come on. Come on. It's always the same bullshit, okay? It's always the same fucking bullshit. Republicans can get away with murder, okay? But even if a Democrat is doing, like, if a Democrat gets into, like, battery or something, okay, then that is the most consequential thing that has ever happened. They're like, this is the worst type of assault we've ever seen. Meanwhile, the Republicans are just, like, slaughtering people with their guns, okay? They're just, like, killing people with guns, being like, I'm a Republican and I'm killing you because you're not a Republican. I hate you. And then they turn around and go, wow, you slap someone in the face? You need to go to a super prison. We need to kill you. We're talking like $5 million to a crack addict versus $5 billion. Not even five, it's more than that. It's like $35 billion. It's crazy. It's crazy. Republicans did a fucking insurrection on January 6th, and then they unironically sat there and yelled about Jamal Bowman pulling the fire alarm. And it's always been the case, and Democrats always fucking fall for this. I assume they love falling for it. They're, like, deliberately doing it, right? But the standards are so out of whack. Like, Roy fucking Moore was such a prolific pedophile that the local law enforcement barred him from going to his local mall where he would go after children. Okay? And Republicans put him forward as a viable as their candidate in Alabama. But because that was dominating the news cycle super hard, the Republicans needed to actually shift people's attention and priority away. And in that, they went after Al Franken. Al Franken went down partially because the Democrats themselves literally turned around and said, like, oh, how dare you do this shit at the height of, like, Me Too, because the Republicans were getting slammed over Roy Moore. And Al Franken went down because he had a fake boob touching picture with his Fox News co-host that he was touring with. Kirsten Gillibrand was the responsible party taking out Al Franken. Look, there's still people doing it. Look, Lamau, he was sexist and creepy, though. I'm fucking losing my mind. I don't even agree with Al Franken, okay? But understand that these two are not the same fucking dynamics, and especially if you keep fucking falling for it, there is nothing you could do about it. There's nothing we can do about it. Sometimes people have to turn around and be like, hey, this is really fucked up, but an apology is enough, okay? That's it. Do you understand? Especially because you have rapist pedophiles that are literally still in office. God damn. That's what it is. It's just the Democrat inability. It's the Democratic Party's inability to fucking play political ball. I don't even like Al Franken. I don't even agree with Al Franken, even though Al Franken is probably, or was probably, more progressive than the average Democrat was. He still was just like a regular run-of-the-mill fucking Democrat. I'm not talking about that shit. Okay? What I'm talking about is pure politics. Republicans literally brought up Al Franken as a way to move the conversation away from Roy Moore. Oh, and the problem is liberals always eat that bait, hook, line, and fucking sinker. They think, oh, we must maintain some sort of purity politics when no one is actually doing the fucking purity politics at all. No one plays by those rules except for liberals. Just wait. You'll see in the upcoming few days, now that the Republicans are feeling the heat with these text message scandals that are coming out, you're going to watch another wave of Republican psyops, okay? I'm telling you right now, this is how it always works. This is how it always works. Now that the Republicans are receiving a shit ton of heat for how openly racist they are in private correspondences, they're going to fucking turn around and find something. They're going to find another text scandal on the liberal side where like some liberal fucking told a Republican staffer that they think Charlie Kirk was a fascist. Okay? And in that process, the entire media cycle led by fucking libtards is going to talk about how damning this is and how they disavow it. I'm telling you, it's going to happen and you will see it happen. They're already trying it with the J. Jones shit. Okay? They're already trying with the J. Jones shit. They're like, oh, I don't care about these text messages. I don't care about these text messages. Look at J. Jones. Care about those text messages. Okay? They're kind of trying to do that with Graham Plattner right now. It's not working because Graham Plattner is too hog-coded for it to actually be effective. But like, it's just, if only one party cares about maintaining some semblance of like optical purity, because it's not real intellectual honesty or decency at all. It's not any sort of like moral honesty. It's just optics. That's all it is. And if Democrats lean into that shit, they're going to keep losing over and over again. It is what it is. That's it. The Republicans have endless permission to do whatever they want to do, to be as violent as they want to be as vicious as they want to be. And liberals, on the other hand, immediately buckle. Like a little bit of pressure, no matter how cynical, no matter how deliberately distractive it is, no matter how much of a deliberate deflection it is, liberals love going, oh my God, I can't believe this happened. We have to immediately apologize and also make sure that this guy doesn't run for office ever again. We will vacate the seat for you, sir. Thank you. And then we sit around and we're like, how do we keep getting dominated by the fucking Republicans? Dems actually rely on the hog framing, so they have a good excuse. You're describing the uniparty without realizing it's set up on that way. It's set up that way on purpose. Really? Al Franken was a real threat to the Democratic Party behaving in the same exact ways that the Republicans are? Come on, man. No, this is like, even within the confines of bourgeois democracy, Democrats are still a bad political party. Okay? That's my point. I love that you think I don't realize that Democrats play the role of controlled opposition all the fucking time.
Sir, at 6.
He was an attorney in the first-term immigrant.
Okay, the rest of this is something different. And
so she lives in all your...
But yeah, that's the fucking 60 Minutes on the Barry Weiss dictated pro-Israel 60 Minutes. And even in all of the pro-Israel sentiment, the administration, in an effort to like separate themselves from the previous administration, the Biden administration, it seems to me like they have it seems to me like they have once again revealed some stuff that the previous administration would not. Do you think CBS is full-blown right-wing now? I think CBS is going to play a very important role in making sure that your boomer grandparents who are exhibiting signs of discontent stay servile to the administration, or at least normalize the administration's most like reactionary principles, reactionary perspectives, because it still has a lot of institutional prowess. It has a persuasive capability. People, your boomer grandparents don't think the CBS is anything different than the CBS that they grew up watching. So it still has like some semblance of credibility. They might lose the next generation. They will lose our generation, but most legacy publishers have already lost our generation anyway. But the reality of the matter is it's still seen as like a legitimate source of news. And it is definitely very dangerous that a legitimate source of news is even going more right-wing than the center-right attitude that most liberal media already has. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has appointed Michael Eisenberg, key architect in the initial team of businessmen and officials who conceived and helped set up the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, Gaza Holocaust Fund, as his personal envoy to the American command overseeing Gaza ceasefire implementation. Eisenberg is a U.S.-Israeli venture capitalist and early investor in tech firms like WeWork. Will serve alongside Major General Yaki Dolph, the Defense Ministry's representative. The move, reported by Israel's Channel 12, signals Netanyahu's intent to keep direct control over Gaza coordination with Washington instead of delegating to Israeli defense establishment. The Gaza Holocaust Fund, which Palestinians denounced as death traps after Israeli troops repeatedly opened fire and killed starving unarmed civilians near its aid sites, has been frozen since the ceasefire took effect. New group chat leak, ladies and gentlemen. New group chat leak. We are going to do that as well. Do not worry. There's a Maccabi Tel Aviv shit as well. Just in a Ninth Circuit panel rules 2-1 that Trump had the authority to send the National Guard to Portland. The judges were Nelson and Bate, both Trump appointees, versus Graber, the Clinton appointee. The panel says Trump may exaggerate the violence in Portland on social media, but still may have had a valid basis for sending in the Guard. Yeah, the Tel Aviv story is funny. We're going to do that in a second. Hold on. We have Andrew Cuomo looking like a fucking fool. We talked about the change in attitude towards the from the liberals towards the concept of socialism. And yeah. Hostage glazing Hamas. Wait, what? Oh, I've read some of this stuff. Oh, yeah. Were there any good moments of captivity? Like what? When they took him for a day of fun at the beach. Yesterday, Channel 13, Danny Moran, head of the freed Israeli captive Omri Moran, tells Ophira Asayag how his son talks only about the good things from his captivity in Gaza. Apologies if you already covered this. What? As a Syrian, I'm very sad that you're endorsing Graham Plattner, who not only has killed people here in the Middle East, but also wants the U.S. imperialist military to have more money and equipment to do so. It's honestly very sad. There's nothing socialist about you promoting someone who is so militaristic and imperialistic. No, I'm not. I'm not endorsing Graham Plattner. I already told you I'm endorsing Janet Mills. I'm endorsing Janet Mills in the main Senate race because Janet Mills is actually the real the real Democrat. Yeah. No, I am. I'm endorsing the Republican, I think. I'm endorsing Susan Collins. And if it's not Susan Collins, I really hope it's Janet Mills, because I think Janet Mills is less imperialistic than the guy who came out and was like, Israel's doing a genocide. Yeah. It's her turn. I think women should lead. That's what I think. I want a girl boss to gatekeep and slay queen. This is how you need to respond to bad faith chatters like that more often? Yeah. Yeah, Chuck Schumer endorsed Janet Mills, and I love Chuck Schumer, and therefore I am endorsing Janet Mills as well. I'm with her. It's her story. It's not his story. It's her story. Anyway. Expect more of these shadows of the Latin American pastry man made a new 35-minute about you and how you love imperialist serial killers. Yes, I do. Sorry, I don't. And that's literally why I am endorsing Janet Mills. I apologize. I was wrong. I think what I should be doing is endorsing Janet Mills, which is what I'm doing. Why can't you take the criticism seriously? Well, have you noticed that I have taken the criticism seriously, which is why I'm endorsing Janet Mills and not the imperialist warmonger? Because it seems like you're not hearing what I'm saying. Everyone who isn't a fan of Graham is apparently a Maoist or worldist. Did I say any of those things? I didn't say any of those things. It seems like you're saying those things. I'm endorsing Janet Mills. Every fucking time, man. Who are you endorsing in the main race? It seems like this is a very important point for you. It seems like the revolution will start in Maine, specifically on the Senate race. Who are you endorsing in the Senate race? I'm a part of Mills Mafia. Yep. Mills Mafia, baby. Did you endorse Kamala Harris for president? If she had Graham Plattner's policy platform, I would not only endorse Kamala Harris, but I said I would door knock for her. If she had a fraction of Graham Plattner's policy platform, I would have literally been running around the entire country with a fucking bus that I paid for myself. So I would beg and kiss the fucking feet of every single American to vote for a American president that was saying that Israel's committing a genocide, that we must actually stop weapons transfers to Israel, that was loudly and proudly proclaiming that they want to do Medicare for all. Yeah. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you do that? Go ahead, answer my question. If Kamala Harris had Graham Plattner's platform, would you have endorsed Kamala Harris? Because I would have, 100%. And I said it. Fuck no? Oh, okay. Well, then you and I are at a disagreement here. Yeah, wait, what? Guys, stop. It's just, she's girl bossing. She's girl bossing. Yeah. I think you guys hate to see a girl boss thrive. That's why I'm seeing a lot of discontent from the chat right now. Wait, so you said fuck no. What would it take for you to endorse one of the two major party candidates? Because I suspect that you probably did endorse Bernie Sanders in 2016, and I assume you were very excited about the prospect of Bernie Sanders. Graham Plattner has a more aggressive stance on Israel than Bernie Sanders does right now. So what changed in your mindset between 2016 and now? Maybe you didn't. Maybe you were always a radical, a little radical. But I have no, I'm not shy about the things that I believe and the things that I commit to. But I suspect if I go back far enough, if Graham didn't have a decade-plus long history of terrorizing Iraq and Afghanistan, or if he was like Mike Prisoner, I would support him. Wait. I have a candidate for you. someone who didn't have a decade-long history of terrorizing Iraq and Afghanistan. Her name is Janet Mills, Maine's first woman district attorney general and governor, a fighter and a winner, running for U.S. Senate to stand up for the people of Maine. Now you have arrived at my pro-Janet Mills position. A real heavyweight. The only way to beat a heavyweight is to run a heavyweight. Mills Mafia. Girl boss Janet. Hating Plattner but liking Prisoner is unhinged. Yeah, well, the irony is he's saying that like Graham Plattner, while running for office in Maine, is not as aggressively anti-imperialist as like Mike Prisoner is. Except if you look at his like Reddit takes from 2020, he does sound like fucking Mike Prisoner. Yeah. I don't know who Mike Prisoner would endorse in that, but I suspect that he probably would endorse Graham Plattner. Would that change your calculation at all? No, there's some like lame ass, like I want to win the election bullshit in there where he says stuff like, oh, we got to rebuild the Navy or some shit. I would listen to why he made that decision. I wonder if it'd be very different from mine. You would listen to it until Bad Empanada made a video about how Mike Prisoner is a fucking imperialist stooge and also a baby annihilator, given that he toured or given that he was an active duty service member. And then you would go, you know what? I can't trust Mike Prisoner either. Anyway. Guys, I told you, I have the best opinion. I have the most woke opinion. I promise you, it's the most leftist position. If you are a real leftist, you vote for Janet Mills. No, if you're a real leftist, you vote for Susan Collins. That's the max left position. Neither of them have served in imperialist wars. Their reputation is practically stainless, if you think about it. It's a real, I don't care about the American bourgeois. I hate the American working class position. How the fuck do you stand these left-wing communists in your comment section all the time? I understand why left comms in general, or a lot of leftists in general, look at whatever electoralist position I have as like revisionist nonsense. Okay? I get it. Do I think Graham Plattner is going to bring about the Marxist-Leninist revolution? Fuck no. Okay? I don't. But in the interim, as long as there is like any sort of real harm reduction, any sort of real momentum to put forth as many left-wing candidates as possible, I will be there. Okay? I will overlook their flaws. I will be there. I will defend it as long as they are earnest. And it seems like from what I've seen with Plattner's Reddit account escapades, he does seem like he's earnest. I have nothing else except obviously the fact that Graham Plattner did serve and Janet Mills didn't, which is why I'm voting for Janet Mills illegally in the state of Maine. Or maybe in order to improve both parties, both women's chances, Susan Collins as well. Yeah. Plattner campaign now posting the Reddit post. He's proud of pushing back against the impression that he was just saying stuff he has to apologize for. From the Reddit files, my thoughts on misogyny and homophobia in the Marines. Online leftism is fucking different than actual energies present when organizing. I mean, yeah. How do I argue with my friends that supporting Graham Platinum, regardless of his flaws, is different than not supporting Kamala because of her flaws? I mean, what are the flaws that we're talking about? Like, if it's okay, you can have red lines, okay? Many people did, but not really, not even in this community. Like, all the chirpers that were like, I'm not doing it or whatever, they were just chirping for the most part. The overwhelming majority of people that are in this, the overwhelming majority of people in this community still ended up, reluctantly voting for Kamala Harris. You are so disingenuous, it's insane. Why? What did I say that you find to be disingenuous? That I'm voting for Janet Mills because I love girl bossing? I suspect you have nothing, you don't even understand what we're talking about here, but I would love to hear from, I would love to hear you enlighten us. Like, listen, I'm a very simple guy, okay? I always say this to leftists. This is a big tent. This is a big tent for the left, okay? There are going to be electoralists in here, and there are going to be people who are anti-electoralism. If you are anti-electoralism, my statements are simple. You don't have to participate in the fucking main senatorial race primary discussion. You know what I mean? Like, that is nerd shit. You already have decided. You already fucking landed your flag. You said, fuck electoralism is a bourgeois democracy. Revolution now. Okay? You already said that. And you're not even wrong necessarily as far as like the outcomes of this bourgeois democracy goes. I don't disagree with you. Okay? Maybe I have a different method than you do on how we get to some real change around these parts. But if you're abstaining, then abstain from the conversation too. I just don't understand it. Like, I don't understand why people who abstain from electoralism always seem to want to have a conversation about it, but only to like get other people to abstain from voting. People don't vote in this country anyway. You're in the plurality. Don't worry. Whether it's for Maoist reasons or whether it's for real revolutionary vanguardist reasons or whether it's because they just, didn't want to vote or whether it was because they were working that day. It's fine. You're in the plurality. You got it. You're good. So what I don't understand is like why you would come to a place that has a similar attitude or a similar understanding of what the reality is, but still is trying to make changes in their own way, right? Because they feel left out of a major topic of conversation. I think that's probably what it is. You said you would vote for harm reduction, but you said you wouldn't vote for Kamala, but you have no problem voting for a guy who willingly went to Blackwater. Wait, what? I just described, you might have missed it. I just described if Kamala Harris had Graham Plattner's platform, okay? If Kamala Harris had Graham Plattner's platform to a T, I wouldn't just vote for her. I would literally tour the entire country begging Americans to vote for her. And it's not like a secret. I actually talked about it at the time. I said if Kamala Harris takes a strong anti-genocide stance, if Kamala Harris takes an anti-strong genocide stance, I have no problem endorsing her, and I have no problem defending her. I have no problem door knocking for her. That's what I said. But I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I think you just watched a YouTube video and it like really twisted you in a bind or something. Janet Mills will be 84 years old when her term ends. That's why I'm voting for Janet Mills. Me too. Everyone has different reasons for why they want to vote for Janet Mills. It's because I am, pro girl boss. Many people are anti-feminist, so they don't want to. I believe you said if she threatens an arms embargo on Israel, you will door knock. Yeah. Yeah, but that's not what he wants you to have said. You don't understand? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, I don't really care about other people's positions. It's just mine. You might disagree with it, but it is what it is. Because if we continue down this pipeline, if we continue down this back and forth, the argument revolves around every American president, every American politician sits on top of a throne of violence and bloodshed. And therefore, as long as you live within the heart of labor aristocracy, as long as you live amongst labor aristocrats, as long as you live in the heart of the imperial core, every single politician that you are voting for is advancing the interests of imperialism. And therefore, you should never vote, because voting is actually really bad and really immoral. And you should do what I do instead, which is yell on the internet. Right? That's kind of the position that we arrive at. My opinion on this is, as long as there is a duopoly in this country, I will work to elect politicians that are closer to me in their worldview, in their politics, and greatly expand the permission structure in an incredibly antagonistic country to socialism, with the hopes that some of the hurdles that are in the way of labor union organizing, for example, are eradicated, so that there is enough of a mechanism of pushback that workers have in this country to, at the very least, get out of the way of the rest of the world that has significantly more revolutionary potential. That's it. I am not confused by the system that I exist under. I'm not confused by the way that this two-party system works. Which is why I'm voting for Janet Mills. Would you support Avi Lewis? He's running the primaries for leadership of Canada's Social Party. He's currently, I don't know enough about him. If you could steelman this position and give a clear take, I would really appreciate that. What do you mean? What? Did you just give up? Wait. Did you just give up on trying to argue? So now you want me to argue at your behest? I can't believe it. He just said, I gave up on your... I gave up on arguing. Can you argue for me? No, how about you actually fucking steelman my position? God, debate perverts, man. Oh. Anyway. Where were we? We're not talking about Janet Mills right now. I don't know why we got to Janet Mills out of nowhere, but I do love talking about my queen, Janet Mills. Oh, Maccabi Tel Aviv fans face ban from UK football match. Let's take a look.
Have been banned from attending the team's upcoming match in the UK next month. The ban was issued by UK police and Birmingham City's Safety Advisory Group due to public safety concerns outside the stadium and the ability to deal with any potential protests on the night. They said the decision was made based on previous incidents, referencing violent clashes between Israeli fans and pro-Palestinian supporters when Maccabi played a match in Amsterdam in November of last year. Those clashes resulted in dozens of arrests and 5 people imprisoned. Though the violence had prompted accusations of anti-Semitic attacks at first, reports later emerged that it had begun after Israeli fans...
No. What? Remember the ADL up until a couple months ago was still acting as though I was anti-Semitic for saying that the Amsterdam situation was not a fucking act of pogroms against Jews in Amsterdam, and it was abso-fucking-lutely violent hooligans defending the Israeli team, the Maccabi Tel Aviv's violent hooligans that actually caused a ruckus and that people were engaging in the regular football style violence, and that the media was lying, and that the initial assessment from the organs of justice was also built around a lie, and everybody fucking went along with this lie. The Maccabi Tel Aviv fans are particularly violent and very racist. Now, there are plenty of football hooligans that are both violent and racist, but the Maccabi Tel Aviv fans also have that same Israeli sense of entitlement, okay? It makes it crazy. It's a crazy combination that makes a bad situation worse wherever they fucking go, okay? Not as much as Beitar, though. Beitar makes your skin crawl. Okay, well, in any case, the Maccabi Tel Aviv fans face ban from UK football match, which became a major story in the UK because Keir Starmer is a dog for Israel.
Stormed through the Dutch capital, chanting violent slogans against Arabs and Palestinians, destroying Palestinian flags, and even assaulting a local taxi driver. To prevent similar clashes, UK police decided to ban the club's fans from attending next month's Europa League game against Aston Villa. Yet they've received pushback from senior politicians in both Israel and the UK. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer called the ban the wrong decision, saying that we will not tolerate anti-Semitism on our streets, and calling on the police to ensure that fans can attend without fear of violence or intimidation. Speaking more forthright,
you don't understand. It's anti-Semitism unless you let these this vagrant brigade of violent far-right monsters from basically ruining the city, okay? It's anti-Semitism unless you let the Maccabi Tel Aviv hooligans beat the fucking doors off of every person that they think is Muslim. This is how it goes. Otherwise, it's anti-Semitism. I don't understand. Why are you being so anti-Semitic? We need the Maccabi brown shirts to beat the fuck out of every local British football fan, okay? Excuse me. Excuse me. How dare you? They can even do a pro-rape riot like they did in Israel. Well, that wasn't the Maccabi Tel Aviv fans that did that, but I'm sure there were some who were. But you need to let them do a pogrom. Otherwise, you're anti-Semitic.
Israel's Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar said the decision was shameful and cowardly and called on UK authorities to repeal it. The UK's Jewish groups also criticised the ban. The Jewish Leadership Council said it was perverse that fans should be banned because police can't guarantee their safety, while the campaign against said it would launch a judicial review to overturn what it called a pernicious ban. Yet others argued that the behavior of Maccabi fans in Amsterdam, including vandalizing local buildings and chanting hateful slogans, needlessly provoked tensions with locals, saying that it is understandable police would seek to prevent a repeat of these incidents. Since the announcement on Thursday, government ministers have been...
I don't understand, oh, by the way, so the Israeli police just canceled the Maccabi Tel Aviv versus Hapoel Derby because the fan riots were a risk to life. Guess that means by Keir Starmer's definition, they're anti-Semitic now. Maccabi Tel Aviv fans were seen vandalizing Jaffa and looking for victims, the same thuggish behavior they've taken to Europe before, especially in Amsterdam. But you don't get it. They have to. It's really fucked up. Do you hate the Jews? Like, what do you mean? They should be able to terrorize whichever country they want to, okay? They should be able to terrorize whichever country they want to. Otherwise, you're anti-Semitic. What the fuck? What the fuck? How dare you? Would they even have this level for, Lazio? Like, if Lazio was coming in and they were, ready to beat the fuck out of people. I feel like they've banned football hooligans before. Can you imagine them running around being like, you're Italiophobic for not letting Lazio in to your fucking state? Turns out the Tel Aviv police are anti-Semitic too, not just the West Midlands police. Yeah, following the police's decision, it was determined that the Tel Aviv Derby will not take place tonight. Yeah, no, they have a right to do this shit, okay? And you're bad and anti-Semitic if you don't let them. This is the wrong decision, says Keir Starmer. We will not tolerate anti-Semitism on our streets. The role of the police is to ensure all football fans can enjoy the game without fear of violence or intimidation. Now, understand something here, okay? Keir Starmer is literally fucking saying that unless the Maccabi Tel Aviv fans are allowed to terrorize the native British population, okay, everyone in England is anti-Semitic. I'm impressed that you know about Lazio, of course. UEFA literally did the same thing with the Polish club fans visiting Aston Villa 2 years ago and nobody was up in arms about it. Look who loves this shit. Oh yeah, Tommy Robinson, who's coming up to support Maccabi Tel Aviv at Villa Park on November the 6th. Again, Tommy Robinson, Mr. England first, okay? England first, Tommy Robinson, literally taking a foreign country's football team over an English football team. How the fuck? What the fuck? Like, what's happening here? This is why I say he's a fucking Mossad agent, okay? Honestly, this is one of those things that's been really pissing me off about Israel supporters recently. It's not just about Israel anymore. It's about weaponizing Judaism as a shield for literally anything in life. Jewish person who's rude at a coffee shop and gets kicked out. Jews aren't safe anymore anywhere. No, you just can't be rude at a coffee shop. What the fuck are we doing? No, you don't understand. It must be anti-Semitic. Yeah. Ian Duncan Smith says, when Maccabi played a game in Istanbul, there was no trouble at all. And then Ian Byrne had to point out that UEFA moved the game to Hungary after the Turkish authorities refused to stage it, and the Hungarian authorities then played it behind closed doors, hence no trouble. It gets worse. Despite this recent embarrassing development, the UK government is still saying the Israeli fans must be allowed to come. Now the Maccabi Club is saying they're not coming even if the ban is lifted. Oh, thank God. Also, they shouldn't even... I had to unfollow Tommy today because of all the Israel shilling. It took you until today? You were a Tommy Robinson fan? What the fuck is going on? Dog, do you know who I am? I am literally against everything that Tommy Robinson is for. Okay? Not just the Israel stuff. Like, goddamn. It's pretty funny. This guy's like, yeah, I've realized he's not England first, yeah. It seems he's fucking Israel first, yeah. I liked him when he was giving it to the muzzies, yeah. But I don't like it when he's saying I'm pro-Israel. Yeah. I thought Tommy put England first. Chat can't follow people you like. I mean, the way he presented this kind of seems like he's a fan of Tommy Robinson until he realized that Tommy Robinson is pro-Israel. Don't you think? It's a little bit different than that. Like, he's just a straight up Nazi even before he's pro-Israel. Tommy Robinson. Yeah, you're the dog guy? Yeah, no, this was a real fucking gammon in the building. He was a real gammon. We'll keep him. We keep those. Fucking hell. We got Hogwatch, but this time, British style. Fucking hell. We don't like Tommy Robinson here? No, we do not like fucking British neo-Nazis. Anyway, my position on this is that no Israeli team should be allowed to fucking compete outside of Israel. Like, they should be barred anyway. It's fucking ridiculous. The FAIR Network, which sends reports on discriminatory incidents of national team and club matches around Europe to UEFA, said it would not disagree with the Security Advisory Group's assessment and said in a statement to the PA news agency, Maccabi Tel Aviv fans are well known for their racism. In the past year, they have been the biggest perpetrators of racism in Israeli football. In Europe, their away supporters bring many of the same poisonous chants and messages, which leads them to being scrutinized. A number of police sources and local authorities have raised concerns about their presence in cities before and after European club matches. Amsterdam have now banned them, and there were some concerns raised in Malta recently. And so, given the expertise of the West Midlands police in managing football matches, the risk assessments that they are likely to have undertaken, we would be reluctant to question their approach. But of course, because Keir Starmer is such a ginormous dick rider of Israel, that he literally is like, this is anti-Semitism.
Meeting to try to reverse the ban, with discussions currently ongoing at pace. A spokesman for number 10 Downing Street said Prime Minister Starmer was angered at the decision and would do everything in his power to ensure the fans can attend.
Just want to bring you some breaking news from Tel Aviv now. And a derby match between the city's rival soccer teams, Hapoel Tel Aviv and Maccabi Tel Aviv, has been cancelled after riots broke out in...
You're going to look like a clown show because you're a major dick rider for, capital owners, even though you're supposed to be the labor government. And that's one thing. But throwing what remains of your reputation in the trash for not just Israel, but for a violent right-wing, ultra-Zionist group of hooligans that are coming from Israel to do pogroms in your fucking streets is so insane to me. Blue labor isn't labor, to be fair. I know, but it's fucking nuts. Have at least a little bit of fucking self-restraint. Have a little bit of self-preservation skills, my man. What the fuck? It's absolutely mental. I don't fucking understand it. How is he doing this?
And around the stadium. The match was set to take place tonight in the city's Bloomfield Stadium when fans began to riot. In a statement on X, Maccabi Tel Aviv FC said following the police's decision, it was determined that the Tel Aviv derby will not take...
Remember when they were thrown in the Amstel River when the ultras were looking for a fight in Amsterdam? Yeah, it was... the pogroms? Yeah, I remember that.
...place tonight. So that the very latest news out of Tel Aviv itself on...
Birmingham has the largest Muslim population in all the UK. Going to any mosque, there's a good chance you'll see Aston Villa scarves and taquiyas. This is breaking. Culture Secretary Lisa Nandy makes an urgent statement on the Maccabi Tel Aviv fans attending a football game in Birmingham. We will find the resources that need to be made available once the West Midlands Police has come forward with the risk assessment.
Thank you for bringing...
They're like, they have to do this. They have to come here. They have to come here and they have to terrorize us. Okay? They have to fuck our butts. Okay? You don't understand. It was promised to the Maccabi Tel Aviv team. You don't understand. They have to come here and they have to be racist. Shut the fuck up. Doesn't matter anymore. They're not coming. Oh, I'm sure there will be some fucking rowdy EDL dipshits that overnight a bunch of fucking Maccabi Tel Aviv shirts so they can go and brutalize Muslims there. Yeah. Also, this is their famous... Here on the Maccabi Tel Aviv fan site, you can find the lyrics of their club anthem. You play Extreme T, sing songs about the Holocaust, and also think it's funny to deny the state. You are Arab whores. We are ashamed of you. At the end of the day, Gate 5, we will fuck you. We will fuck you, and then we will drink your blood. And in the town square, we will hang every communist who comes here. We'll take your girls who love to go wild. When we rape them, we'll shout, today is the day of death. Today is the day of death. I am from Israel, and this is my hooligan song. Yeah, I am an Israeli songwriter, and these are my lyrics. Even ISIS is like, damn, bro. Israel is so ISIS coded. Okay? Even by the standards of like rabid, psychopathic football hooligan sloganeering, this is above and beyond. Zach Polanski talking about the ban. Peston says you can't ban Maccabi Tel Aviv hooligans and Israeli sports teams in general because Israel's democracy. Zach Polanski, protesters who were on the flotilla were subject to torture. They were not treated how any democracy. Peston quickly cuts them off. Nice. I can't be alone in feeling so gross about how Western politicians operate on issues that pertain to Israel. Like anytime I see this stuff, I have like this guttural reaction. I think it's so disgusting. You are not a human, you know? When I see stuff like this, I truly feel like you are like a servile little cow. You're nothing. You're not a human. It's disgusting. You are the most cucked, grimy little fucking worm. You're nothing.
That match.
You have reduced yourself.
Rivals, Hapoel Tel Aviv and
like you have straight up reduced yourself to nothingness.
Maccabi Tel Aviv's racist fan hooliganism cannot be separated from Israeli militarism. Many of these fans.
Oh, what? Oh. Yeah. The Maccabi Tel Aviv episode is the perfect distillation of quantum Zionism, overtly racist soccer hooligans. When one attempts to note their ultranationalism becomes Jewish football fans. Whenever Israelis are criticized, the framing suddenly becomes small beans and sectarian. Truly, can we be adults here and have an adult conversation? Why is everyone 5 years old? Is Israel a nation state for which Jewish people are not responsible? Yes. Or is it interchangeable with Jewish people everywhere? What suddenly happens anytime someone criticizing Israel or Israelis? Which is it? Pick a narrative. Yeah, it's both. The Brits upset about UK police banning Maccabi Tel Aviv fans must really have been looking forward to Birmingham streets echoing with the lyrics of Maccabi songs like this. Why is there no school in Gaza? Because all the kids are dead. Like, they're just straight up Jewish Nazis, man. What are we doing? What the fuck? Like, what's the attitude here? What's the position here? Like, oh, well, they're Jews. They get to have a little bit of a Nazi moment. Is that what it is? Like, I don't understand. Like, what is it? What is it? Any other group that is this transparently fucking engaging in, like, neo-Nazi sentiment would be banned. And this on top of the fact that, like, Israel is literally doing a Holocaust while they are simultaneously flexing said Holocaust. I don't know where this goes in terms of, like, how people behave. What do you expect from people when they see this, when they hear this, and then they see their government just behave in this servile manner? No, it's not that they don't believe Palestinians are humans. No, the Maccabi Tel Aviv fans don't believe Palestinians are humans. And sure, maybe the large majority of British people, or not large majority, but a decent number of British people also don't care about Palestinians at all. But, like, this is beyond that. This is utter domination, right? This is complete domination by a tiny fucking country that seemingly gets to do whatever the fuck it wants. Like, that's the reason why that racist guy who was in my chat was like, I unfollowed Tommy Robinson after today because I couldn't deal with how much he was promoting Israel. Like, even racist people who like fucking Tommy Robinson can look at this and go, what are we doing here? This seems a little weird. Do you not understand? We just saw the guy. He was in the chat. He was like, yeah, I fucking love Tommy Robinson, mate. He's a top bloke. But after today, I had to unfollow him because he's been glazing up Israel far too much for my liking. Like, what the fuck?
Are active or former soldiers who have taken part in Israel's genocide in Gaza. They should be investigated for war crimes the moment they set foot onto British soil, not welcomed into our stadiums.
Like, if you're a white supremacist in England, you got to be extra pissed because half the shit that Maccabi Tel Aviv gets away with on foreign soil, the white supremacists can't even get away with on their own soil. You know what I mean? I mean, they shouldn't be able to, by the way. I don't have an issue with that. But, like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, if you're a hog in the UK, you're like, what can I fucking say that we need to kill these Arabs, right? But then the fucking Maccabi Tel Aviv team comes here and they talk about doing a fucking genocide, yeah, on the Arabs. They're all right. They get to fucking say it, but I can't. Oh, my best friend got napped by the fucking bobbies for tweeting out that we need to stab every fucking Muslim and migrant, but the Maccabi Tel Aviv can get away with saying it on my fucking soil. English for England. England for the English, yeah? Not for the fucking Maccabi Tel Avivs. It's not fair. I mean, seriously. England. Okay, England. Score some fucking goals. This is the best reform twat impression I've seen from an American so far. Yeah, I got a lot of mileage on that. Don't worry. This has become a very weird bit. This is not even a bit. This is literally reality. Okay? This is, I assume, the modified position of like the average EDL guy or the average reform voter who is pissed off that they can't like advocate to stab migrants and go to jail for tweeting out the location of like what they suspect is a migrant hotel. But meanwhile, Keir Starmer, who also played a role in getting those guys arrested, which was not a bad thing. Okay, I'm not saying that was a bad thing, is now saying, no, but like if they do it, they can do it on foreign soil. We will welcome them. Like, how do you not understand that?
And let's be clear, this Labour government is no innocent bystander. It has armed Israel's genocide, it has provided diplomatic cover, and it has shamefully denied that genocide is even taking place. So I ask the Minister, is there anything this Labour government won't do to defend the genocidal apartheid state of Israel?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I like the Honourable Lady, but I have to say that she is doing...
Oh my God. You guys have your own Sarah Huckabee Sanders? That's crazy. That's crazy. She looks exactly like Sarah Huckabee. How is that possible?
I like the Honourable Lady, but I have to say...
Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport. No, she is Labour, though. Okay, first of all, I don't trust a single Labour member. Okay, I don't know what her background is, but... Dude, what? This Labour Party is so ass. Are you fucking kidding me? They are straight up. They're so bad. They have done everything in their fucking power to gut the party. They've done everything in their power to gut the party. It is such an awful state now. Yeah, they're red Tories, 100%. They're so gross.
That she is doing the people of Birmingham no favours with that sort of rhetoric. You know, when it comes to the conflation that she makes between all of the Maccabi...
I used to know Lisa Nandy, and she was fairly right on until she got a whiff of power a few years ago.
Tel Aviv supporters and the actions of the Israeli government. That is precisely what the honourable gentleman was talking about blaming, in many cases, British citizens who happen to support Maccabi.
They have a different opinion than me. They're so gross. Well, yeah. Do you want to defend the Labour Party's current positions, chatter, instead of just like presenting this as like a not really an argument? Because, like, there are people that have different opinions than me. Not all of them are gross. But I would say the Reform Party's positions are gross, for example, constantly singling out migrants. And same goes for the Labor Party right now. I just came in mainly because you fried your dog. Okay. I love these guys, man. They come in here while political commentary is happening to be like, I don't really care about your position at all. I just came in here to argue. But then they can't even argue. Like, NPC. Straightforward NPC.
Tel Aviv for actions that are taking place in the Middle East, conflating being Jewish and Israeli.
Yeah, she didn't do that.
Sky News understands that the Israeli football club Maccabi Tel Aviv has decided not to sell tickets to its fans for next month's controversial game against Aston Villa following safety concerns and much debate, as you know. Well, let's bring in our sports correspondent, Rob Harris. What are you hearing then, Rob?
This is a major development. Sky News learning that Maccabi Tel Aviv will now no longer sell tickets to the Europa League match at Aston Villa over safety concerns. The initial decision from the authorities in Birmingham had been to deny Israeli fans the right to attend the match. The government planned to push ahead with demanding that the West Midlands police do let the Israeli fans attend the game. But Sky News now understands that they will not take up that allocation, regardless of any decision to reverse the ban by West Midlands police. And we're now just getting a statement actually here from Maccabi Tel Aviv confirming our story, saying that it is clear that various entrenched groups seek to malign the Maccabi Tel Aviv fan base, most of whom have no truck with racism or hooliganism of any kind and are exploiting isolated incidents for their own social.
Do you think you'll ever be able to do nonstop depressing content again? Or non-depressing content again? Maybe. At times it feels like Keir Starmer is like a Joe Biden figure, but the AOCs of English Parliament actually stand up to cure England, like Canada suffers political trends going on here. What? I think they shouldn't be allowed, or it should be a honeypot. The only time you should ever let Israeli sports teams to participate in athletic competitions in Europe is to basically bring them in so you can arrest the fans that you have already identified as participating in the Gaza genocide. That's it. Like, I think that's the only time they should ever do it. Be like, yeah, come right in, Maccabi Tel Aviv fans. All right, it says here that you were a reservist in the IDF and you participated in the Gaza genocide. Step right ahead, sir. You're going to fucking prison. We're going to be doing a Nuremberg-style trial on your fucking violent war crimes that you posted about like a fucking knob on your Instagram. Up the Villa for the Muslim Villa fans. There you go. I said it. Sadly, we'd never. I can dream. Let me fucking dream. To the fucking egg with you, you knob. You fucking nonsense. You're going to the fucking egg, yeah? Fucking hell. Yeah, same with Eurovision. Eurovision. All right, let's get to the new racial chats. The new racialized chats. Trump nominee says MLK Jr. holiday belongs in hell and that he has a Nazi streak, according to text. Paul Ingratia's bid to lead a whistleblower agency is set for Senate confirmation hearing Thursday. MLK Jr. was the 1960s George Floyd, and his, air quotes, holiday should be ended and tossed into the seventh circle of hell where it belongs. The response is, Jesus Christ. Paul Ingratia, President Donald Trump's embattled nominee to lead the Office of Special Counsel, told a group of fellow Republicans in a text chain that the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday should be tossed into the seventh circle of hell, and said he has a Nazi streak, according to a text chat viewed by Politico. Ingracia, who has a Senate confirmation hearing scheduled Thursday, made the remarks with a half dozen Republican operatives and influencers, according to the chat. MLK Jr. was the 1960s George Floyd on his holiday. Blah, blah. Jesus Christ, one participant responded. Using an Italian slur for black people, Ingracia wrote a month early. What's up with these fucking Republican Italians, by the way? It's actually crazy. Like, it wasn't the last guy also Italian? What the fuck is happening? Anyway, seen by Politico, no bleep holidays from Kwanzaa to MLK Jr. Day to Black History Month to Juneteenth. This is eggplant in Italian. For the record, for those of you who don't know, it is a slur that Italians use towards black people. The word for eggplant, I believe. Every single one needs to be eviscerated. Politico interviewed, remember, I am the PhD of racism. Okay. Politico interviewed 2 people in the chat and granted them anonymity after they expressed concerns about the personal and professional repercussions. Dude, it's so awesome that these, like, the Republican operatives that want to get ahead want to shank other Republican operatives, and it's become like this weird knife fight where they just like leak this shit to Politico. It's not like these guys want to eradicate racism on their side. They just want to use it. They want to use it right now to basically take out some people while they have the opportunity to do so, which automatically helps them advance. And it's awesome. I'm here for it. Politico interviewed 2 people in the chat and granted them anonymity after they expressed concerns about personal and professional repercussions. One retained the messages and showed the text chain in its entirety to Politico, which independently verified that the number listed on the chain belongs to Ingracia. The person said he came forward because he wants the government to be staffed with experienced people who are taken seriously. The second person has since deleted the chain and didn't recall specifics about it, but did confirm the discussions took place. A lawyer for Ingracia, Edward Andrew Paltzik, initially suggested that some of the texts were intended to be poking fun at liberals, though he didn't confirm they were authentic. Looks like these texts could be manipulated or are being provided with material context omitted. However, arguendo, even if the texts are authentic, they're clearly read as self-deprecating and satirical humor, making fun of the fact that liberals outlandishly and routinely call MAGA supporters Nazis, he wrote in a statement. I don't know. This doesn't seem like outlandish or out of context, but what do I know? Maybe he meant MLK Jr. Nope, there's really no way to. I was gonna try and do like a funny way to reframe what he's saying here within a more appropriate context, but he didn't really leave a lot of room for ambiguity. Yeah, I guess like maybe unless the follow-up text message was, is what I would say if I was a racist monster in the same way that Democrats present us as. Right? Like, maybe that's the follow-up text. Waiting for Vance to say this is obviously just a kid telling jokes. Black people into victims, the text showing Gracia remarked, blacks behave that way because that's their natural state. You can't change them. He then added, according to the chat, proof, all of Africa is a shithole and will always be a shithole, I assume is what he's saying. In February 2024, Ingracia wrote, we need competent white men in positions of leadership. The founding fathers were wrong that all men are created equal. We need to reject that part of our heritage, according to the text exchange. The founding fathers would not have allowed you to be in a position of leadership. You're Italian. You're an Italian Catholic. What the fuck? Straight white man, and in December 2023, Ingracia declared on X, exceptional white men are not only the builders of Western civilization, but are the ones most capable of appreciating the fruits of our heritage. What is this? One Saturday afternoon in October, my phone lit up with a notification. I glanced down at the message. Anna Lindsay Halligan here, it began. So began my text exchange with the top prosecutor for the Eastern District of Virginia. Incredible stuff. Cue the ADL response. This is a delicate moment. It's a new day, and yet so many are on edge. Paul belongs in the Hitler with Uber Gruppenführer Steve Bannon. I do have a Nazi streak in me from time to time. I will admit it. Never trust a Chinaman or Indian. Never. What the fuck? Like, he added extra letters onto that to be racist. And not even like not even contemporary racism. I feel like that's what people use as, it's like calling Asian people like Oriental or something. You know what I mean? Ananı bacını sikeyim senin orospu çocuğu terörist piç. Yani herhalde Türkiye'de tahmin ediyorum 10 tane falan böyle İsrail'in yarrağını yiyen adam vardır. Hepsi burada galiba. Hepsi buraya geliyor, ban yiyor. Ondan sonra siktir olup gidiyorlar geri Türkiye'ye. Ondan sonra arkadaşların yanında söyleyemiyorlar gerçek hislerini. Çünkü analarını sikerler. Dışarıda deseler dövüyorlar abi. Aynen. Ondan burada diyor salak. Anyway, I forgot Jonathan Greenblatt had a take on the Maccabi Tel Aviv fans, by the way, of course. Excluding Maccabi Tel Aviv fans from attending a match in the UK under the guise of safety is deeply concerning. He obviously, the Apartheid Defense League had to chime in there. In reality, but we're going back to another thing that the ADL is probably not going to talk about unless they're forced to. In reality, Mr. Ingratia has incredible support from the Jewish community because Jews know that Mr. Ingratia is the furthest thing from a Nazi. In a subsequent statement to Politico a few days later, Palcic called out anonymous critics trying to hurt Ingratia. In this age of AI, authentication of allegedly leaked messages which could be outright false, as doctored, manipulated, or lacking critical context is extremely difficult, he said. What is certain, though, is that there are individuals who cloak themselves in anonymity while executing their underhanded personal agendas to harm Mr. Ingratia at all costs. We do not concede the authenticity of any of these purported messages. In May 2024, the group was bantering about a Trump campaign staffer who'd been hired in Georgia and was working on outreach to minority voters when Ingratia suggested she didn't show enough deference to the founding fathers being white, according to the chat. Paul belongs in the Hitler Youth with Steve Bannon, the first participant in the chat wrote, referencing the paramilitary rank at Nazi Germany and the Republican strategist. Politico is not naming the participants to protect the identity of those interviewed for this article. To which he responded, I do have a Nazi streak in me from time to time. I will admit it. One of the people in the text group said in an interview that Ingratia's comment was not taken as a joke, and 3 participants pushed back against Ingratia during the text exchange that day. Referring to white nationalist Nick Fuentes in the Live from America show on the video sharing platform Rumble, a second member of the group replied, new Live from America show starring Nick Fuentes and Paul Adolph Ingratia, to which Ingratia wrote, Lamau, according to the group chat. The existence of the messages comes as Ingratia's nomination. Wait, so he was publicly on Nick Fuentes' show? What is this? What the fuck? Breaking CNN's uncovered audio, RFK Jr. praising a description of Trump and his supporters as belligerent idiots? What? Hold on, let me just finish this article, please. Jesus Christ. Oh. Yeah, I think that is an old audio, this one. Yeah, it's from a 2016 recording unearthed by CNN's K-File, where RFK Jr. indeed praised those harsh descriptions of Trump supporters and drew the Hitler comparison. We knew that already. 2 people in the Trump administration have openly compared him in a negative fashion to Adolf Hitler. One is J.D. Vance, and the other is RFK Jr. This was back in June. Trump has appointed one Paul Ingratia, a known white supremacist, to lead the Office of Special Counsel. He went on a Nick Fuentes rally and wrote a Substack article titled Free Nick Fuentes. He has called Andrew Tate an extraordinary human being and the ancient ideal of excellence. He called the war in Gaza yet another psyop to distract Americans from celebrating Columbus Day. Wait, this guy's awesome. What the fuck? He is all over the place with he's like a Nazi but also he's like really, really involved in the Italiophobia initiatives, you know? I think we could all admit at this stage that Israel, Palestine, much like Ukraine before it, and BLM before that, and COVID vaccine before that, was yet another psyop. He will have real power. He's a genuine anti-Semite. Yet for some reason, all the self-appointed anti-Semitism fighters are going after a woman of color who gave a speech against genocide today. It makes you wonder what the agenda of these accounts is. It certainly isn't fighting anti-Semitism. Yeah, no shit. So he would lead the Office of Special Counsel. Nothing on the new text yet, but it's time to attack Zoran. Elected officials and candidates should know that who they associate with sends signals to their constituents. At a time of skyrocketing anti-Semitism, this matters more than ever to the Jewish community. Imam Siraj Wahhaj has a history of supporting controversial figures involved in terrorism. He's been associated with groups that have a long history of spreading anti-Semitism. So at a time when anti-Jewish hate has surged to record-breaking levels, how does associating with Wahhaj demonstrate a commitment to protecting Jewish residents and all New Yorkers? Oh, fucking awesome. This is the unindicted co-conspirator narratives, right? So Politico just revealed that a Trump nominee for a senior position in government described himself as having a Nazi streak. Not a word from Greenblatt or the ADL, but here's a long screed about a Muslim mayoral candidate standing next to someone in a photo. Not sure Jewish communities in the U.S. get how severe the anti-Semitic threat from MAGA right is, given how Greenblatt and the ADL seem to only obsess over the left, Muslims, pro-Palestine activists, while giving openly anti-Semitic right-wingers a pass. So dangerous. This is what's so strange about this fascinating phenomena that the ADL didn't used to actually engage in as much, but certainly started doing transparently after October 7. And it's that both Muslims and Jews in the United States of America, by and large, don't have a lot of smoke for one another, because most of the Islamophobia still overwhelmingly comes from right-wing neo-Nazi groups, and most of the anti-Semitism in most circumstances still overwhelmingly comes from right-wing neo-Nazi groups. So the ADL, up until like October 7, would at the very least, in an effort to present itself as a serious institution that was tasked with combating bigotry of all forms, would actually actively tackle the right-wing groups and had like the anti-Semitism glossary, all this stuff. Post October 7, they just went full tilt. Like, you can be a fucking open, avowed neo-Nazi. We're not going to fucking yell at you. All you only are a problem if you are an anti-Zionist. And they've also ironically heavily leaned into the whole like race fomenting like some sort of sectarian division amongst Muslims and Jews. How do you know the anti-Semitism isn't coming from the Muslims? Wait, what the fuck do you mean? Because I'm not oblivious to where the overwhelming majority of bigotry is coming from in this country. Partially because of the ADL's own work, ironically enough, pre-October 7. Now, what's interesting about this process also is that I would go so far as to say something controversial. Okay? I would go so far as to say that is there anti-Semitic tendencies amongst the Muslim population? Of course. Are there Islamophobic tendencies amongst the Jewish population? Also, of course. And I would go so far as to say one is considered a bigotry that is not permissible. The other one is actually routinely promoted, which is precisely the reason why there is not a single Muslim politician that has ever said anything even remotely anti-Semitic, yet there are plenty of Jewish American politicians that have openly said the most heinous Islamophobic shit you've ever fucking heard of. And it's not just Randy Fine either. Even Democrats have done the same thing. There's never been like a Charlottesville equivalent where a bunch of Muslims took to the fucking streets and were like, Jews will not replace us. Okay? Because Muslims, by and large, are a minority in this country. They know who is actually targeting them. Okay? And yes, As Zoran also correctly points out here, the same imam met with Mayor Bloomberg, met with Mayor de Blasio, campaigned alongside Eric Adams, and the only time it became an issue of national attention when I met with him. Mamdani, who earlier in the day smiled, waved, and stayed silent over the controversy, claimed critics were fired up because of his faith. It's true, by the way. He is a fucking prominent religious figure in New York, and the only reason why this became a story is because Zoran is Muslim, and they want to fucking hit the he's a scary Muslim narratives, and they ain't slick about it either. It's really fucked up. And what's crazy about it is that not only did all of these other previous mayors campaign with this guy, okay, the way that they're trying to claim that this person is actually secretly a terrorist is because he was an unindicted co-conspirator or unindicted conspirator, as in the person that was responsible for the World Trade Center bombing in 1993 had actually been to his mosque. And yet there was no connection between the imam and the attackers whatsoever, which is precisely why they were not indicted. It's fucking ridiculous. That's because of the fact of my faith and because I'm on the precipice of winning this election, the Democratic frontrunner said, then turned his attention to rival candidate, former Governor Andrew Cuomo. It is so transparently fucking racist, dude. And the Democratic Party is not even coming out and swinging in defense of Zoran Mamdani. That's how you know. I also fucking despise how normalized shunning the Muslim community in New York City is. Cuomo not visiting mosques and getting zero flag versus Zoran visiting synagogues and still being criticized for not visiting the right ones. Yeah. Is this working anywhere? I don't know. I don't think it's like, I think Zoran is charismatic enough to overcome this shit, but like, it's not great. I think New York City is far too diverse and far too invested in his platform to give a fuck about any of this stuff. But it's disgusting that these like supposedly liberal institutions are not saying a goddamn thing about it. I've already told you this before, but like all of the Zoran makes Jews feel less safe should be read in the same exact way that like white supremacist Christian pastors would be like, well, if we do miscegenation, then the white Christians feel unsafe. It's just racism. That's exactly what it is. Oh, I'm sorry. That seems like a you problem. Suck my cock. Incredible open bigotry. And the silence from prominent Dems speaks volumes. Let's just call it racism. Just look how Cuomo even made Zoran look more threatening with a beard and shit. Yeah, 100%. I mean, I know that like the age of woke is gone or whatever, and Muslims usually are the last people to ever fucking come out and be like, dude, come on, this is like transparent Islamophobia. This is transparent bigotry. But like, I mean, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing here? This is just so fucking transparent. Anyway, let's get back to the Office of Special Counsel. An agency that investigates federal employee whistleblower complaints and discrimination claims among other sensitive work is already in trouble. Earlier this month, Politico reported that Ingratia 30, has been the subject of an internal investigation at the Department of Homeland Security, where he works as a White House liaison, after a sexual harassment complaint was filed against him. The woman who filed the complaint later withdrew it and said there was no wrongdoing. Ingratia's attorney denied the allegations. Spokespeople for the White House and DHS did not respond to requests for comment about the text messages. In July, Republican senators delayed Ingratia's nomination hearing, with one airing concerns about some statements about anti-Semitism. Ingratia made other racist remarks, according to the chain. In January 2024, he wrote a former Republican presidential candidate, Vivek Ramaswamy, never trust a, I'm not even going to read it now, I read it before, but, or an Indian, then added, never, the text show. Ramaswamy, the son of Indian immigrants, declined to comment. A month later, discussing why some Republicans feel that Democrats make black people the victims, the text show Ingratia remarked, blacks behave that way because that's their natural state. You can't change them. He then added, according to the chat, proof, all of Africa's a shithole and always will be that way. May 2024 discussion surrounding the Nazi remark turned serious as Ingratia dug in. Ingratia at first remarked that Georgia operatives should read a book, if she's able to, on George Washington and America's founding. Paul, you are coming across as a white nationalist, which is beneficial to nobody, a third participant in the chat replied. When Ingratia apparently said that defending our founding isn't white nationalist, that participant pushed back, saying Ingratia reflexively went to saying whites built the country. They did, Ingratia said, according to the chat. That comment prompted the same participant to respond. You're going to be in private practice one day. This shit will be around forever, brother. I like that his friends are literally just like, they're not saying they disagree with him. They're just saying it's going to be bad for his career prospects. Which is funny because it turns out one of those guys was actually literally waiting to use this to tank his career prospects. Ingratia posted an image of paintings showing several founding fathers, including Washington, John Adams, Alexander Hamilton, in the chat. We should celebrate white men and Western civilization, and I will never back down from that, he wrote, according to the chain. The third participant of the group criticized Ingratia's white nationalist tone. Then he said was coming across with a tinge of racism. Second participant then said he sounded like a scumbag. Oh, wow, Jesus. To which Ingratia replied, nah, it's fine. Don't be a boomer. I don't mind being a scumbag from time to time, the text show. I said we're making Kwanzaa illegal in the next Trump admin. That was the gist of my tweet. No bleep holidays, Italian word for eggplant, which is to disparage black people and Sicilians. From Kwanzaa to MLK Day to Black History Month to Juneteenth, every single one needs to be eviscerated. In February 2024, Ingratia wrote, we need competent white men in positions of leadership. The founding fathers were wrong that all men are created equal. We need to reject that part of our heritage. Ingratia's apparent comments in the text chain echo some of his public statements and associations. He has had ties to Fuentes and Andrew Tate, a far-right influencer who has been charged in Britain with rape and human trafficking, which he denies. 1 month after he apparently made the Nazi comment in the group chat, Ingratia attended a rally for Fuentes, though he later claimed he didn't know who had organized the event and soon left. Fuentes did not respond to a request for comment. After Fuentes was kicked out of a Turning Point USA event in June 2024, Ingratia called it an awful decision. He also called the Israeli-Palestinian conflict a psyop a week after the October 7th Hamas attacks. That's the only thing that's going to make the ADL yell at him, by the way. The ADL is going to be like, how dare you? Yeah, the I am Adolf Hitler is fine, but you think it's a psyop? The October 7th attack was a psyop? How dare you? In March 2023, he said that the education should focus on helping elevating the high IQ selection of your demographics, so you know, basically young men, straight white men. Oh, these guys are such fucking losers. The person in the group chat who shared the messages, who has known Ingratia for several years and met him through Republican political circles, said that Ingratia's personality changed in recent years as he went from a young law student interested in conservative politics to an extreme ego-driven Trump loyalist. The person said the shift began after Ingratia, a Cornell Law School graduate, started working as a law clerk for the firm representing Tate and appeared several times on the War Room podcast with Bannon, who did not respond to a request for comment. He was too young and too inexperienced to deal with the fame, the person said. It was like giving an 18-year-old $10 million and saying, have at it, kid. Periodically, during the text chain, the group nudged Ingratia to tone down his rhetoric, especially if he wanted to work in a future Trump administration, according to the person. Well, he didn't do that, it seems. And now Politico has caught wind of these text messages. Many such cases. Yeah, that's great. Fantastic. Oh, that snitch was waiting for him to finish his collection. It's insane. Yeah. I mean, this guy wasn't exactly shy about his participation as an open neo-Nazi, referring to white nationalist Nick Fuentes in the Live from America show on video Rumble. Second member of the group replied, new LFA show coming starring Nick Fuentes. Here it is, dude. Look. Like, it's not like this is a secret. He was just straight up aligned with Nick Fuentes publicly. How the fuck do these people not understand that that is like the clear-cut marker of someone being a white supremacist? This is so confusing to me. Like, what more do you need to see? He was sucking in fucking Richard Spencer. But we couldn't tell.
Mr. President.
Anyway, there's some Ukraine stuff in here as well. But after that, actually, you know what? We're skipping this. Let's get into fresh attack launched on mayoral race frontrunner Zohran Mamdani. I briefly talked about it. It's like transparent bigotry, transparent Islamophobia. But that won't stop the media from doing it. I'm going to pee real quick and we'll be back.
The New York City mayor's race. It's the last weekend before early voting begins. And today, the candidates were out talking to voters and taking aim at the Democratic frontrunner. Just 16 days separate New York City from its newly elected mayor, and the candidates are taking advantage of every remaining second on the campaign trail, convincing voters they're the person for the job. And fresh new attacks on their opponents, Andrew Cuomo referencing this photo posted on X, picturing Zohran Mamdani next to controversial New York religious leader Imam Siraj Wahhaj.
Mr. Wahhaj was an unindicted co-conspirator in the 93 World Trade Center bombing. What is your problem with condemning terrorism? It is the easiest thing to condemn.
Mayoral frontrunner Zohran Mamdani responding to Cuomo's attacks while at the Cost of Living Classic soccer tournament on Sunday.
The same imam met with Mayor Bloomberg, met with Mayor de Blasio, campaigned alongside Eric Adams. And the only time it became an issue of national attention was when I met with him. And that's because of the fact of my faith and because I'm on the precipice of winning this election.
Curtis Sliwa taking to Facebook about the picture, adding, Siraj Wahhaj is dangerous. This is disturbing to see. On Sunday, Sliwa once again emphasized he has no plans to quit the race with just days until their upcoming second debate.
Zohran Mamdani, his only answer to everything is affordability, affordability, affordability. Andrew Cuomo, he just...
Wait, what? Is he glazing Zohran again? What is happening? Zohran Mamdani, he always talks about affordability, but I fucking hate Andrew Cuomo. Mamdani, he's gonna be a good mayor. Let me tell you, I'm in a rent-controlled apartment with my 17 cats. I need more money for Purina. And honestly, I'm a big fan of the rent freeze. Let's be fucking real about it.
He doesn't understand he's no longer relevant. His time has passed. And I'm going to make that very apparent to everybody who will be watching and listening.
According to a recent Fox News poll taken before Thursday's debate, Mamdani remains the front-runner with over 50% of the vote, Cuomo trailing just below 30%, and Sliwa sits at 14%. And Democratic Representative Hakeem Jeffries falling short of a full endorsement of Mamdani Sunday, but did speak to an array of positive conversations he's had with the front-runner.
Awesome.
That we're focused on, in particular, his efforts to make New York City more affordable. That's the right issue to focus on.
And early voting starts on Saturday. The second debate between the three candidates will be held Wednesday night at 7. And we will be covering that debate as well as the final days leading up to Election Day. Stay with us on air and online at cbsnewyork.com.
I can't believe this is like a real thing. Like this dude is straight up, the imam that Zohran took a photo with is like a fucking community leader in New York, like a prominent community leader in New York that virtually every fucking Democratic mayoral hopeful and even Republicans have photographed alongside. It is fucking crazy. It's so crazy that people are just attempting this shit. It's unironically no different than the whole like, oh, well, you associated with a guy who fucking said America deserved 9/11. Like they're trying to fucking They are trying to say you did 9/11. Okay, that's what they are trying to say. That's what it is. You're Muslim. You did 9/11. Your people did 9/11. And how dare you try to become mayor? It's an act of desperation. It's a final act of desperation. And it's very clear. Like, this is, your wash. Trump is not aware of your photograph with Zoran. That's true.
Mommy's photo with the 93 World Trade Center bombing.
Yeah, no, it's a shame. Look, the Mandami thing.
I'm saying this as nicely as someone who enjoys your political commentary. Please try to adjust the way you talk to black and brown chatters. Seeing you dismiss the concern of chatters, asking you to speak up about Sudan makes me feel some kind of unsafe around here. Yeah, I saw that Twitter thread. I have talked about Sudan extensively on numerous occasions. In a lot of instances, chatters come in here to specifically bait me to be like, why don't you talk about Sudan? Which is exactly what, Cory Booker did as well. It's a deflection mechanism. The only reason why many people actually bring up Sudan is often when I'm talking about Israel. So I think I dealt with it appropriately. And it is crazy to me that there are people out there who present themselves as like leftists that still actively try to farm impressions from neo-Nazis. Nice to see chat being very normal about me sharing my concerns. It's because we experienced this like a million times over. You've hardly talked about Sudan in depth like you've talked about Israel, for example. Yes, of course, because one is a proxy genocide that America is only involved with by way of the UAE. The other one is a direct genocide. I don't talk about Saudi Arabia's genocide of the people in Yemen as much as I talked about Gaza either, even though that was also famously a proxy genocide that the Saudi forces conducted alongside the UAE, as a matter of fact. I did cover it. I covered it extensively, just as I've done so with Sudan. But for the most part, people use that as a very cynical concern troll, and it's really disingenuous, and it's really fucked up. I'm just giving you what actually took place. Like, if you don't believe me, then that's fine. But what is this? They are daily attacking you and Mike calling you racist and grifters and doing an Anna Kasparian pivot. Yeah, dude. At a time when like white supremacy is peak, I'm doing a secret subtle pivot to white supremacy. For many years, people have made this inference, and most of the people that make these inferences, unironically themselves, turn reactionary after a while. Adjust yourself, hurry. Wow, unsafe because you won't address what they demand. What a great person. What do you mean? Oh, you're talking about this person. Not everyone bringing up concern is a fed. Y'all baby leftists grow up. No, but that person that was like talking about Sudan, if I recall correctly, was literally bringing it up while I was in the midst of covering the ongoing genocide in Gaza. And at the time, obviously, my determination was that they were cynically presenting it as a distraction. Which implies that finally some HasanAbi. Yeah. It's always a very vague attack I'm so annoyed with. I know. But I hope I was able to make sure that you understand. Will y'all relax? I just want him to adjust how he talks, black and brown chatters. I'm not saying he's the worst person ever, Jesus Christ. Okay. I think the reason why is because you were covering the black voters in the New York City race. Oh, true. That's what it was. Yeah. I saw folks on Twitter said you reacted negatively towards the black lady that brought up Sudan one time, and now they're saying that you constantly aggro towards black women. I know. I don't. But I do constantly aggro towards people who do this kind of thing, and there's not really, I mean, I do constantly aggro towards people who derail and then use whatever insert identity as a way to be like, I'm doing standpoint, you're behaving like a white supremacist, all this stuff. It happens. It is what it is. I mean, people say that about trans people as well. They'll say like, I am transphobic as well. It's up to you to make that assessment. Do chatters realize they're being weaponized against their own interests? Probably. You definitely talk to black chatters crazy and don't give half the grace you give to white supremacists. That's not true. Yeah, this is the link. I know, I saw this. But this is a person who has hated me for a while because they think I'm misogynistic or engaging in misogynoir. I thought we had made amends, but I guess not. I guess she still hates me. See, that's dragging it. I wouldn't say that. What do you have to, what can you do? Western Bing. What do you do? It's one of those positions that you will always be in. It's one of those positions that you will always be in if you are in progressive spaces. I have to baby every single person, and the moment I don't, people will literally take it to the most maximalist position. That's it. I don't think anybody actually cares. I don't think anybody actually gives a shit about this. It just probably has a negative impact on a bunch of people on Black Twitter being like, oh, here we go. Another white guy who's like farming black people to make it seem like they're the king of woke or whatever the fuck. What are you going to do? Seriously. I don't do this stuff. I don't do this commentary because I want people from different kinds of marginalized backgrounds to like me or think I'm cool. I do it because I know it's right. I'm not doing, I'm not doing advocacy for historic and contemporary black liberation groups, for example, because I think, oh, black people will think I'm cool finally. I don't give a shit. If there are people who don't like it, if there are people who don't like my coverage, if there are people who don't appreciate the tone I take sometimes, or if I'm too dismissive, for example, yeah, it is what it is. Man, that only has play with like always online Zoomer black kids. The whole community don't do that shit. What do you? Yeah, it is what it is. Like I said, do you not understand unconscious bias is like pre-2000 levels of awareness, man? No, I do understand unconscious bias. I do. She fell off. Her TikTok is doing bad, and the one she made about you is their most liked and watched video this year. Just ignore these people. Yeah, I do. As a black chatter, calling out dismissive tone or microaggression is not derailing. This is how Bernie supporters lost black people. No, I understand that. But how do we arrive at this? As an older black dude, y'all just need to find your own Discord and cry. Stop being annoying. Have you talked about black liberation struggles? Yes. This goes back to the same thing that always happens, where it's like, I think it's malicious. I personally think it's malicious. Sometimes it stems from people being hurt by others. Like there are plenty of white people that black people have thought were woke that show their faces. in a long enough timeline. And it's understandable that, and it goes for every single marginalized identity, whether it's trans people, whether it's black people, whether it's women who think that like someone that speaks out on these sorts of things that impact women, for example, will end up betraying them. Okay. But having said that, you should make up your own mind on this issue. You should make this judgment on your own rather than being geared into an unfavorable position because you saw a clip that someone presented as like a negative. Marginalized people have trauma response based on their bad experiences. Yeah, I understand it. But as far as like people go, as far as people saying you have so much smoke for black people, that's not true. I abhor reactionary wrecker behavior. It is one of the things that frustrates me to no end. It makes me so mad. And it doesn't matter what anyone's background is. If they engage in reactionary wrecker behavior, I will yell at them. I will be short with them. You have no close black friends? Wait, what? You have no close black friends. All your friends are white and East Asian. Look at fear and you are not white. You have no close black friends. Are you okay? That's not true, but okay. Still weird. I don't think it's unfair to say there should be more Sudan coverage, but why are people using this horrific situation to attack your relationship with black chatters? Also, we have talked about the relationship UAE has in arming Sudan. Last time we covered it, that we arm. Same with Saudi and Yemen. Yeah. Your coverage of Sudan has not been anywhere near as your coverage of Yemen. I don't think you're racist for it, but it's still the truth. No. My coverage of Yemen at the time of Saudi-backed genocide was around the same extent as my coverage of Sudan. Not Yemen now, as America is directly bombing Yemen. Yes, of course, I covered that a lot more. Once again, you guys have to understand, there are atrocities happening around the world. I'm not going to be able to cover every single one of them. I'm not going to be as knowledgeable on every single one of them. I don't know. You know, it's just, it is what it is. It's not just black people. All marginalized groups feel like the stream perpetuates American exceptionalism. Yes, because I'm an American citizen talking about American foreign policy and talking about American domestic policy. The fuck? This is what I mean. This is what I mean. Record behavior is critiquing rhetoric. Yes, dude. I'm an American. I'm talking about America. America being the greatest evil around the fucking world. Yeah. This is what I'm talking about. You guys are so fucking stupid, okay? I'm sorry. This is not fair critique. You're just being a fucking moron. Like, are you trying to rile me up? Is that what it is? Is that what's going on? Yes, dude. I'm an American exceptionalist. That's why I mostly cover America's fuck shit around the world, okay? Jesus Christ. What is happening right now? I do feel as though a lot of people are upset because they are attacking what they consider to be an accessible place where they can express their discontent. And I think that's what's going on here. I'm one person. Okay? I don't know why you guys don't watch other content creators who do a much better job than I do on those issues. you know? There are probably haters looking for a way of attack. No. Haters will use this back and forth to cynically frame this as like an anti-black conversation. Like it'll be the likes of like Ethan Klein, who has an 8-minute compilation of saying the N-word that will, without a shred of irony, immediately weaponize shit like this to be like, look at how anti-black Hasan is. But, you know, you kind of need Viz to comment on too. Some events don't get any coverage. Democracy Now! To be maybe overly fair, I think people want you to talk about it because they want your audience to hear it. People come in here asking to hear about Sudan already know about Sudan, but they know you have a wide audience and want them to hear your coverage. Yeah. Yeah. You can listen to Democracy Now! They have great coverage on it. Yes, Triggered Hasan is the funniest Hasan, I guess. We're basically comparing microaggressions to hate crimes. I don't even know what the microaggression is. What is the... Anyway, let's get back to Donald Trump.
It's a disaster waiting to happen. We can't have a communist in charge of a great, supposedly free enterprise, kind of a representative city. So I think it's, if you have a communist mayor, I think it's going to be very tough for him and for the city.
Do you think he should have posted something like this so close to the election?
Oh, I think it's a shame that that particular man is endorsing him and very friendly with him. You can see there's a relationship. He blew up the World Trade Center, right?
That's crazy. No, he didn't. Why? Just think for a moment. Why would there be a fucking prominent imam in the middle of New York who literally blew up the World Trade Center and not in fucking jail? How is that even possible? Like, how could that have taken place? Cashless bail. The Democrats did it again. They let the imam walk away scot-free after he blew up the World Trade Center. Yeah, I guess, yeah, George W. Bush was too woke and didn't jail him. It's not even George W. Bush. It's this is from before. This is from 93. The 93 bombing of World Trade Center. That's what they're talking about. I don't even know what the fuck. I don't know. I can't. I don't know what to say about this shit, dude. Yeah. Anyway, there was also the other left is mad at me for not being sufficiently anti-imperialist moment. But let's do the Andrew Cuomo gets blistered on fucking on Morning Joe with Anand Giridharadas.
That they know inherently the Democratic Party has to produce. The far left runs Mondami for mayor, 33 years old, never had a job, never managed anything. An assemblyman passed 3 bills, worst attendance record in the New York State Assembly. As a mayor, as an executive, as somebody who's supposed to get things done, no, that's going to compound the problem.
Go ahead, first of all, Governor, it's Mamdani. This is a very big, diverse city you want to lead. We should get the names right. Self-awareness is such a powerful thing in politics. You can't beat what you don't understand. You seem very dismissive of his support, but his support has been overwhelming, and you know, he won the primary. His support is overwhelming the polls now. You come from a storied political family. You talked about your dad. You've been governor. You've had these big jobs. You have astonishingly good political networks, connections, bases of support. What is your most self-aware understanding of what you failed to see in advance that would allow a 34-year-old upstart to be beating you so badly? What did you not see and understand about people who are living in the city and what they're feeling and going through?
I did not see the energy of the 20 to 30-year-olds. I didn't see I knew the affordability issue. I didn't think they would accept the freeze the rent one slogan as an actual answer.
Yeah, these fucking idiots, they want actual policies. How stupid of them. They want immediate changes in their material circumstances like a bunch of dummies. Do you not know good things are not possible? Everybody knows this. Forget about it. You want nice things? We're not going to give it to you. Be a fucking adult.
Answer, and that we wouldn't get deeper and beyond that, because the rents are the problem. It's just there is no answer that has been posed. It's not about freezing the rent. I'm the former HUD secretary. I know how to build a...
Anas should be like, how did you get that job? It's such a young age, mind you. How did you get that job? Younger than Mamdani is, actually. Pretty sure. How old was Andrew Cuomo when he became the HUD secretary? $19? No, he wasn't 19. He's 67 years old now. No, he was 40. I thought he was like in his 30s when he became the... Oh, he's 30 now. Okay, well. At 36 is when he became assistant secretary. Oh, God, 6'7" is so fucking annoying. Let's see. Yeah. Andrew Cuomo, prior to his role, Democratic politician, served as the Secretary of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development under President Bill Clinton. Why is Black Twitter going after your head, dude? It's all over my timeline. Oh my God, bro. What is happening? I don't know, man. I don't know, because they think I'm racist. Because they got bored of shitting on Tyler, the Creator. I don't fucking know. Dude, this kind of stuff happens every couple of months, okay? It happens every couple of months. I haven't even seen it. I suspect it's one prominent Twitter user that is farming former anger and resentment towards what I have done and have never like let it go or something. I don't know. Tyler the Creator's go to what the fuck? No, it's people every couple of months or every couple of years. There are people who find out what Tyler Creator used to say when he was younger. And there's some heinous shit in there, okay? Make no mistake. So they just get mad at that instead of, I don't know, the fucking president. like, or any prominent politicians. I'm black and I appreciate you, but why do you think it keeps happening? It's because you keep giving them the attention they want. I don't even give them the attention that they want any longer. Every now and then I'll address it briefly. But I think like ultimately it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It's no different than any number of different things that people say about me. It's like you can make up your own mind. You can make up your own mind. You can come in here and figure it out for yourself. That's it.
Affordable housing. I know the issue. I know the answer. But we just never had a real discussion about it. And that I didn't foresee. And I didn't see the anti-Israel anger. I didn't see that. I didn't see how that was going to motivate people in a mayor's race. I saw the anti-Israel anger. It was on the street.
I've seen someone saying you attacked her because she lightly criticized you without mentioning she literally repeatedly told you to off yourself. Yeah. And it's ironic because we actually patched it up, or at least I thought we had, but I guess she hates me still. I don't know. That person who's like farming the outrage cycle right now. Yeah. Yeah, the light criticism was that she told me to kill myself like multiple times. I guess like it is what it is, man. There's a lot of content creators do this shit. It's just, you know, rents do most likely. What are you gonna do?
But you are going to vote for mayor based on your opposition to Israel?
A lot of people are talking about the coverage of Amber Heard. I don't even remember what you said. Oh my God. I said that I didn't like either of the parties involved, and people still bring that shit up. Like, I wasn't even fucking pro Johnny Depp. Ay, ay, ay. That's it. That's why. Yeah. I also once said, not even as a diss, but that Amber Heard had the Mao fit on, which I don't even dislike Mao. Yeah. And people got really mad at that. But every now and then, some kind of drama comes my way, and then that drama blows up, and people that have held on to like longstanding resentment, even if I thought we had patched things up, will turn around and will feed into it. She also mad at you for joking about her forehead or something like that. Yeah, I even apologize for that. To be fair, I did. She told me to kill myself, so I said, you know, I use finasteride and you can too. Yeah, this is the reason why people were very mad at me. Don't apologize for that? No, I apologize for that. They eating you up on State Department Twitter. What you said about 9/11 is not cool. Awesome that allies would publicly trash you. I don't think those people are allies. I think they're opportunists. I was just a chatter back then, and I remember being frustrated at the time because I'm a black woman, and to an extent I understood, but we talked about it as a community, and I appreciate the fact that you listened. Yeah. I literally did. I personally thought I patched things up with her after this as well. Plattner Twitter, eating you alive after that Janet endorsement? No shot. I'm riding with Mills, baby. I can't. There's a real anti-imperialist pick on that. I have to go. I have to go with a true anti-imperialist slant here. It was definitely uncouth to say to a black woman, you absolutely didn't mean it in a racist way, but going for a black facial feature ain't the best look, you know? I know you apologize, but Black Twitter ain't forgot. No, I know. You know, it is what it is. Like I said. It's that. There's a couple instances where I've duked it out with Black Twitter broadly. One was the Nicki Minaj incident. The Nicki Minaj Tucker Carlson incident. The Barbs never gave up on that. They will forever hold it against me. And then I guess that as well. Wording, say you apologize, don't say it is what it is. No, I already did say I apologize. I apologize, but it is what it is if you know, still hold it against me. What am I supposed to do? Like, what am I supposed to do? Kill myself? Like, what the fuck? Anyway. No, don't stop now. Keep streaming. No, I'm tired. I'm definitely ending it here, but rent's due for Hasan gifts as well. Oh, damn. Bro, just delete all the games in your PC, Unk. Okay, calm down. Okay. Anyway, all right, love you guys. I will see you tomorrow, okay?
Hey,
see you tomorrow.
Stunning
Peace, chat.
lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The stun lock to the stun lock to the topic that's just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Euchre's face. Sudden discord agitprop, gray names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, and Anya out your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiancé talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in D.C. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice. In all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord friend gets broken cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months of streaming in your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me in so many find some meaning through it all.